Hi everyone, good morning.
Hi, Pradeepa. Good morning.
Hi, Pradeepa. Good morning.
So from today, we are going to start with a new series called Study With Me series. So if you've seen my videos right earlier, um, I created a video on like how to become a BA in 30 days on every day, like what are the topics you have to focus, and then you have to study so that you make sure that in 30 days you gain that knowledge, right? So some of you requested me to like guide on like every day, like tell me what are the topics I need to cover and how you need to study. So I'm just starting that series. So for right now, we are having for 8 days. If I'm not able to complete the curriculum in 8 days, I will extend it.
Hey,
Uh,
Tony. Yeah, it started by the
Sheila Anil, I'm able to hear your voice. Okay. So I have started that series. So today we are going to learn about how to conduct brainstorming sessions. So as a BA, right, the first thing like they are going to ask you, your project manager, when you get a job, the first thing they're going to ask you is like they're going to tell you that we got a new intake request for this particular project, and you'll be the lead BA. Please go and gather the requirements. So what you will do is like you have to go and gather requirements. They are going to give you some of the stakeholders' names, who will be the primary contact, and uh, that's all. Like maybe basic information about what is this project about, all that, right? So what you will do is like, for example, there are like so many techniques to gather requirements, but we are going to start with brainstorming. What is brainstorming? Brainstorming is nothing but like you're inviting a bunch of people and asking them about their random ideas. So just to get their opinion, it can be good ideas, it can be bad ideas, but just you are inviting so many stakeholders, and you're going to like ask them some questions. I mean, not one-on-one, as a group you're going to conduct this session, right? That is brainstorming. So let's take the first technique called Explorer. So when you first is like world explorer, right? So let me take the template. So if you see, this is a very generic brainstorming template. Like for example, you're going to like you're inviting like 10 people, okay, 10 stakeholders, and you're going to, let's say our project is ADP, you're working for ADP. So I'm giving with examples so that you can understand. So let's say that you're working for ADP. ADP is a payroll company. So they are one of the leading payroll services in the US. So they primarily, what they do is like they generate pay slips, and also all like most of the company, right? They want to automate all this payroll things. They buy ADP software so that like they can automate some of their payroll functionalities. And as an employee, you will be having access to your payroll web application, or you can also download your mobile application, and you'll be able to see your monthly or bi-weekly pay slips, and what is your state tax, and what is your federal tax, and how much deductions were made, how much deduction was made for your healthcare insurance, and what is your gross pay and final pay and everything. So this is like a payroll company, one of the leading payroll company in the US. Okay, so ADP is like very vast. They have like about like 1 million clients for them who's using this. So let's say that you get a job here as a BA. So you already know that they are generating the payroll. So the primary functionality is like they are going to, whoever uses this product, mostly they'll be running the payroll for their company, and the employees will be able to log in, and they'll be able to see their monthly pay slips or bi-weekly pay slips. So this is the product, right? So if you are a BA, let's say that ADP now want to like have more functionalities. So when we say more functionalities, is like, for example, what are the functionalities they offer currently? They are offering payroll, They are offering time and attendance. They are offering, like, for example, recruitment. So for example, if they're hiring anybody, they in the sense not ADP, someone who uses ADP products. So for example, I have a company and I want to automate a little bit of my recruiting, and my HR wants to use some product. I don't want to build from scratch. I'm buying ADP products and I'm just asking, I'm training my HR, like, please use ADP products for all your hiring purposes, and also for all your like onboarding purposes. For example, um, so for example, like for screening and all, right? So I have like pre-employment screenings, and then for onboarding purposes, I want to onboard a new employee, or I want to like give training for the new, maybe a new batch, right? So onboarding batch, maybe trainees. I want to train them. I need a software. And my HR team need a software, and I don't want to my IT team to build from scratch because it's very time consuming, and also like it is very expensive. Instead, I'm going to buy this ready-made product, and I'm going to like train my HR team, because let's say that my company has only maybe like 1,000 employees. I don't want to invest in all this and then like lose my money, right? I want a quick fix. So what I will do is, like, I will buy this ADP software, and maybe on a monthly basis, however they want. We are going to buy the software, and we are going to train our HR, like, please use this ADP software for all your payroll functionalities, and also for your screening, onboarding, and training purposes, right? So this is from an end user perspective. From an end user perspective, I'm talking about what ADP offers the end user. So if I am an end user of ADP products, I can be an HR, and I can be using ADP but for my screening, my the employees or new candidates, for the onboarding purposes, and also for my training purposes. So that's the my end user purpose, right? But you are a B of this product. So you are the one creating this product. You means you and your Scrum team, your developer, you guys will be actually creating this product, right? From a software development perspective. So you are the one who is actually like creating the product for ADP, and your full-time employees of ADP. So your end users will be like all these HR people, or the companies who wants to use ADP. For example, let's say that Microsoft wants to use ADP for their employees. Let's say that Tesla wants to use ADP for their employees, and then let's say that Amazon wants to use their this payroll services for the employees. So they will be your end users, but they are not the one who is going to give you requirements. I'm not going to go and ask the public, like, give me a requirement, right? That's not how. They will be not the one who will be giving you the requirements. Requirements will be given by stakeholders internal to ADP. So in ADP itself, if you are an IT person, and there'll be a business team, they will be the one who will be giving you requirements. Okay. So end users, public customers, they will not be giving you requirements. That's the first thing you have to remember. When I say primary stakeholders, that's like full-time employee of ADP. Business team is going to come. You are from IT team, and you are the lead BA, and business team from internal employees, full-time employees, but they are from different team, right? They are the ones they are going to come first call. They have no clue about this product. They're coming and telling that, for example, now AI is a big thing. So they're coming new, and they're telling, like, we know ADP is a payroll company. We have some of the existing functionalities. Now we are going to offer something with AI capabilities. Okay. So what are the AI capabilities that we need to offer? So it's going to automate a few things. For example, like, let's talk about the functionality separately. For now, they want to add all this artificial intelligence like functionalities, additional capabilities for your existing product. So they're coming to you. So I mean, this is all new, right? AI is new to everybody, but we know ADP is a payroll company, but you want to add all these additional functionalities, right? So what you will do is, like, you'll basically ask with this template. Where is the template? Example, word explorer, or maybe a better question. You'll be using all these techniques. So first is like word explorer. word explorer, a better question. Then we are going to have 6:1 idea tools. Then we are going to have mind mapping. We are going to have lotus diagrams. We are going to have brain rating. Then we are going to have how might we, that's a like a statement that you're going to give. And then 6 thinking hats, we have affinity mapping, we have fishbone diagram. So these are some of the brainstorming techniques. So as I said, to gather requirements, you have multiple techniques and you choose brainstorming. Inside brainstorming, you have like multiple techniques. Let's go with this fishbone. This is one of the easiest technique, right? So we are going to ask for, let me take that fishbone diagram. Okay, let me share now. Okay, so this is the fishbone diagram template. Fishbone diagram in the sense cause and effect. So why are we actually like why do we need this AI? Sorry about that. So root cause analysis. Why now the business owners want this AI functionality? What is the purpose of doing that? So you're going to analyze the root and cause. So can you guys tell me why we need AI to be available for any product? What is the purpose of AI? Why business owners want AI to be cooperated or integrated with any product from a business perspective? Can you guys tell me 1 or 2 reasons?
Hello, hi. This is Joy here. So I think one of the reasons will be to automate their work, to make it faster and more efficient.
Okay, what kind of efficiency?
Like in case maybe when they are preparing payroll with AI to make it faster, if it takes the HR like 30 minutes to complete the work, within
Mm,
15 minutes they can like set formulas and
mm.
the AI will follow it and it will be faster for them.
Okay, that's one thing. That's good. Any other reasons?
If anyone is hi, this Lakshman. See, why now AI is used by in the current market? Everyone is looking wins. So suppose the main reason is so what exactly they are looking for. So this the data, what are the data they are giving us, so they can predict it prior to that. So what exactly they are looking. Suppose I will give you an example. In this case, means it's a payroll related. So in payroll also we have many options are there. Exactly what option they are looking at. So those kind of information uh, prior it will give us for me. That is the main objective of building AI in ADP.
Correct. So some of here, if you see, right, like Chat GPT, it's going to auto generate for to you like some of um yeah, sorry about that. There was a doorbell. So so some of the items why they want to like go with AI is like one is whether the customer is using or not. They will be like customers will be like, do you have something with AI? That's one thing. That's something like a fashion now, right? Whether they're using or not, they want some. If people going forward, yes, the future. So they want just to have that capability so that they can sell this product from a selling perspective. Like you are telling, like we have some AI capabilities. And if you see here, they've told like you can automate, send your employees timely reminders of tasks like timesheet, benefits, pay cards, and more. And so they have also told like why we have an active AI and data ethics council is like to make sure that you're competing in the industry, right? For example, if ADP has a competitor who's giving this feature, and if they don't give, then then if you see they are not up to date, they something they're lacking, and people will think like, oh, this product is not smart enough, right? This is not up to the standards, and the competitor is offering that feature. So people are like, oh, that makes my life easier. Now I don't want to do things manually. I can just give maybe like ChatGPT, I can ask this particular product to send reminders, and it's going to do it for me. So with artificial intelligence being a new trend, and we know that it is having like scope for the next 20-30 years, people want to like integrate this in the current existing product. So but when you are gathering requirements for some AI project like this, so now you have the like fishbone diagram templates. What is the cause? So you're going to use this template. As a BA, you're going to use this template. So Smartsheet has all these free templates. You can go and you can actually download for free. So I'm just downloading it, and then you'll be able to get that template. So you can use this template right away. So in the very first brainstorming session, so you're going to like write down what is the cost. So, and then you're going to write down like why they want to integrate AI with the existing application. And then like you're going to find out like from a business perspective, how important this feature is going to be. So whether it is going to attract more clients, or like what are the benefits, right? From ADP business perspective, what are the benefits? So you're going to like document all that. Then you may have some limitations too, because your developer may not be like up to the mark, your team is not like up to the mark of their expectation, right? They may be like, I need a like an automated like a chat option. I want maybe a voice option. They may be asking you like so many options, where your coding platform or a developer may not have enough knowledge about all that. Also there is restrictions there, but whatever is their expectation, you're going to document, because this is elucidation and this is brainstorming. So you're not going to restrict them. You're not going to tell them that no, my developer cannot do this. You're not going to say that and this, right? Brainstorming means you're just gathering like random ideas. It can be good ideas, bad ideas, or whatever. You're not like finalizing on the ideas. You're just asking, why do you want this? Tell me the reason. So from a cost perspective, or from from ADP like leadership perspective, they want to announce something, right, to the market, like we have these additional capabilities. So like or it can be like goals for 2026. We will be like we are maybe migrating to a new platform, some kind of leadership goal, or from CEO level, they may be like they want to introduce this in the market, so that people are attracted to this ADP product. So first, in this template, you can directly like download from Smartsheet, and you're going to like write down on why we need this product. So that is one technique. Next one is like lotus diagram. So this is also like very important. Lotus diagram is like you have an idea, or you have a concept, or you have a problem, and then you're going to based upon that problem or idea or concept, you're going to ask stakeholders opinions. So for example, let's take a picture of lotus. So this is lotus, right? So what do you see? You have something in the center, and then you have petals surrounding it. Same way. So you have a concept, or you have a problem. So you're going to ask stakeholders and their opinions or ideas based upon that problem only. So you're going to add whatever they're going to say, you're going to add. So for this, we have a so see here, this is called as lotus diagramming. So first what you're going to do is like, you're going to like write down what is the problem. For example, let me take, so this is how it will be. This is the template that you're going to use. So for example, your core problem will be in the center, and then whatever ideas that they're going to give you, right, you're going to add in each box. Okay, like a petal. You're going to mimic the lotus diagram here. Okay, so this is the problem, and then whatever ideas they are giving, you're going to add it. Same thing. So this is the core problem that you want to discuss with the stakeholders, and then whatever opinions they are giving, you're going to add it here. Okay, and it's not only here. Again, you can like go around. Then like a lotus that you're going to develop, that is called as lotus diagram. So it's a mind mapping tool. So in order for you to break down big ideas into any key concepts and action items, So like first for this like lotus diagram, what you are going to do is like you are going to first of all understand the primary goal of this project, why we are doing this project. So in order to achieve this particular feature, what are the expectations from the business owners, exactly what they want, what they don't want also. So who will be our end users, which market we want to go live first, whether it is market specific. For example, in the US we have 50 states, so we want to go live in only one particular state, or do you want to go live in East Coast, or you want to like go live like in all the 50 states. Mostly it will be market specific, because they want to launch a particular product and get the feedback, and then accordingly only based upon the feedback they will enhance the product, right? So you're going to like take the problem, or maybe take the idea or the concept, and you're going to ask them more ideas around that particular concept. So that is lotus diagram. So this is one of the techniques. The next one is called as 6 hats. That is also interesting. Let me go for 6 hats. This is easier to understand. So 6 thinking hats is like, for example, you have 6 colors. So yellow, green, red, white, black, and blue. So yellow means positivity. So you're going to ask only the benefits of this particular decision. Green means creativity. So you're going to like ask them like generate ideas about that product. Red means emotions. Emotions means like, for example, from a product perspective, we are going to like say about like what is the intuition, what do you think actually the end users want. And sometimes the product can be great, but still there is something lagging, right? So what is your intuition and gut feeling? So bringing all that emotion from an emotion perspective, you're going to like they are going to give you the requirements. For example, oh, I'm so happy with ChatGPT, that's giving me everything what I want. So that's, they feel very happy, right, using that product. It should be user friendly, people are not going to get frustrated, and they should feel like some kind of emotion can be like not only happy, it can be like frustration also. That is also an emotion, and then you'll figure out why the end users are frustrated, why they are not able to use this product effectively, right? So that is your red hat. Next one is white hat. White hat is like about your current data and trends in the market. So whether your competitor is having the same functionality, how are they using it, and your data team, analytics team will give you that data for you. So currently, what is the trend? So I'm telling you, this is very important from a trend perspective. Is very important. You need to know what is happening in the market. So for example, let's take about iPhone and also Nokia phone, right? That's a very good example of Nokia phone not following the trend. So when smartphone and smart features were introduced by various different other mobile companies, Nokia didn't adapt it. They don't know what's happening in the market. They didn't adapt to the trend. And finally, what happened? They lost their business, and they're not, right now, they're not even in the market. So you need to understand, when you are developing a particular feature, or you need to understand that currently in the market, if any other competitor is having the same feature, and what are they giving to the people, because you're literally competing with your competitor on that particular functionality. Let's say for Google, like ChatGPT now is there, similar to ChatGPT now, like so many other products are coming, right? You have Gemini, you have like Google has launched their own products. So you need to understand, when I'm competing with ChatGPT, I need to give something better than that. Otherwise, people are not going to use my product. Let's say about this, you can take any product in the market, and you need to analyze if my competitor is giving something like better than what I'm offering, people will be attracted. If they are giving something better with a lesser price, people will be attracted. If I'm giving something that is not very user friendly, then people are not going to buy my product. Or if something in the product, I mean, there are two things. One is the product is a very good product. That's one thing that the people will be attracted. Second is the price. If the price is very high to whatever functionality that I'm offering, and in the market there is something, a better product that's cheaper, obviously people are going to get attracted with that. So you need to know, business team, they need to know what competitors are doing. So for that, you need help of the data analytics team. They're going to give you the data and trends, but that is also very important, right? Next one is black hat. Black hat means downside. So suppose defensive approach. Suppose if this is not working, what is the backup we have? Something negative happens. So you're launching something in ADP with this AI functionality, and people is like, and this we have seen this. When someone, if Pantene is launching a new shampoo, people, I don't want this, my hair is falling, I want the old one, I like the older one. And people will be like, they don't want that change. Sometimes it happens in the market, like they'll be like, oh, I don't want this new version. If Microsoft Outlook is like going to a different version, people will be like, I don't like this new one, I want the older one. They're so much used to that older version, they don't want to update to a newer version, right? So that will also happen. So don't think that I'm giving a very extraordinary feature and then people will be liking it. No, sometimes the opposite may happen. People don't want new things, don't want new changes. So that's like what happens if people don't like this feature or people don't like this functionality. What is the approach that we are going to follow? What if this particular thing is not working? From a business perspective, what we are going to do? So that is black hat, negativity and caution. Okay. So because we don't know what people like. If everybody knows what people like, then like everybody could be billionaires, right? So we don't know. We are developing a product and we are launching it, and we have to wait for the feedback from people to understand that whether it's actually a hit or not. So from an IT perspective also, you have to be very cautious. If it backfires you in production, so what is the like backup plan B? What are we going to do? Next is blue hat. Blue hat is like controlling the process. So for example, in meetings, it's good to be able to step in when there is no progress. So you are calling multiple stakeholders, and then they're giving you same ideas. It's not progressing anywhere. So you need to know. So from all these different kind of ideas, whatever they are giving you, right? You need to know how to like identify which are the good ones, which are the bad ones. Also limitations, I've told you, like from a development perspective, what are the limitations we have, whether we can develop this or not, and then how long it's going to take. And then you're going to, if someone is very adamant about their idea, because you're handling with very like leadership, you're handling leadership, right? So someone is like, oh, I want this feature, I know this will work, and that can be a dumb feature also, but they from their side, he is a staff VP, he's telling you to develop it, and you are a B, and you'll be like, oh, this is so dumb, he don't even know this. But you cannot tell like that, right? So you have to say in certain way that this is the process, what are the pros and cons, and then if you go this route, this is what will happen, or if you go this route, this is what will happen. So process controlling is like not only from a BS perspective, as a product, what is the process that you're going to do, and how are we going to control the process, right? So these are the 6 thinking hats. So you can use this also. And I mean, like, all these will give you multiple ideas, but that's what I don't like brainstorming, because compared to focus groups, I don't like brainstorming, because now a bunch of people are going to give you like so many ideas, and as a BA you don't know which requirement to like document, or how to convert this into user stories. So brainstorming, like from a technical perspective, in the interview, if they ask you, do you know how to perform brainstorming, tell me what are the different techniques, tell me, have you an example of how did you do brainstorming, you can always say, yeah, I know how to conduct brainstorming. There are multiple techniques. There are 10 different techniques, and you can always say all these techniques, right? And you can impress the interviewer. But from a practical perspective, this is like ridiculous, because you're calling like 10-15 people, and you're asking them something, and they're going to say something. From there, you will not go anywhere. So you need to understand, for a high level like understanding of what they want, you can use brainstorm. But for you to write, take that this is a business requirement, to document that as a business requirement, you need to be, they have to give you very clear cut requirements. For example, like here, let's say one is saying, like, let's say this is a lotus diagram, right? So a bunch of people are giving multiple ideas. Okay, one is saying I want like ChatGPT, I want some like chatting option. One is saying that I want this option, that option. They are asking you so many options, and you don't know which one is priority. Now, how will you write requirements? They're giving you multiple conflicting ideas. So in that case, as a BA, how will you finalize and write it in the BRD? This is the requirement they want. Can anyone tell me? Or how do you narrow multiple requirements into like one single standard requirement? This is what they want.
Moscow method?
Using prioritization technique like Moscow or something like that.
Yeah, that's there. Moscow, yeah, that's a good must have. That's right. Must have, should have, right? You can do. But okay, what if they are conflicting?
SWOT analysis.
Strength, weakness, correct. So you're going to follow either like those kind of very specific techniques, right? So for gathering ideas, you will use these techniques, six thinking hats or lotus diagrams. Now let's say you have 10 ideas. From those 10 ideas, I don't have to narrow down into one main idea. For that, you can use Moscow or SWOT analysis. So those are like prioritization techniques, right? So when in the interview, if they ask you, this is one of the scenario based questions, they're going to ask you like, if the business owners are giving me like multiple conflicting ideas or multiple essential requirements, then how will you prioritize and you'll make sure this is the uh, final one, right? How, as a B, how will you do it? So that's one of the scenario based they ask. So you can say that for gathering requirements, I'm using all these elucidation techniques, but for me, in order to prioritize all these multiple requirements, then I'm going to go for this prioritization techniques called like Moscow or SWOT analysis. So this brainstorming techniques are techniques just on a very high level. You're just like getting like high level requirements. Okay, next one is let's talk about mind mapping. So do you guys know what is mind mapping? Anybody have?
It's like you put down the ideas and then you join the dots, like connect and make a story.
Start with a main idea and then branch out to sub ideas.
Correct. Let me take that mind mapping template.
Replacing the words with the pictures to attract.
Okay. So let's say that we are brainstorming for an AI product. Okay, can you tell me some of the keywords or we know AI is something that we're going to brainstorm. Can you tell me what are the other topics that we should discuss? What are the other keywords? You know, ADP is payrolls. So tell me what are the keywords that will be associated when we're developing an AI product for ADP?
Chat functionality.
Okay, chatting. Do you have any specific, like for what they need chat?
The user can give the prompt and using the Gen AI, we will get the reply like on the data,
On
like
the
the data
data,
we
right?
have in the database. Yes.
Correct. Okay, chatting. Then what else? What else an AI can do?
Database modeling.
Database? What did you say?
I said database or data modeling.
Modeling. Okay. Okay, what are the other functions? So from chatting we will come. So for database modeling, again, we will have something different. So what are the other functionalities do you think?
Reminder on key dates.
Reminder on key dates. So for example, like you have a bi-weekly like payroll. So you want reminders, right? For the HR, something like that.
Yes.
Okay. What else? What are the other functionalities this feature can offer us?
Automation.
Automation of
Reports.
From a reporting perspective, right?
Yes.
Reporting. So okay. So this is how you will ask. So you will ask them. So they're going to give you maybe like 4 important features. From there, you have to branch out. So from the person who said chatting, like, can you tell me like when we have chatting options, very specific needs for chatting, very specific features, why a person need to chat with this AI product?
To maybe get the analytics, like different analytics, such as related to payroll, like what
Okay.
we usually see in the dashboards. So those kind of KPIs we can get.
Okay. Payrolls, KPIs. Then what else? Okay. Can you tell me like why a HR is going to chat with this ADP AI tool?
Maybe quick navigation to features.
Okay. Just go to this page, and this page. Okay. And then what else?
To get a quick summary of details, like they want to say.
Employee details. Okay. Okay. What about reports? From reporting perspective, let's say that how many new joinees have joined, right? So maybe let's say that from a screening perspective, how many people have submitted their resume? And then, for example, from this month to this month, let me know how many people. Screening perspective, onboarding perspectives, and let's say onboarding perspective and also training perspective, all these reports. So I want to know when is, for example, there is a new batch, 70 people are joining. When will training start? I have to send maybe a email, automated email saying that your training is going to start in 2 weeks. Please make sure you join on this particular day, and then come up like a standard message, right? An email or something, or maybe it could be text based upon the preferences we're going to send them. So, and on key dates, for example, yeah. So reminder on key dates, yes, you're going to send reminders to your employees, or you're going to send reminders to your new joinees, or maybe not even like pre-screening, pre-employment screening candidates.
Like approving timesheets as well.
Correct. That's very crucial, very important. Everybody's like, please submit your timesheet. That's very important, right? Please submit your timesheet. Usually, like in US, it's bi-weekly, so we want people to submit timesheet. Like for example, today is Wednesday. Today will be the deadline for this particular. If Wednesday I'm getting my salary, today, I mean, like Friday I'm getting my salary. Wednesday is the deadline, right? Something like that. So you're going to send reminders to your employees saying that please submit your timesheet, and also like please, there is like a tax document available. Please go and check, like those kind of reminders, right, on dates. So all that you're going to send. So these are some of, so for mind mapping, what you will do is like you will have a concept. Around that concept, you will ask for ideas. From that idea, you will branch out. Okay. So it's not that all these are very different ideas. So these are the 4 core ideas. From there, it's going to branch out. Okay, that's the difference for mind mapping. Do you got it? Do you guys get it? Okay, so I think we are good for today. Tomorrow, I will continue with the other 5 remaining brainstorming techniques, and we will go from there. Okay. Thank you
Learning
guys for
about
joining.
how
Thank
to
you so much.
conduct brainstorming
Thank you.
sessions. So first, let's see about affinity mapping. So in affinity mapping, when you are going to conduct affinity mapping, so what you're going to do is like you're going to ask them like a generic question about a product, and then you're going to like ask them to generate ideas, and you're going to like um, stick it as like sticky notes. Okay, so this is like in a typical like a conference room, if you're going to office, when you have like all the stakeholders in the room, and then so you can ask them and you can stick generate ideas, and like you can stick as sticky notes, right? But if you are like doing through Microsoft Teams, even then like you should be having some kind of tools. Okay, so to an online tool to create like these ideas. So what you will be doing is like, for example, you're creating a product. Let's say I told you, know, like for ADP, you're creating some AI product. You're going to ask them like, why do you think we need AI? Tell me what are the different features that you want. If you are an end user, think like an end user and tell us the ideas. So they're going to give you a bunch of ideas, and then you're going to like document all the ideas. After maybe like 30 to 45 minutes into the session, now after documenting all these ideas, right, now we have to like convert that into design concepts. So what is the converting into design concept? In the sense like you're going to like group all the ideas into clusters or themes. So earlier when they are telling, it is like it is not into groups, right? So we are going to document all the ideas, and we are not going to stop them also. You're not going to like interrupt them. So one of the main rules like during the brainstorming session is you have to understand from a BA perspective, you are supposed to accept all the ideas. Okay, do not interrupt them. And you need to like understand, you're not supposed to criticize other ideas, you're not supposed to make fun of it, or you're not, if someone is saying things like, for example, sometimes really they mean it, right, their ideas. So like you call them, and then in the meeting like you should not make them as something like you're not supposed to like criticize them and also make fun of them also. Whatever idea, it can be a very dumb idea too, that's fine, but like you're going to accept it, and you're going to make it like collaborative and fun, and you're going to make it like visually appealing so that they understand like the process, right? What I mean, they are participants, so you'll be the one who'll be leading the session. So you need to make sure that you're building on others team ideas, you're very creative, and you can like make sure that it's interesting. So you're calling them for like a 2-hour session. After the lunch break, like mostly they'll not be interested, right? But that is a slot that you got, that is the time when people are available. So you are like booking the slot from conference room from 1 to 3, or you're having a call from 1 to 3. That's the time people will be like, oh, they are almost exhausted, right, during that time. So but uh, so you have to make things creative for them, and you should not criticize them. You should build on others teams members ideas. You're going to make it very fun. Okay, so what you will do is like you will document all the ideas, and then you're going to like organize them into clusters or themes, like similar ideas, right? Similar ideas or issues or functionalities, you're going to like cluster. So for example, system efficiency, all this will come under system efficiency. Notifications, all this will come under notifications. And then for example, you're going to have what are the functional enhancements, all this will come under functional enhancements. UI design, all this will come under UI design. Like this, you're going to organize the nodes into themes. Okay, so this is called as affinity mapping. And this is beneficial, like for example, like if you're starting the product from scratch, you need everybody's input. So in that case, like I prefer affinity mapping, and it's one of the important technique. Then you have something called brain writing. Okay, so
So brain writing is something like, yeah. So in brain writing, this is a little bit different than affinity mapping. Here, you are giving them timing. Okay, so you're within a prescribed time frame, they have to generate ideas. And so for affinity mapping, we don't have time and all. They can like randomly, they can like give you an idea, right? But in brain writing, you are going to give them, for example, we have a method called 635 brain writing method. We have a method called 635 brain writing technique. So in this brain writing technique is like you have 6 participants, and each will have 3 ideas in 5-minute rounds. So if you have very limited time and you don't want people to like throw you some random idea, and you are the BA, you're the one who's going to consolidate and you're going to develop that into a business requirement, right, and document it. So if you have like, for example, here using this 635 brain rating technique, you can generate about 108 ideas in 30 minutes. That's like a lot of ideas in 30 minutes, right? So what you do is like you are a moderator and you're focusing on a single question or a problem, and then you have 6 participants. This is one of the brain rating technique. It's not that you're going to do this. You can do this for 20 people also. Accordingly, you have to make sure that each one has to give how many ideas and what is the time frame. So brain writing is like a little bit more specific. So if you have, for example, group brainstorming can have, like people can have social anxiety and they don't want to do it. And then like there are some people, they'll dominate the whole session. They keep talking again and again and again, and others will be like, oh, I'm done with this. So you want to make sure that you provide equal opportunity to everyone. One is like very super hyper and then asking you a bunch of questions, giving you all maybe 50 ideas, and the other ones are keeping quiet because they not everybody likes all these group sessions, right? So as a BA, the first thing in brainstorming you have to make sure is like everybody gets a chance, and then you're going to have a very quiet space. And when you have more than 10 people, it can get very loud. There are senior people and it can be overwhelming when your staff VP or director is sitting next to you, and then the manager is like, oh, I don't want to talk, let him talk. And he can be a very competitive director, right? He can be like, maybe outside he's like, oh, I'm fine with everything, and then but inside he will have that bossiness around him. He'll be like, oh, you told that. And some people are very competitive, and especially in MNCs, they're very competitive. So you have to make sure that you handle all these complex characters in these group meetings. And so for that, it's better you tell like this. See, here we have like 10 people. Each of you is going to like you have to give me like 3 ideas in 5 minutes. So this approach will make easier things for them and for you, instead of like this generic group brainstorming. Okay, so you have to be very creative on what kind of approach you want to like do, right? So if generally, if you say brainstorming means like more than 10 people are there coming into the call, or they're coming to a conference room, and everybody they're giving ideas. That is what generally brainstorming means. But that idea actually, it can become very overwhelming for everybody, for you also. You don't know what, like if one person is telling like 12 ideas and the other person is like sitting quietly, for you also, you don't know like how to navigate things. So from a psychology safety perspective, what we do is like we tell like okay, well, the technique that I'm going to use is called a 635 brain writing technique. You have to inform them in prayer itself. During when you're sending the meeting invite itself, just say that these are some of the techniques I'm going to use for the upcoming brainstorming session. So please be prepared. So this way they understand that they don't blame you. And then they'll be like, okay, everybody, all the 10 gets a chance. They have a chance to write down their ideas, and then we don't have any problem. So brain writing is one of the techniques. The next one is the next one is 6:1 idea tool. So what is 6:1 idea tool? So for example, here if you can see, we have 6 ideas. So 3 can be good ideas, 3 can be bad ideas. But you're solutioning and you're coming to finally one idea at the end of the session, right? So maybe you have a 1 hour call with all the stakeholders and you ask them to give ideas. So you're going to place that idea either here or here. It can be like you have to ask them whether this is a good idea or a bad idea. You are not deciding for them. Just say that, tell me all the good ideas, tell me all the bad ideas, and then you're going to document all that. Okay, so you'll have 6 boxes. So you're going to three good ideas and three bad ideas for whatever feature that you're developing. And then finally, end of that 1 hour call, everybody is going to solution and you're going to pick up the final one idea. That's called 6:1 idea. So this is when you have very limited stakeholders, you have less than 10 people, then you can go for this technique. But if you have a very big group and then you want to understand everybody's ideas, then I would prefer go for affinity mapping, or you can go for brain writing technique. But if you ask me from my experience, I want to be very specific in what I'm doing, right? So I will generally go for something very specific. So we have 20 people here, and then everybody has to give me 3 ideas in 5 minutes. That's the approach I will do, because it's easier for me to document, it's easier for me to handle all these people, and it is going to be time efficient, right? So for 30 minutes, if I'm able to generate 180 years, that's more than enough for me to document and create a BRD. From there, I can take it forward to another technique. So I prefer very specific techniques, not very generic, very, very specific techniques. And one of the things as a BA, you have to understand is, after all these techniques, you're going to send them some minutes of the meeting. So what you're going to say is, so example, date and time, who are the participants, what was the agenda of the meeting, what are the key ideas discussed, what are the action items, and what are the insights and analysis, when is the next meeting. Okay, so very important, because I've seen people, even senior BAs, they conduct all these brainstorming sessions, whatever requirement gathering sessions, then nobody talks about it. There is no follow-up email, there is no minutes of the meeting, and then everybody, after a week, everybody forget what idea they themselves gave, right? So documentation is very crucial. Also, if you want to stand out, there are 10 BAs in your team. And if you want to be very professional, and if you want to stand out in your team, and that manager will notice this from the day they hire you, they will notice this, what type of emails this person is sending. Because if you're working in hybrid model or remote model, they have zero chance of seeing you, right? Even if you go for office, sometime manager is there, their own cabin, you're not seeing them, and you're just seeing your scrum team, your developers and testers. So you're not actually seeing your manager. So how will they know whether you're working or not, or what did you do? So through emails only, that's the most efficient way for them to identify, yes, this person is sending this email, means this person has conducted that session and she's sending the minutes of the meeting. So for you to impress, first of all, when you're a new hire, you're competing with the senior most people in your team, right? And if you are luckily, if you are into a good team, people are going to teach you, they provide all the KT is knowledge transfer. So if they're going to provide you KT, then you're lucky. Okay, God bless everybody, and everybody is okay, happy. But 95% of the time, they are not going to teach you anything. 95% of the time, they see you as a competitor. They won't tell you, but they see you as a competitor. So when you're into the new team, what the expectation is, okay, I'm not going to teach this person everything. He can replace me in 2 years, because my salary is doubled of this new hire. And then if I'm going to teach him everything, in a couple of years, they're going to fire me and have him, right? So that attitude, people know. Senior BAs, they know that very well, because they in IT, it's all about funding and budget and hire and fire policy. And we have seen this again and again and again and again, that a new hire the new hire will actually be like a replacement for a senior resource, because after some years, the senior BA is not developing anything, and he's sitting there for 20 years, and his skills are, he's not even getting promoted to a manager, or he's sitting there for 20 years doing the same thing again and again, right? So the manager is they have to provide him promotions, and they had to give him like increment, then they have to give him bonus 20% or stock or whatever it is, especially on site, all that is there. So his pay scale is going to be very high when compared to a new hire. So usually slowly what they will do is like they'll hire a new like maybe someone with like 4 to 5 years of experience. They'll transfer all the KT, and after like a couple of years they'll try him to make him a senior BA, and then all this politics will happen. So for you, if you are a new hire, you're going to get zero help from the senior BA, right? They're not going to teach you anything, but you have to impress the interviewer, because for you it's survival, right? So what you have to do is, whenever you are gathering the requirements, you have to send minutes of the meeting. Okay, and you're going to say like, these are the things we discussed, how many people participated. If you're able to handle 50 people, write all the 50 people's name, and then what is the agenda, what did you discuss, what are the action items, did you assign anything like particular deadline to someone, and are you waiting for that, and when is the next meeting. So you have to like impress your manager, also your scrum team as well, because they know, okay, this person is a good BA. If anything new intake project comes, we can ask this person to lead. So one of the most efficient way of like impressing people is sending minutes of the meetings, and immediately, not after 1 week of the meeting, right? So today morning, if you have a 2 hour requirement gathering call, by end of today, at least I'm going to send this, or maximum like by tomorrow morning, I'm going to send this, right? If it's good, if you're sending it by end of today, it is good. If not, if you don't have time, you have other meetings, then at least by tomorrow morning, you're going to, within 24 hours, you're going to send this minutes of the meeting. So by this way, you're like slowly building that professionalism in your team, and then like people are going to look at you, and they'll be like, okay, even though this person is a new hire, this person is able to manage a lot, because in the participants list, they know how many people have participated. So this person is able to like document everything. Also, this is one of like, in future, if someone is coming and telling like, I didn't tell that in that meeting, no, I didn't tell that. If they come and tell you, one of the stakeholders is coming and arguing with you, you have proof. And I always told you, I tell my candidates that, my students, that if you say something verbally, that is not at all considered as legal. Okay, I talk to you and I'm saying that, oh, I will give you $10,000. Okay, that's not at all like legal. But if I actually like write in document, and I'm like telling you that I have given this person $10,000, and I'm like getting signature, that is like a legal proof. So something, if you are writing and you have proof in emails and like documents, so legally it is considered as proof, right? So we have seen in multiple crime cases too, always this receipts from the shop, or like if you say that if there is a crime at your house and someone saying you murdered, and if you like, how will you like say I was not there? You cannot say verbally, nobody's going to accept you, right? So you have to say that, yes, for this particular time, 8 to 9 p.m., I was in this particular Walmart, I was purchasing, see the receipt, I have it. If you show that, then that is like, okay, people are going to believe you. Always something in writing, receipts, something in documentation, that is what will help you. Okay, in future, if one of the stakeholders is coming and telling you that I didn't give that keyword, I didn't give this, I didn't give that, I didn't tell that, how are you going to say? We cannot record all the sessions. Even if we record all the sessions, sometimes Microsoft Teams is not going to like allow you to store that recordings for more than 1 or 2 years. So automatically it's going to get deleted. But emails, it will be there forever. And if you're leaving the company, that's when your email is going to be like shut down, right? So email, always make sure that you document things and then send emails by end of that day, so that you have enough proof that you conducted the session. These are the key ideas people have given you, and action items. For example, John is responsible for this particular follow-up session, this is the deadline, something like these action items are also very crucial. So not only now you are able to conduct the brainstorming session, but now you have documented what people have told you, and so that tomorrow if there is any problem, you can back up yourself and your team. And your manager also is CC'd in that email, so he will also stand with you. So in order for you to like become a very good BA, the first thing that you have to understand is like, okay, the first thing you have to understand is like, when you send an invite, to stakeholders, it should be very detailed email. Okay, so what are the details that you're going to add? For example, what is this meeting about? What is the agenda? Okay, and if they have to be prepared, if they have to be prepared on specific topics, you have to specify the topic, and then you can attach any kind of like resources. For example, you want them to read an article, you attach that, or you want them to see some diagrams, you attach that, right? So you're going to attach the resources. And also, like, from a timing perspective, please be considerate. For example, you are working in EST timing, you are scheduling a call at 9 o'clock. For California stakeholders, it is morning 6 o'clock, right? So you have to be like, they cannot at 6 o'clock you want them to join the call and give you a idea. They will be like, okay, I'm not going to they're going to be on mute, right? So please make sure that, please consider their others timings, all the stakeholders timings, and you come up with a slot that everybody is like fresh and everybody wants to participate. And you have to be very creative as well. That's one thing. This is like before you send, you're inviting them for the call, right? That's when you're this email, that the invite that you're sending needs to be very specific and very detailed email with all the agenda, and also you have to attach all the resources so that they can read and then they can prepare for that particular session. So, and do not take more than 2 hours. The maximum you do a brainstorming session is only 2 hours. Don't do more than 2 hours. And after you have the session, so you're going to use all these techniques and you're going to gather requirements. After the session, you're going to document the minutes of the meeting. Okay. So any doubts on all these techniques on brainstorming sessions? Anybody has any doubts?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
timing means only during office hours or beyond office hours? Sometimes the end users or core users may not available during the times. So, is there any chance to meet beyond office hours?
What I mean by end users, who are your end users?
Ma'am, I mean the stakeholders, one of the stakeholders.
Let's say that, no, they are all full-time employees of your organization. They have to be available during office hours. You mean if they're on-site offshore resource? Yes, we have to make sure that we accommodate them. The stakeholders that you'll be gathering requirements are full-time employees of your organization. They should be available during office hours till 5 p.m. If you think like one of the stakeholders is offshore, he cannot come. Accordingly, we need to have a time, maybe in the morning, right? Like 10 to 12, something that time, so that in offshore, it's going to be something around like 7:30 or 8. So for him, it will be like after work hours, but we'll make sure that he's in the call.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Pradeepa. I have a doubt. Like you
Yes.
said that we'll be documenting all those we'll be using techniques like fishbone and all those things, right? If you're documenting using fishbone, will we be sending that document as well to the business owners and all those team?
Yes, yes. If you're doing something like very specific, please attach those, because then they'll have an idea of what your document.
Okay, along with the minutes of the meeting, we have to attach that as well. Am I right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
And you have to tell them also, if you have any additional concerns or questions, please let me know. I can update the diagram accordingly.
Okay, okay. And I have like one more doubt is that, like you said, right, when we are like calling them for a meeting, we need to send about like a specific technique, like if it is like, what is it, if it is like we are going to use a fishbone technique or whatever it is, do we need to give the entire description about the technique, or it's okay if you just mention I'm going to use like a fishbone technique or something? Is that fine, or like how it works?
I mean, yeah, I mean, even if you send them like 100 materials, I mean, don't overwhelm them in the email, right? Just say,
Okay.
just say that this is going to be fishbone. And maybe the first 10 minutes of the session, you can tell them
Explain.
what is
Yeah.
fishbone and all that. Because, and Monica, half the time people don't even like read everything, right? They'll be like, okay, this person is calling for me for something, like let me attend it. But it is your responsibility to be like professional and all that. You have have to send
Okay.
at least basic
Okay, got it,
details
got
about
it.
what techniques that you're using.
Okay, maybe I can give like a tool and description. That would that be fine, or
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
yeah. Something like
yeah?
that
Okay.
should be
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, yeah. Got it, got
Anyway,
it.
you will discuss with them first 10 to 15 minutes. You will
In the
discuss with them.
meeting, yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, got it then. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, this brainstorming document, to whom we need to send, ma'am? Project manager or to all stakeholders? Through
You will
mail.
send it to all the stakeholders. Whatever, see, after you perform that brainstorming, and like example, you get the result is like 108 ideas. When you send the follow-up minutes of the meeting, right, to everybody, please attach those 108 ideas. Okay, and then like list all the idea and like attach it. CC your manager, CC your developer and everybody, and then send it to all the stakeholders, participants, and then you have to like this in this format. For example, let me take the document. So for example, like these are the ideas we discussed, 108 ideas we discussed. What are the action items? And then when is the next meeting? And then you at the end you have to add like if you have any questions or concerns, let me know. I can update this minutes of the meeting accordingly.
Okay.
We're going to document whatever is discussed, right? Key ideas we are going to document.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody has any other questions on brainstorming?
So, ma'am, I have one question. So, say for example, we took up this technique brainstorming, and at the end of the meeting, we find that there was not much of engagement and not fruitful output, right? So, is it okay if we can conduct another meeting using different techniques? And I mean, do we have any time bound, like how many times we can conduct such sessions, or until
No,
unless the requirements are
no.
clear?
See, the purpose of elucidation or requirement gathering sessions is like for you to finalize on the business requirements, right? So there is no like, I mean, if you have a very strict deadline, then I would say never go for brainstorming at all. You directly go for interview kind of techniques. Okay. So if, for example, they're asking you to like we have a go live in 2 months and they're like, Pradeepa, go gather requirements. I will not sit and do brainstorming with them. Okay, when we have a very strict deadline, I have to finish in 3 sprints. I'm not going to like sit and like I'm going to discuss all this, right? I will directly choose something like interview. I'm not even considering brainstorming. So there are like 50 different requirement gathering techniques. So that's what I mean. Brainstorming is my least favorite. I've told in multiple times because this is like you're dealing with a large group of people, and I mean they're giving you ideas, and you don't know from there how you have to proceed. If you have a very strict deadline, please go for interviews or workshops, something like focus group, something like that. And so you can gather requirements maybe in 1 or 2 days, or maximum like in 3 sessions, you're able to finalize on the business requirements and you're going to start writing a BRD. This is like for a very huge project, something like a 2-year turnaround or maybe a year turnaround. And people don't know from where to start. That's when like brainstormings are recommended.
Ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Ma'am, a small doubt, ma'am. Ma'am, I have been in sales field for the last 7 years and I want to become a BA. So right now I am watching your videos before getting ECBA exam. Ma'am, if I get into job BA, even I don't know what to ask in brainstorming session, and you already told that seniors, almost 90% seniors do not support us, then how we would know what to ask in brainstorming session?
Yeah, so that's when you need I mean if you have friends or you have someone who is already a BA, they should guide you. First 3 months is very crucial, Sridhar, because if you at the very first call you are not able to handle them, they know you're a fake candidate, you don't have real-time IT experience, right? So we don't want that. So someone has to guide you. You need to have a coach or someone from your family, your friend, someone has to guide you on like what you're going to do on that session and all that, because you'll be the one who'll be leading all these sessions. And don't ask something like very simple questions to them and all. You're talking to them about creating a software product, right? Okay, it's a brand that you're talking about. And this is not like something luxury or something, right? This is like a need for the company to create a product so that they can have more sales. so that they can improve their stock price. So they can, there are a lot of things involved when you create a software product, right? So if you don't know what question to ask to leadership, and you are panicked and you don't know how to deal with them, and you have no help from the team, they are going to fire you in 30 days, that's for sure. So you have to be well prepared. So it's very crucial for you to like understand before you schedule the call, to understand what I'm going to talk about, what are the questions I'm going to ask, and if they ask me something, how I'm going to like approach them, how confident I'm going to feel in this, like in this particular session. And I should not ask something like silly. If they ask silly, I have to be prepared, and I have to answer in a way that they don't get offended. Okay, so for this, since you're from sales background, what's your discipline, the degree, I mean bachelor's, what did you do?
Mechanical, ma'am.
So you did mechanical and you did sales. Now you want to get into IT, right? So that's why it's get hard. It gets very hard if you're from non-IT, and don't if someone if there's nobody for you to guide, then I'm sure like, I mean, if the team is good, you can survive. The team is, sometimes people want things to be done right away. Sometimes the client is like, I want the document tomorrow. And we've seen this. I want the BRD tomorrow. I want the user stories tomorrow. I want the diagrams tomorrow morning. Can you please do it? And if you don't develop that skill, you don't know how to write a document, you don't know how to write a minutes of meetings, notes, or you don't know how to send a professional email also, then that you're getting into trouble, right? So first thing is like cracking the interview. That's there. But once you get the job, you have to find some guide for you, or mentor for you to guide, or someone in your family or friend, someone has to guide you on this.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, any other questions on brainstorming sessions, or any other questions on your resume or your background? You can ask me now.
So,
Hi,
ma'am, I
Pradipra.
know
Soumya this
marketing.
side.
Hello. Hi, ma'am. My name is Divya. So, I come from a marketing and tech background, and I'm working as a project manager for one of the startup company. So now I want to transition into core IT. So just trying to understand. So here also we deal with, tech side of things like automations and, website development, backend stuff and all. And we do coordinate with developers. But working in a startup and working in a MNC or a structured organization is totally different. So, that's where the challenge is what I'm facing, right? I mean, the struggle that I face when it comes to a startup, it's very unorganized. We don't have several processes that we follow. So in day-to-day practice, it does not come. So do you have any like suggestions what I should follow?
Right. Just get an offer from a very good company and then move. Because I have also faced this when I came to the US, First, I initially went to like a very small company, and they pay you less for one thing. Then they want you to do everything from scratch, and you don't have time, and you are the only resource, and they dump things on you, and you have nobody to complain also. So for my recommendation is like, I'm going to get into a very highly paid package. I mean, into a company. I'm going to either go to Deloitte or something, a product-based company. I want to get into something like that's paying me very high. That is really motivating for me. That's what I want. I don't want to sit in this like startup and then waste my career, right? So for now, for time being, stay there. But my recommendation is like learn all the skills and then apply, get into a very big MNC who's like paying you very well, because there things will be easier for you. There you'll
Actually,
have a
I tried
team.
giving interviews.
Mm-hmm.
I tried giving interviews, but the sort of questions that they ask and the tools that they ask, it's actually I don't have hands-on experience with my current job because there is a limitation. The startup company does not use say JIRA. So when they ask about something about JIRA, then it's very difficult for me. I know the processes and everything since I have done the course and all, but that's the practical knowledge is the challenge that I'm facing.
They asked you about this tool, JIRA?
Yeah, they ask about tool. They ask about, like you're just explaining about user stories and writing user stories, or you acceptance criteria, scenarios and all. So these hands-on experience I don't have. I mean, we do work on daily basis with the developers and the team, but the only challenge is when it comes to documentation side of things or following a process, it becomes very difficult. So in a structured way, step by step, if I can explain, I need to have that knowledge.
Correct.
That's
So because why they're asking is like very Fortune 400 companies, right? Very big companies, they use only these two tools. These are very, very important tools. JIRA is like documenting all your user stories. Okay. So this is the summary, this is the description, this is the acceptance criteria. These are the validations that I'm going to do, how I'm going to create subtask, task. And for example, what are the issue types I'm going to create? So the expectation is if you want to get into like any of the service-based companies, like Deloitte, TCS, CTS, or which is anything, any service-based company, you need to know these two tools. Very crucial, JIRA and Confluence. Okay. So this is for JIRA is for like documenting all your user stories, and Confluence is like for example, like today we had brainstorming session. I'm going to go to templates. I'm going to search for brainstorming. I'm going to use this template. It will automatically give me a template. Okay, instead of me doing it from scratch, it's going to give me a template. So I'm going to write facilitator, my name, participants, all the key stakeholders name, what is the brainstorming date, what is the Zoom link, and what is the method that I use for brainstorming. Like for example, did I use affinity mapping, or did I use brain wiring, or did I use 6:1 idea tool, whatever it is. What's the goal of this brainstorming session? What are the instructions that you gave for the participants, and then what was the agenda, what's the time it took, and what is the outcome. So it's going to directly give me a template, right? Instead of me doing it from scratch, Confluence is like giving me multiple templates for all the meetings. Okay, so for any kind of project, we have a documentation. For sprint planning meeting, we have a documentation. For daily stand-up call, there is a template. One-on-one meeting, there is a template. So these are some of the standard templates this tool is offering. That's why they want you to know about these tools.
Yeah, correct.
Otherwise, what if you in startup, they don't have money to buy all these tools. So the most they can give you is maybe Word and Excel, right? That's what they give you.
Yeah, currently we're operating on Trello, and so
correct.
But
So
again, there are limitations.
Correct. So it's all like manual, but here they are able to afford because this is all based upon subscriptions. They are giving you access because they are buying this from JIRA and Confluence, right? These are paid tools. So the company, for example, CTS, the client is paying for all this, right? So when they give you access means they're paying for Confluence and JIRA. So they want you to know about these tools, and they don't want you to waste time on documentation. They want you to like quickly develop something, and then you have it here because all your developers will be able to see all these notes, right? So for example, you create a document in Word or Excel. If you leave the organization, that leaves with you, right? You don't share it with others, so they are going to disable your email ID, so the document goes with you. We want people to document everything in JIRA and Confluence, because if you leave, we can train the new BA, right? Where I mean, you have, for example, you're thinking that I got an offer, so I'm going to leave tomorrow. Is Friday, that's my last day. In US, that's totally possible, right? You can leave even on the same day. You can leave. So nobody's expecting you to give any notice and everything. Here, they can fire you on the same day. You can also leave on the same day. So in that case, how am I going to like? How will I know if I'm the project manager? How am I going to train the new BA who's going to start in a week or sometime, right? So we want all your documentation, all your BRDs, all your user stories to be in JIRA and Confluence, so that it's easier for the manager.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why.
True. That's true.
Yeah, so that's why we want people to know about all these tools. So my recommendation is like money matters. What's your name? Divya, right? Divya?
Divya, yeah.
Yeah, money matters, Divya. So I wouldn't get like stuck with startups and all, and I wouldn't like waste my time and all that. I will quickly learn things, and then I will try for something like I will never compromise under 20 lakhs. If you are in India, I will never compromise for under 20 lakhs for BA. So that will be my base salary, right? So if in the US,
and that's the reason I'm looking forward to your sessions, because I want to transition from marketing domain to an IT or maybe some other domain, say banking, investment. So I need to, select one and get, thorough knowledge about at least one product so I can crack the interviews.
Yes, yes, yes. You should be able to do that. And then for the people in the US also, I'm glad it was. That's the goal of purpose of my YouTube channel. So if it is helping actually at least few people, right? I know it's not getting so much views and all that, but still I'm continuing to do it because I know people are getting like learning things from my channel. I see the comments and everything. So if it is helping you guys, that's what I want.
Yeah. Hi, Pradeepa. Like, I have a doubt. Like, what is the major difference between the business analyst and the business intelligence analyst? Like, both are like intelligence something into reporting, right?
Correct, correct. So you need to know all this
So those
tableau.
are, yeah, yeah. So those are like two different domains, or like it can be integrated.
So you can be a plain vanilla BA. I mean, like just
Okay.
gathering requirements and then
Mm-hmm.
documenting user stories. That's BA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
But if they want you to do all this querying stuff, so you need to
Okay.
know if SQL, reporting, Tableau, and all that. That's
Mm-hmm.
all additional skills. But the core BA skills is like gathering requirements.
Okay, so I'm basically in US and I'm like looking for something in BA. So have like made my resume and I have like 4 years of experience as well. Not into BA, but I worked as a system engineer in Cognizant for Discover Banking. And now when I try to like switch in as a BA, no, there's like lot of difficulties. So have like made my resume such as it is like equivalent to BA as well as in reporting. Have done certification in Power BI and Tableau as well. So I'm like a bit confused of like which domain and what have to exactly update in my resume. So if you just prepare a video for resume, that would also be like really very helpful. Like if you give an idea like how would resume should look or something, no, it will be like very
Yeah.
helpful
So
actually.
yeah, I can do that. So
Yeah.
Cognizant if you're in the US, right, they have multiple healthcare clients, banking clients. So,
Yeah,
but
but I worked in India, not in US actually. I worked in India. Now after marriage, I moved to US and I'm like searching for a job and have a gap as well, right? So it's like a bit difficult for me to enter into the market now.
see, this is the mind block that you're having, right? So, see, this is the mind, people have that mind block. And
Okay.
you see, let's take an example of a politician, okay? We are
Okay.
giving chances to all these actors who have zero knowledge in politics. They will be
Okay.
from cinema industry, but suddenly one day they'll become CM. Have you seen the transition? So
Yeah.
they don't have that mind block, right? Oh, I'm not into politics. I don't have real-time ground
Exactly.
experience. But they will have that confidence in their mind that they'll be able to do it. And we have
Okay.
seen this in our
Mm-hmm.
history, like people who have zero
Yeah,
political
yeah,
experience becoming leaders for us.
exactly.
So they will be doing their movies, and suddenly then next 6 months they'll be like CM of some state, right? We have given that.
Yeah.
So, but for BA job, we'll be like, oh, I don't have experience. I have this block, that block. My gap is there. So this is a
Yeah.
mindset that we are developing, and
Okay.
leaders and who are
Mm-hmm.
people who are in powerful positions, especially in US also. If US presidency candidates, if you take their
Mm-hmm.
history,
Yeah.
they're all business people. They are all people, not even they may have started their political careers just like 5 years back. Zero knowledge in politics. And
Exactly.
for example, if you think about Trump and all that, they have only like they are business people, right? They are
Yeah,
very
yeah.
serious business people. They're transitioning into politics and they win also and become a leader. So this is the like for us, it's a mind block that oh, I have gap, I don't have this skill, that skill, I cannot crack it, and I cannot
Yeah.
get into BA. I would say this is from a mindset level. If we
Okay.
think like that, we will never be able to
No, because
achieve anything.
entering also is like quite very difficult for me. Like I've been giving interviews, but it's like really very tough for me to go. I'm not sure like where I'm lagging. I'm doing well in the interviews, and the interview is also like okay, go to the next level, but I'm not sure what is happening after that actually. So
You have
I'm
to
like
get
bit
feedback from them. If they're not selecting
okay.
you for some specific
Mm-hmm.
reason, right? You have to get
Mm-hmm.
feedback from them.
Okay. Okay. Got
Yeah,
it.
they sometimes they can be very nice in the interview and reject you also.
Yeah. It
So,
happens actually here a lot.
so we have to like you have to get feedback from the HR, right?
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
guys. Thank you so much. I have to
Thank you.
join another call. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Bye. Okay, let's start the session. So in today's class, we are going to learn about a second technique called focus group session. Okay, so this is also a requirement gathering technique, but it is different from brainstorming. So for focus groups, what are the rules? So
the rules for focus group is like, you need to have a moderator. So for example, in brainstorming, we don't have like a skilled moderator, right? So you'll be the one, you're running the show, and it's mostly for generating ideas. So the purpose is, in brainstorming, you're generating ideas, whereas in focus group, you're improving the existing ideas. And here in brainstorming, you have a problem and you're going to solve a problem. But here, like, you have an idea and you're going to like fine tune that idea, right? So this is more of like solutioning process. And here you're going to have, again, similarly, like 6 to 12 people, and you can have both male and female candidates. But the only thing like very different from brainstorming is, there you are going to run the show, facilitator, but here you can have another moderator. I mean, moderator means like an SME. Other than you can have a skilled moderator too, who has like who's having like thorough knowledge on the topic of discussion, and that person is going to like guide, and that person will help you. Okay, that's the difference between brainstorming and focus group. So in order for you to conduct focus group, there are certain rules. Like, these are basic rules, right? So only one person should speak at a time. You need to be respectful of others' opinions, both positive and negative, and confident. For example, you're not like after the session, you should be very careful about like what you're discussing about the session, right? Because see, in reality, in IT, this product is not alive. So what will happen is, like, you're discussing about something that is having a future scope, and you don't want people to like go around after the session saying that, you know what, that AI team is like introducing another product, or this team is introducing another product. So you don't want people to go around and like create rumors or gossips about the product that we are creating, right? So that is very, very important. You have to tell people, like, after you leave the session here, please be mindful about like what was discussed inside the session, and please don't talk about it with others. Okay, so that is very crucial. You have to inform them and ask them to be very honest in their answers, and there is no right or wrong answers. And most important thing is, like, we have to stay focused on the question or the topic. We are going to like limit unnecessary distractions. For example, in brainstorming, there is no limiting, like you can ask whatever. I mean, it's just generating ideas, right? So brainstorming is going to be very like open, and then you're going to have like games, or you can have fun, and then you ask them like various different ideas. But focus group is not like that. You're having like 10 or 12 people who have enough knowledge about the topic, and you're going to have an SME, and then you're going to like ask very specific questions to the group, and you're going to extract answers from them. So it's very crucial that you limit the distractions, and don't like divert the topic, or make it like more um, I mean, like, we have a very limited time, so you have to be aware of the time, and like what type of questions that we are going to ask, and those people are not available all the time. So when you conduct a focus group, you're not conducting to someone like on your same level, right? You are actually going and inviting architects from other teams. You're inviting like SMEs from other teams. You are inviting leadership, like maybe VP, director, managers from other team, and from business also, business change manager, business change directors from line of business. They are going to come, and then they're going to give you this answers, right? So please mindful of like their time, and then like what type of questions that you're going to ask. And so you're going to prepare before you schedule this focus group session. You're going to prepare thoroughly. So for that, we have like I'm going to tell you like how to conduct focus group. So how to conduct focus group, if you see here, we have so the important thing is like who conducts a focus group, right? So the moderator. So moderator can be you, or you can have another person with you also who's having enough knowledge about this topic. So it can be a combination of people. So you can have moderator and co-moderator and recorder. So typically when they say recorder, they're like, let's say this is happening in the office and people are coming to a conference room and then you're recording the session. That's what they talk about recorder. But nowadays, like people are like joining the Microsoft Teams and then you're going to do it virtually and then you're going to automatically record the session. So, but you're going to ask them permission. So I'm going to record this session. If you guys have any concerns, please let me know. So what you will do as a moderator is you will develop the plan, you will lead the session, you will ask majority of the questions, and then you're going to give a final report on that particular focus group session. What the co-moderator will do is like they will be assisting with any follow-up questions and then also participants' reactions and behaviors, and they are going to like focus on the information for the report. Okay, and then you're going to record the session. So these three are mandatory. So in the interview, if they ask you like define the techniques that you are gathered requirements, don't simply say that brainstorming focus group. You have to like tell them in detail. So if it focus group means like, yeah, I was the moderator and I had another BA as a co-moderator, and then this is the like the format that we used and these are the questions we ask. So you should have that ability to like you're not supposed to answer very generically, right? This and all you'll get it in the internet. But what the interviewer is expecting is from a project perspective, whether you're able to say it. So you have to say it with examples. So for example, you're adding some healthcare like project, some claims project, let's say in your resume, you're going to say from that perspective. Okay, for this claims project, I conducted a focus group session, and these are the questions that I asked. For example, if there is EDI 837 file coming, I asked about the format, what are the mandatory fields. So very like you're going to like add the technical details to your answers so that you're telling the interviewer that I conducted a focus group on this particular topic. These are the questions that I asked, and this is how I summarized and send a report to the group. So don't like an answer in like very generic sentences in the interview because it's not impressive and they're like, okay, this person has learned something over the internet, but not actually, you don't have like real like that focus group experience, right? So you have to be very smart enough when you answer these kind of questions in the interview. You have to be very smart enough and you have to include from a project perspective whatever you're adding in your resume, from a case study perspective or from a project perspective, you have to answer these questions. So the difference is in brainstorming you don't have a moderator. Here you have a moderator, you can have a co-moderator, and you're going to ask them very specific questions. So what are those specific questions? So like for example, the type of questions that we are going to ask is like we're going to ask them some open questions and then some like closed questions. Okay, so when you say open-ended, let me take the type of questions. So we have an opening question, we have a transition question, then we have a key question, then we have an ending question. So this is like please share your name with us and something that you do. I mean, I won't be asking that you do in your free time and all because I don't want to like ask them all this. So you're going to say, please introduce yourself and the line of business that you represent. For example, you have 10 people. One is, for example, from Texas. One business owner is representing Texas. One is representing North Carolina. One is representing Virginia. One is representing California. So they're going to say, hey, I'm John. I'm the business owner for Texas. Or another person is going to say, hey, I'm Smith. I'm the business owner for California. So they're going to say they're representing different line of business, right? So that's the first question that you're going to ask. Like, tell me about your name and your the line of business that you're representing. The next is like you're going to ask about transition questions. So you're going to ask them like, yeah, we are going to have a product for ADP, an AI product. Can you tell me what do you think about this product? Have you heard about AI stuff? Do you have any experience with AI stuff? What do you think like people of California will think about it? What do you think people of Texas will think about it? Do you think Texas and California people need an additional language for in scope? For example, in California and Texas, we have Spanish population. So we have overall in the US, in the 50 states, the primary language is like English, but the population for Spanish is huge in Texas and California market. So those are the questions that you're going to ask. Do you think Spanish should be in scope for Texas market? So you're going to ask them, tell me about your market, tell me about like the people that you're representing, and then tell me about how ADP's business is in these two markets. So that's the transition question you'll ask. From there, you're going to ask a follow-up question, and then you're going to ask like additional follow-up. Okay, depending upon the follow-up question, you're going to ask additional questions. Then you're going to ask the key question that very specific to your topic. For example, I'm developing like an AI product for payroll systems. So tell me that if I introduce this AI product, what are the benefits from your market, right? Tell me. So they'll be like, yeah, like California is already advanced, and our competitor in California has already launched all this. So the California business owner is like, yeah, we want this. This is very crucial for us to not lose many customers. We want this maybe like by end of 2024. We want this to go live in January 1st, 2025. This will be a huge for California market, this will be a huge thing. So we can impress all the existing like clients. Also, when we introduce something new, they're always excited, right? So they're going to like give you the strategies that they're following, and market specific needs are real. Okay, so something in California is like can be a huge success, whereas like East Coast people, they don't give a damn about it, and like central people, they are like, yeah, I don't even know that functionality. What do you mean? Like they don't even have idea about that there is a functionality like this, right? And California is always like little bit, you can say like they're advanced compared to other markets. They're a little bit advanced, and their state is like very open to all these advancements. For example, let's say about the electric vehicles. So their state has already like given them a deadline, like by 2030, please everybody use all this, go for electric vehicles. Do not have all these gas stations, right? So they're like slowly like transitioning to this electric gas station. I mean, instead of gas stations, we are going to have like electric charging stations. And they already had that rule like long time ago, before other states implemented. California was the first one to say that California will be like completely electric by 2030. So they're a little bit advanced over other markets. So when you ask a key question, like for example, like something like futuristic, and then you want to know what will be the people's response. If you introduce something like very advanced, will they accept it, or is something like it's too fast for the public to adapt, right? So these are some of the very market specific questions you're going to ask them, and then you're going to end the question. So a format that you're going to have is like, you're going to ask them to introduce, and then you're going to have a transition question, and then from there you're going to ask multiple follow-up questions, and something like very key question of like what exactly you want from IT team perspective, what you think, like what different market needs are, and then you're going to end up the question. So this is like a sample questions that I'm giving you. So you can start like this, then you can transition, then you're going to ask very specific key questions, and then you're going to end the question. Then the next one is like these kind of questions, right? So if you think like, I don't want to do very generic, I want very specific type of questions to be answered by the business owner, then you're going to prepare like a list of questions like this. So for example, here here they are talking about a pharmacy, like the prescription labels, and about sending posters to patients and all, right? So what they're giving, this is a list of questions that they're writing, and they're going to say that they're giving three options. Option one is like, this is something the pharmacy does not appear to be doing currently, like nobody is doing this. So if that is the scenario, they're going to tick on option one. And if the pharmacy is doing this but could need some more improvements, then they're going to take number two. And the pharmacy is doing well, it is number three. Instead of pharmacy, you can say ADP also. So ADP doesn't have that existing feature. So that is number one. If ADP is having currently this feature, but should have some improvements, that is option two. And ADP has this feature and it's completely fine with this feature, we're going to go for option three. And the last one is not applicable. So regarding that, whatever product that you are developing, you're going to write a list of questions, and then you're going to ask them to like select the options, right? This is like very specific questions. For example, you're having like 12 different questions. So let's take an example of this, like pharmacy. You're just asking them, our pharmacy uses printed materials to advise patients on the different parts of hospital, clinic, and urgent care centers and inpatient wards, whether your pharmacy is currently doing it or not. So our pharmacy print materials are very simple and clear, and we avoid all these technical terminologies. And in all our prescription bottles, we have warning labels. We print all these labels, and then we whether your pharmacy is doing it. Yes, we are doing it, or it's in progress. We're doing well. So these are some of the very specific related to that particular session. They are asking questions, right? You're going to mimic the same concept, and you're going to ask them for this AI team for ADP. So you're going to say that currently whether ADP is using any of the AI products. If they're using the existing functionality, for what are the functionalities that they are using? For example, generating pay slips, right? So for generating pay slips, currently what is the process, and in future with AI, what are the features that we are going to bring? You're going to list down all the features, whether it is existing or not. They are going to answer. And do you think this particular feature will be beneficial for your market? So you're going to give them options. Do you think we need to have more additional features? Can you give me an example? So for these kind of questions, you're giving them options. You're not asking them to give them any kind of they cannot write their own stuff, right? They have to select from these 4 options only. So these are some of the questions that you can do. The next one is, otherwise, if you feel that you want them to write something, then you can do like these kind of questions too. For example, you can ask a question, and they can either select from these options, or they can actually write in their words also. Okay, so whatever they think about it, that is also totally a possibility. You are not limiting their answers to only these 3 or 4 options. You're giving them some kind of open-ended questions, so that they can write their feedback, right? So these are some of the questions. Close-ended, open-ended. Close-ended means they cannot answer beyond this. There are only 4 different options. Open means they can write from their own words. They can write. Okay, so you're going to you're going to prepare a lot on the type of questions that you're going to ask. And for this preparation, you're not doing it alone. Don't think that you'll be doing it alone. You need the help of an architect from your team, or a developer from your team, so that you very specific technical questions too. For example, you ask something here, and measure up to, let's say 10 of them is saying yes, we want this feature. Then you go to the developer and you say that, hey, they want something like this, and the developer is like, oh, we cannot develop that. What do you think? There is no possibility for us to develop this. Then what's the point of conducting this focus group, right? So before you put the list of questions, please have a discussion with your developer and your architect on the limits that you have on the coding platform. Okay, it can be any coding platform. Like I've told you, we have Salesforce, Pega, and we have JavaScript. There are so many coding platforms are available. So, but you have to understand from a coding perspective, you need the help of a developer or an SME who will say that we can develop this or we cannot develop this. Accordingly, you will be changing the questions, and you will be asking these type of questions to those stakeholders. Okay, so any questions till now on the format of focus group, and then how we are going to ask different types of questions to the stakeholders? Any questions? Okay, sounds good. So the next one is finally, once you conduct the session, you're going to send a report, right? So I'm going to tell you how to send those reports. First of all, how to write those reports. So this is one of the format. So for example, they have conducted a meeting on food service on a particular company. So we had people from various departments representing for this particular focus group. So they were asked about certain questions on the retail and catering services. So what happened is like, they see here how they're conducting. So they're writing the list of participants from different departments, and they're also writing like who told what. Okay, so regarding the food quality, and so for example, food was too salty, like sugar-free cookies is outtakes, and someone is having a low-carb diet, so all they have to eat is peanuts. They don't have much options. No sugar-free choices are left. So, and from a nutrition level, there is no science or something. So that particular person is giving a bunch of comments, and as a BA, you are documenting these comments. And also regarding from hours of service, you see that. By 3 p.m. the cafeteria is closed, but the students are without food, and a cost of 3 tacos is $6, and she can go to the 10th street and get much better deal. So they're saying that in the campus it's much expensive than the food that they can get in the restaurants, right? So, and also from a pricing perspective, and also for example, they are asking some miscellaneous questions. So they're asking a bunch of questions. So I'm not worried about what they're documenting here. I'm just telling you how they are documenting. So whatever is coming from the stakeholders' names, this document is giving like exactly whatever they're telling, they're documenting. This is one way of documenting things, but you will not be documenting like this. So this one way is like, whatever they say, you're going to record, and then you're going to document and then send the report. This is one way of doing things. But for us as a BA, we will not be documenting like that, right? Let me give you a sample. Let me wait for a second. So yes, I got a sample report. So this is how you will do. When you as a professional, as a BA, when you write a report, this is how you will write. So first is like summary, then introduction with a list of outcomes. So what from this particular focus group, what happened? So you had a focus group session with all the students. It was conducted the college environment, and there are like, you ask them to write, and also you ask them to do group discussion. So these are some of the information that you gathered from the students. Okay, you're going to list all the outcomes. So this is how you will write. You will not be like writing like whatever they're saying, you will not document it. That's not how we are going to send a report, right? When you send a focus group report, the format is, these are the 5 things that you're going to like document. First is summary of that particular project. So for example, for ADP, I am like having an AI project means, so you're going to tell that ADP has a need for developing something in AI. So that's why we are having this session. So you're going to write the summary of the project. Then you're going to like write the introduction. So this was like maybe a virtual meeting in Microsoft Teams, and there were about like 12 people participating, and their names and everything. So you're going to write their participants' names. And then you're going to write about list of their names, and then how did they participate, actually who are the participants, right? So their email IDs and everything. So you're going to give all the participants details. Then you're going to ask about their perspectives. You're going to write their perspectives, and what are the questions that you asked, what are the open-ended questions that you asked, what are the close-ended questions you asked, and what were their responses. So you're going to summarize all that, and then you're going to write it here. Then you are going to like write down on the recommended changes. If like, for example, out of like the 10 people, 9 of them is saying that we don't want this feature, we want something new, can you please enhance it? So you're going to write down that, right? What are the recommended changes that the stakeholders need for this particular product? And then you're going to write down. So you're not you have to understand that you're not telling your ideas, you're not like manipulating anything. Whatever they're saying, your responsibility is you're documenting. That's okay. So you're not adding anything extra, or you're not like documenting something that they have not told, right? So it'll be very clear on your role on this, all these focus group sessions or any kind of elucidation techniques, you have to understand that as a BA, my responsibility is like to document things, whatever they are saying, I'm going to document. It can be a very dumb thing, it can be a very silly thing, but that person has told in the session, so I'm going to document it. So you're not going to change anything in whatever the responses they are saying you, and you're going to like document the truth, what happened in that room, right? So you have to understand from your perspective. Please summarize everything properly and what happened in that session. And if you have that like a recorded session, please save that copy in your local file somewhere, and then like for future purposes, because usually in Microsoft Teams it will be available like only for a year, and after that it's going to get disappeared, right? So you make sure that you have a copy for yourself. If anything in future, some problem arises, you have a copy from your side. Okay, so this is the format of a focus group report. So you're going to have the summary, then introduction with the list of outcomes, participant details, and then what are the recommended changes they want, and then how did that session ended, right? So once you send this report, I've told you like after every session, you're going to send a report. Also, you're going to send the minutes of the meeting of that particular session. What's the whole purpose of all this gathering requirements? You're going to understand the business needs, right? So what you have to do is, after you send the report, what you have to do is like from your perspective, you have to convert these recommendations and whatever changes they want into a technical requirement. So number one is like, if they want you to document in the BRD, so you're going to like convert these one of their business needs into a business requirement. So for example, need and requirement. If someone's saying is like ADP, it will be nice if ADP is having like a chat option. Okay, and they're just giving their ideas. So if a business owner is saying that I want a chat option, okay, so I want a chat option for the HR people, in case if like they have any questions, they can like ask this AI product. For example, if I'm the HR and I want to a report on like a particular employee, and so I'm the HR, I'm asking to the chat bot like saying that, can you please generate a pay slip for John, okay, for the month of September or for the month of October. So in that case, the system has to like automatically go with a specific identifier. It's going to go, maybe if they enter John's employee ID, it's going to automatically go search for John's data, and it's going to like generate the pay slip, right? Or it's going to give the report on John's like past 6 months pay slips or whatever. So that's a functionality the customers or stakeholders they want. And they're saying, it will be nice to have a chatbot. That's different from I want a chatbot. Okay, so nice things to have are not essential things. It's nice to have, it's a better option. All means like if they have it, that's fine. When the stakeholders are saying that I want that option, I want it right away. When you're releasing a new product in January like 2025, I want this chat option. I want my HR team to query with the chat option and get these particular reports. I want it. So if they have very specific needs, that's how that will become a business requirement, and that will be the top priority, right? So now you will be like converting that into a technical requirement. What is a technical requirement? As a HR, I want a chat option in the ADP product so that I can generate the reports for my employees automatically. Okay, that's the business requirement or the user story that you're going to extract from the business requirement. So business requirement is the HR people, like they need a chat option so that they can when they give a random like employee number, so the employee's pay slips will be generated, reports for the particular employee will be generated, and it will be given to them. That's the requirement. From that requirement, how do you make it as a user story? User story is like, as a HR, I want to have a chat option in the ADP product, AI product, so that I can extract the employees' data from the database. So that will be your user story. So this is how you will derive from group session, from focus group to a business requirement, from a business requirement into a technical requirement. So you need to understand. So what they will do is like they will just give, like in plain English, they're going to give you some feedback and they're going to go, right? But what you will do is like, okay, these are the four functionalities that the business wants. These are core functionalities that they want, and these are the other, like maybe from option 5 to 10, something that they're nice to have. I'm not going to focus on that. Option 1 to 5, these are some of the mandatory functionalities that they want, right? So for option 1 to 5, I'm going to document in the BRD, or I'm going to write the user story. So you're going to like ask your help of your developer whether that functionality is possibility or not. Accordingly, you're going to write the user story. So this is how you will gather requirements. And then for any product, you will write the business requirements. Business requirements also will be in plain English, but you need to understand the difference between just an opinion or idea and then like how that will be turning into a business requirement, right? When business owners or stakeholders are saying, I want this functionality, and I want this functionality because my end user, my HR wants this functionality. I want this functionality because my the person who is using ADP, right? They want, this is how they will benefit. If they say something like that, that will be your business requirement. That is what we want. From that business requirement, you will be like converting one business requirement into multiple user stories, depending upon like how you can develop. For example, to develop a chatbot, I don't know how long it's going to take. You're going to discuss with your developer and then say that if they want something like this, how long it's going to take, when can we test it, do we have enough resources, do you think it's a possibility, what are the limitations, right? So all that you're going to discuss with the developer. Any questions on like how to turn focus group session into a business requirement?
So, ma'am, I have one question. My name is Divya. So when we are conducting this focus group, the business requirement that the stakeholders or the business owners are giving are at a very broader level, right? And when we go back to the developers and we get to know that there are certain challenges, when it comes to, specifications. So do we go back to the business owner and confirm that, we have the same understanding or we are on the same page, and share the challenges that may come up?
Correct. You're going to groom unless and until like you're not, see,
Yeah.
this is not like one time thing, right? You're going to like, people are going to invest in millions to develop any software product. So you're not going to like schedule one call with them and that's not the end. You're going to groom your business requirement and you're going to get sign off from them too.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's not like a one-time thing. No, don't think like it's just one session and then you're all done and then you're going to document things. No, this is a constant. That's why we have requirement gathering sessions, like for maybe sometimes it's more than a month to just consolidate all the business requirements, right? If you have a very complex requirement, and for the projects that I have worked, sometimes it's a 3-year project, and just for gathering requirements you'll take about like a month or two, just to like for people to understand the depth of whatever they're asking, right? For that itself it will take more than a month or two. That's fine, that's totally fine. And you also need to have that constant follow up with your stakeholders, because if you assume something and you document something and you think that this is what they want and they don't even read the document, you don't get any approval, so it's a disaster, right? What's the point of being in agile methodology? The point of being agile methodology is like you're going to constantly talk with them and you're going to finalize on the business needs.
Okay, thank you so much.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Ma'am, ma'am, I have a question. This is Ankit. Hello.
Yes, Ankit. Yes.
Ma'am, actually what happened, I'm just coming to the topic. Actually, in the last 1 month, I attended more than 20 to 25 interviews. And I'm telling you, ma'am, I was not able to clear even a single round. Right. Like what happens sometimes, they asking something and I'm answering something. Then they suddenly asking Ankit, what I'm asking and what you're answering. My question is totally simple. So what I understood, I don't have anything to say. I mean, related to behavioral and situational based questions. Basically, I'm able to explain related to healthcare projects like end to end. So,
Correct.
ma'am,
So what,
now
Ankit, for you, what I think is like, for you, I think the problem is like on a communication level, because you're able to understand the projects, right? That's not a problem. But the problem is like you're not able to. So when they're asking you a question, and what did you answer? What is the question?
actually, he asked me what are the elicitation techniques you used in your claims project for like requirement gathering. So I said I used so many techniques like interview, workshop, and lastly I said SWOT analysis. So he said, okay, tell me what is SWOT analysis and how you used in your claims processing to gather requirement through SWOT analysis. So I was unable to answer.
Answer that, right? So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You cannot give very generic answers, right? Whatever in the internet, if you give that, they're going to ask you very, very project specific. And if your resume is like you've added like 3 to 4 projects in your resume, they're going to ask from a project perspective. So for example, in your scenario, you added something like a healthcare project, a claims project, and they're asking like what are the different elucidation techniques that we used, and you named all the technique. I used brainstorming, I used focus group, I used workshops, then I used SWOT analysis. You named the technique, but you didn't tell like how you did. So what is SWOT analysis? Let me take you the a document of SWOT analysis, and from a project perspective, how you need to answer it.
Yeah, and he also asked like I said like in your one of your YouTube video you just mentioned like Amazon case study. So I give, but they said no, I'm asking related to your previous project in claims how
In
you
claims you
did.
used. Okay, so when you say SWOT analysis, what is strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat? This is SWOT analysis, right? So from a claims perspective, let's say that you are saying that your EDI 837 file is getting loaded into the system, right? EDI 837 file is getting loaded into the system. There are multiple ways claims can be like processed. It can be processed through fax, it can be processed through paper, or it can be processed through the provider portal when they submit, or through an EDI file. There are 4 different ways of processing a claim, right? So what are the SWOT analysis that you did from the claims project? So when they say like, when I'm processing a claim through an EDI 837 file, what is the strength? Strength is like I can do batch processing. So if I'm submitting case by case, then I can use the provider portal, because in provider portal, every claim has to be submitted one by one, right? But if I'm using an EDI 837 file, it's a batch process. That is the strength, right? That's a strength.
Yes.
Why am I using, why the provider is not going for paper or fax or provider or website? Why are they using EDI 837 file? Because you can
Because
process.
of that thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that is because we can process multiple claims, thousands of claims using one EDI file. So that is the strength. And
Okay.
what is the weakness? What is the weakness of your submitting claims when you're processing through paper? It's very time consuming. When I submit a paper claim, how long it's going to take for the provider? It takes at least a week. So manually they have to write the claim in paper claims, then they're going to send it to the mail room. From mail room, like it's going to take 3 to 4 business days. From there, they're going to scan the claim, then send it to the insurance, like the claims team. It's going to take 3 to 4 business days, right? So that is weakness. So in order to avoid that, that's why we are going to go for something digital. Digital means either they can use provider portal or they can do an EDI 837, like how you told.
Achha, ma'am, and one more question they asked like how you managed HIPAA compliance in your claims project.
Right.
I
So
see like
what is
HIPAA terminology.
No, you know what is HIPAA, but you don't know how it's managed in a claim project. How it's managed. What is HIPAA? You should not process anything without their first name, last name, date of birth, right? What is HIPAA compliance? How you identify a valid member ID?
Yes.
How do you? I'm asking you, Ankit, how do you identify valid member ID? Based upon what?
Based upon like because whenever we are receiving anything through provider portal or paper or fax or anything, we are just confirming with the facets through API call, right? So facets is our source software. So we just
No. See, this is the where you are getting into trouble. You're not supposed to say that. You're going to say what are the basic validations. See, when you see the videos, and in the video, if I'm saying like the facets is a source of truth, we are validating. That's not what they are asking. What they are asking is, tell me how do you validate HIPAA. So the first thing is like you need to say if I'm getting a claim for a particular member ID, you are going to say we are going to check as a system, we are going to check the first name, last name, date of birth, because I can have the first name and last name, you can have the first name and last name, we both can have the same date of birth. Okay, so the third identifier is very unique identifier for two members is their member ID. Without member ID, I cannot validate whether this claim is for very specific person. So there are four kind of validations my system has to do. So first name, last name, date of birth, and member ID. Without member ID, it's not at all HIPAA validated.
Oh, okay.
When my system, when Aetna is getting an insurance claim, how do my system identify whether this claim is for this person when two persons have same member ID, I mean like same first name, last name, and date of birth, and it's totally a possibility. Two persons can have the same first name, last name, and date of birth too. Okay, so in that case, how do you identify whether this claim is for this particular person? The unique identifier is only the member ID.
Member ID, okay.
That's what they're asking you. How do you like used HIPAA in your claims? So we are identifying each claim is for this very specific person. These are the validations that we do. You're saying it correctly. Your value is against facets, but what are you validating? That's what they're asking.
Oh, okay. And one more question, they ask like in your claims project, like what are the role of Medicare and Medicaid? I simply said like Medicare is like 65 plus older people and
Yeah,
Medicaid
so
is
you
a
are
lower.
saying you are when they ask in your project, tell me about Medicare, Medicaid claims. You are talking about difference between Medicare and Medicaid, right? That's not the question that they're asking. So what you have to say is like for Medicare, we have the claims is different. For Medicaid is very state specific. For example, if I am from Texas, if I have a Medicaid claim, my claims are different. I'm going through a different route. So from an IT perspective, how will you define Medicare ID or Medicaid ID based upon the member ID? Okay, if I'm getting a claim with a certain member ID, and when you validate against facets, you identify whether it's a Medicare ID or a Medicare ID, correct? That's how you validate. How do you differentiate if a person is having Medicare or Medicaid? Depending upon the member ID and group ID.
Yes.
These are the two IDs that you will be receiving on the claims. And depending upon the ID, because it's a common claim form for both Medicare and Medicaid.
Okay.
When they ask you...
Yeah, and ma'am, one more question. Actually, they asking like related when they asking related to like healthcare projects. Like, so I'm able to answer. But when it comes to like situational or behavioral, I mean, like we need to put myself in that particular situation and then think. So I'm unable to answer actually. So how can we overcome this?
For that, you have to write down, see, whatever questions, when you attended more than 15 or 20 interviews, you have to write down all the questions. Why did I fail? What's the skill gap analysis is real, Ankit. You have to like comes in terms that, okay, I don't have this skill. I have to learn why they are not like picking me, why I'm getting rejected multiple times from all these people. You're going to like write down. You're going to write down every single specific thing, what they asked, what you didn't answer. They're asking me something, I'm answering something. So what is that skill gap you're going to have? And you have to accept it. You're going to like not just see the videos, mug up the videos, and then you answer, you're going to get rejected. See, what you're doing is, from my understanding, you're seeing all the lectures, you're seeing all the videos, but you're just like telling it not from a case study perspective, right? You're not like thinking as a BA in that project, what are the specifics they are asking and how I need to answer. That's the skill gap that we are having. Okay, it's already 8. And I will connect with you, okay? I'll send you an email and I'll connect with you on like, write down all the scenario-based questions they asked you in the last interview and send it to me. And then I will connect with you, okay?
Excuse you, ma'am.
Yeah, no, I have to jump for another call. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I mean, on Monday. Thank you.
No issues. Thank you.
Okay, let's get started. In today's class, we're going to learn about how to conduct interviews and surveys as a BA. So one of the very important elucidation technique for BA is interviews, because interviews are the one you're going to have like exact answers from them, right? Because let's take brainstorming and focus group, the previous techniques. There you will be having a group of people, and then you're going to ask them some ideas and some random questions. So that's different from interview. I prefer interview over any other process or any other techniques, because here you're going to have some set of questions. And also I prefer structured interview. There are two types of interview. One is like structured, and the other one is unstructured. So unstructured means you have some set of questions, so you know what you're going to ask them, so and you're well prepared. Okay, but unstructured in the sense like you don't have any questions, and you're just asking them something, and based upon their responses you're asking like further follow-up questions. That is unstructured interview. But I always prefer structured interview, so you are prepared on what are the questions that you're going to ask, and if they answer in a certain way, what are the follow-up questions you're going to ask, right? So let's take an example of a structured interview questions. Okay, so for example like this, let's take some, yeah, let's take technology requirement questions. So for example questions like this. So for example, you're developing a brand new product. I need to ask questions about the application architecture, overall data flow, and then I'm going to ask about questions about the database, and I'm going to ask questions about the access level, like what are the different access you need. And then you're going to ask about like network usage. You're going to ask about what are the tools that we are going to use for this project. Then you're going to ask about whether this particular project we are going to have some batch processing, or it's going to be something real time using API. So that you're going to check with them. And then like this, you'll be like having very like a list of even for technical questions, I'm telling you, you're going to like write down like list of like uh, perfect questions that you're going to ask them. For example, technical documentation. Does the system have complete technical documentation? Do you have like manual guides? Do you have exact and software and hardware requirements? I mean, for like, if something is existing and you're enhancing, right? So you're going to ask these questions. So do you have all the diagrams? If they say no, I don't have anything, then you will be probably the one who will be creating it, right? So this makes like life easy for you as well as the business owners, because here you are asking very specific set of questions, and then this yes or no is actually very good for you. Let's say if they say that you are asking them currently, do you have any technical documentation? And if they say no, we don't have anything, then from your mind you're like, okay, they don't have any supporting documentation, I have to create it from scratch. So you got an idea. Then the next one is, do they have any kind of diagrams? Do they have any kind of data flow diagrams? No, that is also not available. If they say no, then you'll be like, yeah, I have to create it. Someone, maybe my junior, someone or me, someone has to create it. Okay, you'll be fine with this. If they say yes, I have some kind of documentation, or we have already, like for the current process, we already have all the documentation. That's good, because you can ask them those documents, and we can do document analysis. So if they have some kind of existing documents, that is also going to help you, right? So, and also like for example, like what is the SLA? So from an SLA perspective, service level agreements perspective, so if we are going to receive any kind of data from external vendors, and let me give you an example of Bank of America. Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, let's take this example. Bank of America is one of the leading banks in the US. So what they are doing is they are giving you the credit score, okay, for free in online and mobile banking. Okay, so when you log in into your Bank of America portal, in the login, you can go and you can check your credit score every month, or you can you can see whether right now whether your credit score is in like it's in good condition, excellent condition, poor condition, whatever is the condition. So for example, when you want to check the eligibility criteria, you need to be an existing member. You should try to, because they say only online and mobile banking, right? So you should have a valid username and password. You should be an existing member. So once you log in using, they are going to give you the score based upon your credit check and everything. But their banking application, and this credit score is not something they own. This credit score is given by a different company. Okay, so when the user they log in, what happens is like when they log in, so they're logging in through Bank of America's portal. Okay, it can be through mobile banking, it can be through online banking. So this application they're logging in, but the actual like credit score, what Bank of America is giving is, they are in the back end. They have to go and they have to like actually they are using multiple vendors for getting the credit score. You have to integrate with multiple vendors. I will list you some of the vendors. So banks generally, they do not like generate scores for you. They are integrating with a third party application in the back end, or they're integrating with some credit check company. And from your when you log in, you have a member ID, you have account number, they are going to take your history and everything, right? So based upon few basic fields, they're going to pass that in the back end to the credit agency. From there, they're going to pull the credit score for you. So in the back end, even though the member is logging in through Bank of America's online banking or mobile banking application, they are actually getting the credit score from a different agent or a different company. That integration can happen through, it can happen through batch processing, can happen through API calls, it can happen anyhow, right? So this is a technical requirement. And if you're getting like, let's say a business requirement, like now the business owners are saying that we're having a new feature where members can actually like log in. They're going to get the credit score for free. They're going to log in and through their mobile banking or through online banking, and they have to view their FICO score. FICO in the sense credit score. Okay, so it's nothing but it's a third digit number. It's going to tell your credit risk history, and based upon that, they'll be like Bank of America is going to tell you whether they can give you loan or not. So, for example, I'm going to buy a home. The home is like $2 million. So I want to check my credit score. So I log in. I'm an existing member of Bank of America. I want to check my credit score, whether I'm eligible for $2 million house. So for that, what Bank of America is doing is they're going to check your credit score, because they already have your details, your first name, last name, address, currently you're employed or not, what's your credit score, credit history for about like for 2 years, whether you have any kind of existing loans or whether you have some kind of like pending amount that you're not paying on time. So they're going to take our history. Okay, all they're asking is give us like access or give us consent for checking your credit score. So once you give consent, they're going to go to a backend, they're going to go to a third party entity. They're going to based upon your details, they're going to get you a credit score. Credit score can be very good, excellent, poor, whatever it is. Based upon that, Bank of America will decide whether you are eligible for the $2 million house. So if everything's excellent, you don't have any existing loans, your employment history is good, your background is good, and your credit like payment, right, or you're paying on time, so there is no problem. And based upon your pay slips or based upon your income, a monthly income and annual income, they're going to like tell you whether you're eligible for that loan or not. So that's why they want this particular feature. So when the business owners are coming, you're a full-time employee of Bank of America, you're working as a BA in the banking domain, and they're coming to you and they're saying that, okay, so we need a functionality where members can, just using their username and password, when they give us consent, we are going to give them the credit score, right? So that's a free feature that we have to now we have to give it to them. So consumer with existing credit card, for them it is free. So that's what it's a new implementation. Okay, if this requirement comes to you, you have to ask them a bunch of questions like, okay, tell me now currently how frequently you want that integration in the backend, because we are integrating with multiple credit score systems. So FICO score can be given by multiple credit. You can see here. So for example, it says USA.government. If you go to here, they are telling you can get, there are like different agencies who's going to give you those reports. And then some of them are, see here. Some of the major credit reporting agencies are Equifax, Experian, or TransUnion. Okay, so but you have to buy the score from them. So what do you mean by buy the score? So Bank of America is going to integrate with these third-party companies, and then based upon your payment history, your outstanding balances, your length of credit history, what is the account you have, whether you have any existing car loans, credit cards, mortgages, they're going to like improve. Based upon that, they're going to, these three companies, they're going to give you a score. So whatever tie-up this Bank of America is having with one of the agencies, that score only will pop up. So if that is a requirement for you, you have to like ask the business owners, okay, so now you want the score from a third party. Correct, we got it. But whether that's a batch processing or API calls. Batch processing means, like for example, Bank of America gets 100 applications for this credit score today. Today, from morning till 5 p.m., we get 100 applications. What we do is we don't check with the agency then and there. We collect all the 100 applications. Then as a file, okay, we send all these 100 informations like member ID, member first name, last name, everything, all their details as a batch to the, maybe let's say we are sending to Equifax. We are sending to them. They are checking everything and they're sending an ACT file back. They're sending a report file back. When we receive that report file, we are loading into our database, and then we are just, once it is loaded into our database, the score will be available. That is batch processing. So batch is not real time, but if it's API calls, for example, I submit now, I'm able to get the score now. Okay, if I submit like view your score, if I click on that, if I go and I click, I give my information, then and there, through an API call, Bank of America is able to integrate in the back end through the agencies, and they're going to give you instantly the score. That can happen only through API, not with batch processing, right? That technical details you have to ask them. So if you want batch processing, it is a scheduled job. So whether all the files needs to be sent at 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., or 12 p.m. for the day. So we will collect all the customer who are submitting the application, and we will send it as one batch or multiple batches, however it is. That's a scheduled time job. Whereas if it's through an API, what we are going to do is instantly, if one member is like asking for the score, instantly our system is going to, like through the API call, it's going in the backend, it's going to go get the score for them, right? So what is that you want? You're telling me the data flow. I understand the data flow. Everybody has to get the credit score. We got that. But whether that is going to be a batch processing or an API call. So these are like very few, very specific technical questions that you're going to ask them. So by this, what do you understand? If they say that, no, we don't want it instantly, or if they say that, yeah, we want it instantly. Let's say they say that we want it instantly. For every member who's logging in, once they click on my score, we want instantly that score to be shown, okay? If they ask you that feature, you need to go check with your developer that whether that is a possibility or not. Here you can ask them. While gathering requirements, you can ask them. And then you have to check with your developer. Is that API integration possible? Can we integrate with Equifax in the backend? Can we integrate with TransUnion in the backend? Is the API currently working? Do we have to do any kind of enhancements? Is that an additional development from our side? But the business wants everything to be real time. They don't want batch processing. Can we do it or not? So once you get like a high level idea of like what business wants, then you're going to go and discuss with your developer that is that a possibility or not. In the future calls, you can come and say that whether it is a possibility or not. Okay, so that's why when you are going to, I prefer interviews. I always tell people that please go for like these kind of questions. It's very direct, and you're not wasting your time, you're not wasting everybody's time, and you're going to like ask them a set of questions of how that application they want, and you're going to take yes or no from that particular questionnaire or survey, and then you're going to go to your developer, and then you're going to check with them, is that a possibility or not? Based on that, you're going to have follow-up interviews or follow-up questionnaire or survey sessions, right? So instead of brainstorming and focus group, in brainstorming and focus group, the only con is like you have too many people, and they may not even know about what is batch processing. They may not even know what is API testing. Nothing. They don't know technically about what is happening, how files are being transferred from one company to another company, what is SFTP protocols, and what is meant by title job scheduling. They don't know none of the technical stuff, and you're going to like the maximum you can extract from them is like high level, very plain English requirements, right? So I want this, so what they will, business owners who have no technical idea, what they will say is, I want this feature. I want my customer to get the credit score. Once they log in, I want them to get it. That's the high level requirement in plain English they're going to give you. That's a business requirement, business need. From there, you as a BA, you need to like convert that into very specific requirements, right? For getting very high level requirements, brainstorming focus group is fine. But from there, once you have high level requirements, you need to convert that into very specific user stories or technical requirements. For that, I always prefer these interviews and workshops or surveys. Okay. Any questions on interview, structured interview and unstructured interview? Okay, so next thing is like I'm going to go through another set of questions. For example, these are some of the requirement gathering questions. So you're going to ask them like generic questions. Okay, what's the purpose of the project? Who are the key stakeholders? Can you give me their names? And what is the deadline? Okay, tell me the goal for this project. So when you want these things to be done, can you give me as a timeline? And are there any existing kind of like documentation that you have? And is there anybody I need to involve for these calls? These are some of the generic questions that you're going to ask the stakeholders. From the currently what they have, current problems, what they have, and then what kind of enhancements we have to do for this new software. We are going to discuss that, right? So you have to analyze as is currently what are the problem that they have and why they are not able to do the existing software. Okay, so first thing is like what is the business requirement that you have that we need to address, and currently, like, can you tell me what is the system don't have? Okay, what is the problem that you are facing? Is there anything like do you have any data currently captured in with any other existing system? Can you share like what kind of data is being captured? What kind of information do you have? Or they will be like currently everything is done manually, nobody is capturing anything, it's all done by Excel sheet. That's also totally fine. Can you share that Excel sheet? So that's the thing you're going to ask them. And what are the problems you're facing because of the current software? Okay, so you have any kind of performance problems, or you are doing things manually for a very long time. How do you want to automate? Who will be the end users that will be actually using the application? From a functional limitation point, what do you think will be the limitations? So for example, you develop a product that can be done only that can be only used in the US, and offshore team cannot use it, and you have something like in offshore you want to use a part of that functionality. So what are the functional limitations that you're going to have? From an access level, like what are the limitations we are going to have? Let's say you're developing a product for hospitals. Can the physician access is different from the nurse access? Nurse access is going to be different from a admin access. Admin access is going to get different from the member access, right? So we're going to have like 4 to 5 different level of access or permissions. So all that you're going to like document. So next one is like, what is the criteria for success? Okay, so what do you think is a primary goal for this project? When you say success, what are the considerations that you're going to have? Tell me if you achieve a particular functionality that will be considered as success. For example, let's take this one. So if the member is able to log in, they're going to like get the score, and based upon that, if their loan is approved, then that is a success scenario. If the member is able to log in, they're able to get the credit score, and then you're saying that, yeah, you are not eligible for this loan. That is also a success scenario, because from Bank of America's perspective, you are able to determine whether this person is eligible for loan based upon their credit score. So for them, it is a success. So when we say to a person that you are eligible or you are not eligible, in both scenarios, from Bank of America's perspective, it's a success thing only. Because ideally, why we are using this functionality? For us to determine whether they are eligible for any kind of loans. It can be a home loan, it can be car loan, or it can be any kind of loans, right? Whether customer is eligible or not, that only we are going to determine based upon the credit score. So that's a major functionality. If we want to achieve, then you will be like writing it down here. So the major functionality is we are going to make sure that member eligibility for any kind of loans, right? So that is a major functionality for this particular project. And then what are the training considerations? Do we have enough budget? Do we have any kind of dependencies? Or do we have any resource constraints? And do we have any kind of expertise that existing SMEs for this particular project, or do we have any kind of technical constraints for developing this software, right? So these are some of the things we want to. Sorry about that. So you need to understand, like, for your new product to be very successful, you need to understand that currently what is the lack that they have. You're going to analyze that, and for the product that you are going to develop, how to improve from the existing system perspective. What are the things, additional features you're going to add, how you're going to make things easier for the business owners, right? For example, if you see here, they've added some kind of like what is most important, the order of importance. Can you take a look at these 6 functionalities and let me know? So they say that application must be user friendly. Okay, the new software that we're going to develop needs to be easier to use. It needs to have a nice front end. Front end means like the screen. It needs to be, front end means, for example, this is front end. Okay, back end means when the data is processing, right? In the back, that is different. So front end is customer facing page. So this is front end. So this needs to be very user friendly. And then this needs to be, application must be easier to navigate, needs to have application needs to be more efficient, and application needs to be redesigned to reflect better business, right? So this is what is very important for them. The more easier for them to navigate, the better it is. Okay, let me take you an example of a website which is very, very user friendly. Okay, let's take Apple. Okay, let's go to Apple Store. And then if I click on Apple, okay. So what the first thing they will promote is like the latest products. Okay. So why the customer is coming to this website? They want to see the list of products, right? So nobody's writing here bunch of, like, if you see their page, nobody's writing in like too much wordings is not there. No, not even like 500 words or something. What they want is like, I have a customer, he wants to buy my products. Okay. So when he first comes to the Apple Store, first the highest top priority for him is going to be the computer. So Mac. Then the next priority is going to be iPhone. The next is iPad. The next is Apple Watch. Then these are some of the accessories, right? So they have placed in a type where they know if customer is coming, first thing he'll be looking for the computer. The next thing is he's going for the iPhone. The next one he's looking for the iPad, and then Apple Watch is going to be their last like major product that they're selling. So they're placed in such a way. Also, they'll always be focusing on the latest ones. So if you see, the latest is in bold, and then the other one is in the light color, because you want to look, your eye should always go for the latest. So you'll be like, okay, what is the latest? I want to see. Then it is like iPhone 16 Pro. That's the latest from the phone perspective. And then they are going to like tell, like, for example, from this is one picture, they're just saying that this one has Apple Intelligence. Its basic price is like about $1,000. Monthly, it's going to take about $41 for 24 months. So without even you clicking the product, they are saying that this one has artificial intelligence. Also, this one is base pricing is more than like $1,000, right? So once, if the customer is interested, if you see, he's going to like look for like options here. Okay, but in order for the customer to just click this product, then now they're making it very interesting, like saying that the latest, this keyword. Okay, then if you look for if you want any kind of help, you have an Apple specialist, you can go to Apple, or however you want, we can actually we can help you, we can do you a 2-hour delivery, and then I mean like so many things. You can pay in full, you can pay in half, and however you want. All they want is you to buy a product from them. And then if you want accessories also, we can give you. See here, like what are the different accessories for phone, for watch, and however you want, you're going to give. This is like very plain, simple. I would say not talking too much. If they see their website, anybody will be who sees their website will be attracted to, okay, what is the latest? Let me click on here, and then I'm going to see what is the latest. I'm going to see the price. Then I'm going to be like, okay, good. And if I want to take a closer look, I'm going to take a closer look. Then everything, all the information is available. I don't even want to talk to an agent. I can just buy. If I click on buy, I'm going to go and buy, right? So the prices are always in bold so that you know what you're buying. And if you're going to buy with their credit card, what is it? I'm going to get 3% cashback, right? So all this is available. This is a perfect example of how you're attracting customers and how you are going to like, you're going to make sure that they're not going away from this website for the next 10 minutes. Once they come to this website, they want to go research on all the products that they have. Okay, what is the latest phone that we have? What is the latest watch they're going to have? And is there anything, what is the difference between iPhone 16 and the previous product? What are the different like colors they have? So what is meant by Apple Intelligence? So let me go like learn more about it. So they have made it like their design is very, very, very simple. And they don't add a bunch of, if you see their design, they don't add like too many keywords. If you go to any website, if a website is adding like too many keywords, our brain is like, it's very overwhelmed. We cannot even like learn about the product. We are learning like there are so many keywords where our focus is already diluted. But here, if you see, our focus will be only on the phone, the design of the phone. And then you'll be like, okay, let me buy it, whatever, I'm going to buy it. Even if you have a very nice phone, you'll be like, okay, you are just attracted to this product, you'll be like, okay, I'm going to buy it. That's fine. That's just only $41 per month. I can do it. And you're going to buy it, right? So see here. So they're going to show everything in 3D. And then make it very fancy for you. And then whenever you're going to scroll down, everything is only in images. And why did they put September 9? September 9 is then they are launching. Okay, this is not something like, don't think this is like something like random stuff they are putting. Okay, Monday, September 9 is the date that they launch this product. So that's why they're adding it here. And then they're going to like at a high quality audio, video, whatever it is, they're going to do it, right? So this is how you have to like design something from a front end perspective. This is very easy to use. Anybody who knows English will be able to navigate this page, very user friendly. And I'm adding all the basic details and my customer can go and buy it. It's not at all tough for my customer to go and purchase anything online. That is what is the requirement here, right? So the application is easier to use, needs to have a very nicer front end. Front end means like whatever I showed you, very easier or nicer front end. Needs to have additional functionality, needs to be more efficient. Application must be redesigned to reflect better business. Okay, that is how we need to improve. So what is the criteria for success? What needs to happen for the existing project, and what are the changes that you're going to do to make it successful? And you're going to ask like what are the other systems that will integrate in the back end, what are the different functionalities they're going to have, whether your developers are having those kind of capabilities, whether we are going to like add any future additional resources. All these questions you're going to ask to the business owners. So any doubts on what are the general questions, how to address current problems, how to write down, how to like analyze existing problems, and then you're going to come up with a list of questions like what we want in the product that we're going to develop, right? So as is and to be. As is means current problem, to be means future. Any doubts on these type of questions? Okay, so the next one is surveys and questionnaires. Okay, So interview questions is nothing but you are going to, difference between interview, survey and questionnaires is, interview is like the actual person is sitting before you. So you're going to ask the question to the person. Whereas surveys and questionnaires is like you're going to give them maybe a link or it can be anonymous, and you're going to ask them to answer some questions. But it's not, it need not be in person. In person means you don't need the actual candidate before you, right? You don't need the actual stakeholder before you. So you can just email the surveys, email the questionnaires. You can write down everything, all this like in this format, and you can just send it through email and you can get their response. So that's the difference between interview and surveys or questionnaires. So the only con in the questionnaire formatting is like once you get the response, now you can sometimes assume things in a different way. So for example, do you understand how end users will use the solution? And if they answer yes, we understand, that's it, then, but they don't give you any other information, now again you're going to follow up with them. Whereas in the interview you can ask them then and there itself. So for the example, they say that, do you know how end users are using it currently? And if they say yes, you can just ask them then and there, yeah, can you please explain in detail, I just want to understand more. So that's the difference between interview and these surveys and questionnaires. So when do we use surveys? Surveys is like when you are having like too many people, maybe more than 100 people, you want to get the details from them. That's when you send surveys and questionnaires. But you have very limited number of stakeholders. Then in that case, you please go for interviews. Okay, so surveys and question differences, like for surveys and questionnaires are like they are lists of questions that you're going to ask these stakeholders, but uh, this not, there is no need that they have to be sitting with you in a call, or you need to have a face-to-face call with them, I mean face-to-face schedule with them, right? So you can send it through email, you can, maybe you can develop a Google sheet and then you can send the link, they're going to fill this for you, and then they're going, and you're going to read the responses. And this is not an ideal way of gathering requirements, I would say, because sometimes you misinterpret things when they write something and then you think it differently, then you think it like, how likely is it like we use the solution changes over time? They write maybe after 3 years we want to change this, then you need to ask them a few questions. Why do you thinking like that? Why after 3 years do you think this existing whatever software that we're developing, it will not be a current one? Again, do you want to enhance this product? So I always prefer, please go for interviews, and you can use surveys and questionnaires. You can tell in the interview that I use surveys and questionnaires to gather requirements and all. You can give them examples, but in real time, and actually when you're working for a company, you will be mostly interviewing people, and you'll schedule calls with them, you'll invite them for any kind of like personal meetings also in the office, and you are going to be very well prepared before that interview. It's going to be a structured interview, and you know what is this what high level, you know what they want, and you're going to write down everything, like I said, like this specific technical questions, exactly how the data flow is going to be, how they want that process to be, and then what is the SLA, and do we have enough documentation? If they don't have, what we are going to do, who's going to develop the documentation, and then you're going to like follow, you're going to develop a process, right, for this new product. So I would recommend interview process with that to structured interview, with you knowing all the questions what you're going to ask, and then you're going to schedule that call with them. Okay, so till now, do you guys have any? Yes, anybody has any doubts? Yes.
I have one question. Means I am currently working as a senior system engineer with 2.5 years of experience, and I have done ECBA certification, and I want to switch my job role into business analyst. So which projects I have add in my resume? I little
Currently,
bit
you're working.
confused.
Currently, what is the company that you're working for?
Infosys.
Infosys, and you're a system engineer. Why do you want to change? Is it too much pressure?
No, no pressure, but I have means to switch that.
You want to change it? Okay, what's the coding
Yes.
platform that you're currently using?
No, I'm in cyber security.
Cyber security. Oh, I got it. Okay. Yeah. So you don't have any domain knowledge, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you know about like banking or healthcare or any kind of specific projects? Have you?
Yeah, I have watched some videos and also related banking domain, but I'm a little bit confused which domain I have selected.
Are you looking for internal transfer or you're looking for any other companies too, for this 2.5?
Yeah, internal as well as the external also. I have looked.
See, if you're doing internal transfer, they're going to identify, right, from which team you are. So in that case, you can say that I've done my
Yeah.
certification, I've took my training, and I'm a very enthusiastic BA, and I can like, I want to get into BA. You have to like really be dominating in the interview. Very like you have to be like actually very first 10 minutes, you're going to tell them that I am the BA. This is what I want to do. I don't want to be. Then they're going to ask you why you are already working as a system engineer. Why do you want to change profile? And you have to like, convince them. You cannot say that I just want to change. You're going to tell them like very good answers. So from that perspective, you have to like, because it's internal, they will identify from which team you are currently, where you're working, and all that. They'll be able to.
Or can you guide for external one?
For external, like what will be in the relieving letter? What is the keyword that you'll get? Is it system engineer or something? Something different.
Means associate business analyst.
You'll get that?
Yes.
Oh, really? Then in that case, it's good. Then you can convince them.
Okay.
Yeah, if in the
But,
relieving letter, if you are getting it as associate business analyst, then for other companies, it's easy. But you have to crack the interview.
Yeah. But ma'am, my question is which projects I have had in resume?
You can add anything, US healthcare, banking, whatever it is. You should be able to answer.
Means HR related, HR management system or credit card enhancement process like that.
I mean, you have to understand. Is someone referring you from other? Let's say you're getting into CTS. Will someone refer you, or are you doing it your own?
Mute, Pradeepa.
Sorry, I'm just talking on mute. Sorry about that. So, yeah, so I was just saying that I'm going to continue. Tomorrow, I'm going to continue with BRD, FRD, and SRS. These are 3 important documents that you will be developing as a BA. So, next 2 days, we'll be focusing on this. And then, once this is complete, we'll be focusing on from an agile methodology perspective, how to create user stories, what's the format, and then how to create epics, defects, how to test the user stories, what is acceptance criteria. So all that we will be learning maybe after 2 or 3 days. For the next 2 to 3 days, we'll be focusing on the BRDs, FRDs, and SRS documents. Okay, I think we are good for today. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye. Hi, good morning. So in today's class, we're going to learn about the last important elucidation techniques called workshops, document analysis, SWOT analysis, and prototyping. So let's learn about what is workshops. So workshops are nothing but they are also like similar to brainstorming and focus groups, but here it's like conducted in a different way. Okay, so difference is, let me tell you first of all, like how to conduct a workshop, proper professional workshop. So you need to identify who are your participants, and you need to have a thorough knowledge on like what are their strengths and where they come from, which team they are, and you need to have at least some knowledge about who they are, right? Don't invite them without knowing them. So you need to know the participants. That's first thing. And then once they come for the workshop, you have to tell what is the purpose of attending this workshop, and you have to give a clear cut idea of the purpose. Okay, it's not like brainstorming. You're not asked to generate goals or new ideas or anything, right? So this is like when you have a specific set of questions to them, and you want a little bit of more fun, not like focus group. Focus group is like you're going to throw them very serious one-on-one questions, and then like you're going to expect the answers. But in workshops, it is like a mix of brainstorming and focus group. I would say here You can have games, you can have workshops for the whole day actually. So there is no like time constraint for workshops and all. So for focus groups and brainstorming, you have like limited like 1 or 2 hours, but for workshops you don't have anything like specific time period. It can be like one full day, 8 hours, or you can have like 1 or 2 days also. So you have to like define the purpose with the stakeholders. You have to make sure that everybody is engaged, and you have to make it a little bit fun. Okay, so and you're going to set a clear goal. Why are we doing this workshop? After the workshop, um, what is the expectation, what kind of feedback you want. So plan for more than just a day. So that's the big difference between brainstorming and focus group and workshops. Usually workshops are like I told you, a couple of days, and you want to give them some kind of like games, exercises, and also make it like little bit fun, so that you get like different ideas from them. Okay, so you're going to have very nice room environment. You're going to get them like example, you're going to if you're like for example, there are more than 20 people, you make sure that they have lunches like arranged, and then they have coffee, so they're all relaxed, and then the seating is very good, and you make sure that they actively participate, right? So it's not like they're going to come and sit and watch your stuff like for the whole day. So they have to like actively participate. So you have to like prepare for the unexpected. So this is something like they can ask you something like very random stuff, and then something that you're not even related to the topic that you're talking, but you need to like handle them very well, and then make sure that they are coming to your track, right? And suddenly they will start speaking about maybe movies, something like very totally unrelated topics and all that. So you have to make sure that they stay track on the topic, but it is also very like fun as well. So you have to make sure that, so for that you have to like list down what are the exercises that you're going to give them, and like games also needs to be like towards the topic only. So you need to understand that, not something like damshara, not like that, right? Something like which is like what towards your requirement gathering, that specific topic only. You have to make sure that all your games or your exercise are planned. And if they ask you something like totally irrelevant, you need to like make sure that don't offend them. Just say that like this is what we're going to do, and it's better we stay with that topic. And they should not be offended to you. You should tell in such a way. And during the workshop, you have to make sure that everybody is engaged, and you are going to tell the ground rules. So I mean, it's not that only one person, and there will always be one person who's constantly talking, who will not allow other people to talk. They're very like attention seeking, and they'll constantly answer and everything. The other person is like, okay, whatever, she's doing my stuff, I'll just simply sit and listen, right? So what are the ground rules? Ground rules is like everybody is going to get a chance, everybody needs to participate, everybody has to engage in whatever exercises or the games whatever you're providing, and you need feedback from every single person in that room. Okay, that's the ground rules. And you're going to share the agenda and set expectations. You're going to break the ice with something very silly. You're going to set a lighter mode, and then you're going to like tell them how this entire day will go. And very important is you're facilitating and you don't control. Okay, it's not that okay, don't talk with others, just talk to me. So you're not going to like control, right? So you need to find a balance between like making sure that you're not deviated from the topic, as well as you don't control. That's very important. And you have to encourage all this like PDFs and some pictures or some kind of documentation, videos, audiovisual evidences. All this needs, you have to prepare all the slides and then show it to them for them to be completely engaged. Remember, this is a very big amount of time, right? 8 hours, then you have like 2 days workshops. So for the whole day, you have to keep them engaged. So you make sure you have enough documentation from your side. And if they feel bored, if you feel that they are not interested, then you have to make something interesting from your perspective. And after you have done your workshop, you're going to make sure that you get feedback from them. So this is very crucial, asking feedback about whether the whole workshop was entertaining, whether it was useful. What, Chaitanya?
Sorry, carry on.
So ask for feedback, right? So it's very crucial for you to understand that you need to make sure you ask for feedback after the workshops. So if if they ask you like, have you worked on workshops? It's not like, as a BA, you're not going to do this every single requirement gathering. This is when you have a very massive project and you have a very large group. You have to like get ideas from everybody. For example, you have a government project, something it can run for 2 or 3 years. So you want to like invite all the stakeholders, have workshops for 1 or 2 days, get all their ideas, wrap up the session, right? So that's how you are going to start. So this is not something you'll do every day. Whereas focus groups, interviewing, all that you will almost do every single sprint, but workshop is not something you will come across every single sprint, right? So if in the interview, if they ask you, do you know workshops? You can say, I know how to conduct workshops, difference between other techniques and workshops, and how do you prepare for conducting workshops? You can say that. And you can just tell from an interview, in the interview perspective, you can say, I know how to conduct the workshops. So the next one is document analysis. This technique you'll be doing almost for every project, almost every single day. You'll be analyzing all the documents. So for example, you're getting into a new project and nobody is training you, and you want to start gathering requirements for that project. The first thing you will ask them is like, do you have some kind of existing documents? Do you have an existing BRD? Do you have something like existing SRS document, FRD? Do you have any data flow diagrams? Do you have any kind of manual like guide and everything? Do you have it? So you have to, this is the first thing you're going to ask, because when usually if it is a very good company, the client is there for more than 10 years, there should be a like a proper documentation available for that particular team, right? So they will have some kind of documentation. If they don't have documentation, it means that they are not following a standard process. So you have to understand, if they say that this project is there for 10 years, only the senior BA knows about it. Now she left the company. We don't have documentation. If they're telling you that, means they are not following the like the standard process as a BA, right? So you need to make sure that you document every single thing. You're going to document every day requiring gathering session, follow-up meeting, minutes of the meeting, everything you're going to document, right? User stories, diagrams that you draw, everything you have to document, so that it's useful for the whole team as well as for the people who are coming after you. So when it comes to document analysis, what is the process? You're going to review or evaluate the documents. Okay, it can be any kind of documents. You're going to get all the documents and you're going to review them. So the approach we follow is called as a read approach. So what is a read approach? So steps is like, number one, you have all the materials. And then once you have all the materials, you're going to like now extract the data. Okay, so what kind of data you want? So data can be extracted in number of ways. The method you select for doing will depend upon the question and nature of the documents. Okay, for example, there is a data flow diagram. And from that data flow diagram, what is the data that you're going to extract? Current process, this is the data flow. So technically, you will understand where the data is starting, how the data is coming to different systems, and then how it is ending into our system. From our system, whether we are sending it to some external third-party system. So that data flow, right? You will understand the nature, where the data is starting, where it is reaching, what are the different scenarios, and how this will be helpful for the new product that we are developing, right? So that kind of specific data extraction you're going to do. And if you have any questions regarding all these materials, you're going to take a help of your team's architect and your developers, because not every document you will be able to understand, right? Something, if it's very technical, you will not be able to understand it. So don't feel bad about, oh, I don't even understand what is this diagram, it's like totally confusing, or this is Greek and Latin to me. This SRS document is very technical, I don't understand what is API, I don't understand what is API testing, what is SOAP, what is REST. You guys are confused now about all these different types of testing tools that they are going to use, how the developer is connecting one system to another system. So you don't know that, right? So when you have any questions, technical questions, please take help of your developer and architect in your team. And when you choose the developer, you need to be very smart enough, like whom you can ask the questions, right? Don't go and ask someone who is having a very like this hyper attitude, or someone who has always having mood swings and irritability mode, right? Some people will be like that. Whatever you ask them, they'll get they'll get frustrated. They'll have mood swings. So what you have to understand, if there are like 4 developers, which one is very friendly? Which one will not hesitate to answer my question? Because you are new to the team. You have to always understand that you're very much new to the team. And if you go ask something, sometimes they will help you. 1 or 2 times they will help you. If you're constantly nagging them, they may not help you. And then they'll be like, okay, this person don't know anything. This person doesn't have any real time experience, and they may actually escalate also. And especially if they are full-time employees, they will have a very good rapport with your reporting manager, right? So you have to understand what kind of relationship they have with your manager. How can their feedback about you can impact your career and everything. So do not go and nag them, constantly ping them, and do not irritate them, right? So when you have any question about these documents, you write a list of questions, and then you identify which one is the better person, which one will have a good rapport with me, which one is actually very helpful. By observing, you can do not do it on day one. Just observe for 10 days and you will identify everybody's behavior, how they're doing. One is like not even interested, doesn't want even to be a software engineer, passion is something else, but is actually becoming a developer because of money. So you cannot go and ask him, he's not going to help you. The next one is like somewhat friendly and he can help you. Please find out people's behaviors who can help you and then go and ask questions. And I have told multiple times, sometimes candidates like who are freshers, they don't know how to ask questions or how to ask help to your peers. They ask very silly questions that as a BA you should know about what is data flow, what is balsamic, what is wireframes, what is prototyping. You need to know. You cannot go and ask them like, what is wireframe, what is API, can you tell me? Then they'll be like, okay, now I have to train her from scratch. Nobody's paying me for that, right? Why should I train you? And don't expect your colleague to train you, because that's not their job. And you expect all that you can expect from your colleague or your senior BS is like the existing whatever they have, they will share the materials. That's the maximum that you can expect them. Don't expect them that they have to help you, or don't expect them that they need to guide you. Don't expect them they are he or she is your coach and they have zero dependency from you guys. They're not going to get anything from you guys. You are the one actually learning. They have nothing to do with you, right? What is the point of teaching you guys? If they have already have so much work to do, they have something, they have their career goals, they have annual goals, production incidents is going on. There are so much things happening in the team. And again, there is a newbie now coming here and asking for training. So from that perspective, you have to understand that okay, I have some technical documents, but I don't understand even a single word in the document. Some SRS document they are asking me to do, I don't know what to do now. Be very carefully observe people's behavior, and you have to ask someone who's like really friendly. 1 or 2 will be there, will be really friendly. That also you need to know when to ask and how to ask. You cannot ask them in the morning 9 a.m. Don't, whenever immediately they log in, don't go and ask them any questions. Don't go and ask for help. And do not ask them when they are going to log off after 4 p.m. Don't go and ask, I have a question, can you clear my doubts? So wait for the perfect time, or you professionally schedule a call with them, and then you have to like ask the questions. And the questions that you're asking also, make sure it's you do enough research on internet. You're not getting answers in the internet. So you're like, okay, I don't know what to do about this. And then don't say I don't have experience, I have never worked as a BA, and this is the first time I'm seeing the SRS document, this is the first time I know I'm reading about API. You should not say all these words to your colleague. You should be like, I got the documents, I just want to get a high level view about this from you. Since you are a BA, senior BA, I just want to know, can you please explain the data flow? That's very specific professional questions you're going to ask to them, so that they'll be like, unless you admit to them that you have no experience, they're not going to do any kind of background check with you. They have no clue whether you have experience or not. They don't know. And you'll voluntarily, you'll go and admit that I don't have experience, I'm a newbie, I have career goals, I want to become a BA in 3-4 years. So I have seen this in real. Okay, people will not keep quiet And from day one, they will start telling their whole background history, where they were born, when did they finish their schooling, their college, what is their visa status, how did they clear this interview, who trained them, everything on the very first day to a senior B. And what will happen is this person will be like, okay, she has now zero knowledge and I don't want to train this person, and she will not help you also. In 30 days, they will totally target and they will like make sure this person is fired, right? That's how they will do. And you're not aware of all this IT politics, what is happening and all. So you have to, from your perspective, you take any document, you are not able to analyze the data. You have to write down all the questions. Okay, so whatever the questions that you have, schedule a call with a senior BA, and that also you need to, as I told you earlier, you have to analyze their behaviors, their patterns, and how they are helping other people, and choose the right person, ask them questions, and then if you have any other questions, you can ask follow-up questions. Give them a couple of days. Do not send them, do not constantly ping them, do not follow up the same day. Give them a couple of days, and then only you're going to schedule the other call. So you need to be careful about when you're doing document analysis. If you're able to understand everything, that's fine. But if you don't understand the documents, you have to deal in a certain way. That's very crucial. The next one is SWOT analysis. So SWOT analysis is strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So we all know this definition: strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. But in real time, they're going to ask you about scenarios. So if you explain a project, they're going to be like, can you tell me how did you conduct SWOT analysis? For example, let's take that ADP project that we worked on. So if an AI tool is coming for your existing product, for existing company, some kind of AI enhancement is happening, what is a strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat if an AI product is being introduced? Strength is, like all this AI feature will have good scope. People are attracted to that word AI, and if you write anything AI, artificial intelligence, people will be like, that is enhancement product that is smarter than the existing one. They're going to fall for that, right? Even though they don't know how to use AI products, but if you tell something AI, people will like it. So that's the strength of it. Weakness is like when you integrate something with AI, you have to like, when there's a new functionality, maybe you don't have engineers who have enough knowledge about it. You don't have testing team who will like don't know how to test about that product. And when during development, during testing phase, maybe you also don't know about what is this in all this AI technology, right? You don't know, this is all upcoming. So that's the weakness. When you develop a product with all this new AI functionalities, this resource constraints, knowledge constraints, and then you don't know how to perform end-to-end testing. Business owners also don't know how to like test an AI product. Let's say about ChatGPT. So the team who have created ChatGPT, they would have tested, like from their view, they would have tested multiple things, but there is also some kind of scenarios that they might have not tested. So weakness is like when I'm asking you for something, if I give a very generic prompt, it's not going to give me some exact answers, right? Whatever my expectation. And people don't know how to give prompts also. So we need to train the end users on how to give prompts. That's a weakness. So opportunities, yes, compared to other products, AI products have a lot of opportunities. You can integrate with multiple systems. It's making people lives easier. So that is an opportunity. And threat is like when AI things come, right, existing manual process will diminish. And for something like currently now, for example, customer care, there are 100 people are there. Once all this product comes, 50 of them they get fired, because they are being replaced by all these AI products. And that's the whole purpose of doing AI products also. So we want to reduce that manual intervention. We want to automate things in certain ways easier, and so that the system can do some of the automation and the remaining can be done by a human being. So that is a threat to the whole customer care people or anybody who's like working on currently manually, right? That's a threat to them, but that's always been there. Anything that new is coming means current manual process will be affected. Some of them will be fired. That's an ongoing thing. But from a software development perspective, AI is a good thing because it has a very great future for the next 30-40 years. And then you're going to have so many like AI business analysts, you're going to have AI developers, you're going to have AI testers. So there's a huge market now for AI certifications, and then like people are going to learn about it, right? So slowly we will we will like shut down all the manual processes, or some of the other products that we use currently. Example, let's say we have some kind of testing. Manually, we are testing something. In future, we can test that with an AI product. So currently, you are gathering requirements by yourself. In future, you can have some AI product. For example, I have also told you about how to write a BRD using an AI tool. So it's not that you're going to like do it from scratch. If you give a prompt, the automatically a BRD is going to come. How to draw diagrams with AI tools, and how to like create an SRS document using an AI tools. So it's not that the document that you created from scratch before 10 years before now can be given by an AI product. So it makes your life easier. It's not that you'll be thrown away from the project. People say that, oh, BA after 10 years, BA will not exist. But what I'm saying is the product, currently, whatever products that we have, will have additional features. That is a given. Any product you take now, after 10 years, some kind of AI enhancement will happen. You take any product, that will happen, from smartphone to TV to fridge to washing machine to dishwasher, to any product you take, AI will come in, will be integrated in any product that we are currently using. That's a given. There is no doubt about it. But in software development lifecycle too, you will have AI products coming in for developing a BRD, for developing a SRS document, for drawing diagrams, for creating wireframes and prototypes. For all these kind of the things that BA is doing now, there will be some kind of AI tool that will help you. For now, you're doing Excel by your own, or you're writing a document by yourself. In future, when you give a prompt to some kind of product, it's going to automatically give you a maybe whatever documentation you want. That will happen. That's a given, no doubt about it. But there will always be a human touch. You cannot 100% rely on all these machines, right? It will take some time. It is going to take maybe 5 years, 10 years. We don't know how long it's going to take. It will take some time, but you cannot rely 100% on any kind of all these AI tools, because it's just now, it's beginning. It's not end of the era, it's the starting of the era, right? So after maybe 10 or 20 years, we will know we have developed a very good product. We no longer maybe needing manual intervention and all. Right now, every product that is developed using all this AI technology, people don't know completely about it. And if you are a BA, you think like you want to enhance your resume, you can always add those kind of certifications in your resume. So for example, anything to AI, you can maybe do a certification and add it in your resume, and your resume will be like, okay, she learned about something latest, right? So that's a good thing. So when it comes to SWOT analysis, for any software that you're going to develop, you're going to like analyze what is the strength of the product that you're developing, what is the weakness, what is the opportunity, what is the threat, and how we can fix it. So that is SWOT analysis. Then the next one is called prototyping. Okay, so what is prototyping? Prototyping is nothing but this is the tool for creating wireframes and prototyping. So let me tell you the difference between wireframes and prototyping. Wireframes in the sense, for example, I am developing a mobile application. Okay, so when I'm developing a mobile application, it's a brand new application. My developer don't know how that application will look like. So as a BA, what you will do, you will draw, for example, this is the real-time mobile application. Okay, but he will not know, right? He is going to ask you, give me the layout. So what you will do is you will gather requirements and you will draw a wireframe using this balsamic. So one is one of the very important tools for creating wireframe diagrams. So once you draw this diagram and if you give it to the developer, he's going to see that mimic the same functionalities, and then he's going to actually create the product for you. So if they ask you, do you know about wireframes? Have you created anything related to wireframes? What are the tools that you have used? You can say Balsamic, it's like free for 30 days. Okay. So with just your Gmail account, you should be able to get this free for 30 days and you can try. And initially it will be very hard for you, but you have to understand that if you see this particular application looks something like Uber, some food ordering app, and before this product was developed, this should have been the wireframe. So at the top, you're going to have restaurants, and then you're going to have filters, whether it's what are the different kind of cuisines, and then what is the restaurant that is nearby, and what is the review for that restaurant, and then how long it's going to take. If I order now, how long it's going to take. So whether it's sponsored or not. So this is like a food ordering app, right? So you as a BA, you are gathering requirements for this application, and you are drawing a diagram, and you're confirming with the stakeholders that is this okay, this is how visually it will look, is this fine. Once they provide sign off, only then you're going to give this to the developer, and then he's going to develop, and this is how the end product will look, something like this. Okay, so let's take an example of. So page navigation. So any kind of mobile products from this page to this page, if I click on this one, this the next page will be going to the next page. And let's talk about reports. Okay, so there is a track. When they search reports, I'm going to get this page. From here, if I want a different report, when I click on that, when I click on report summary, there is a different page coming. And then when I click on alerts, then something different is coming. So this is how page navigation you will do, because you have to understand how in real time the product doesn't exist. So you have to think from your with all your creative skills, you need to gather requirements, and you're going to think, and then you're going to draw this wireframe diagrams. Any doubts on wireframes? It's very important, they're going to ask in the interview. Have anybody created wireframes earlier using Balsamic? Anybody has experience on creating wireframe diagrams?
No.
Okay, yeah, you can try. They have some existing templates too. You can use those templates, for example. So yeah, this is for website, right? So homepage, then products. Yeah, so for website, this is how it will be. And then for the same product for in mobile version, how, so let me play it again. You can see they're telling about if in website, how it will look, and mobile version, how this page is going to look. Okay, so you can actually tell the business owners, okay, we are going to develop two versions. One is a web application version, and one is mobile version. So this is how it will look in web application, as a web application and as a mobile application, right? So if you want to add these kind of tools in your resume, please make sure that you practice at least one or two diagrams and then add it in your resume. But in the interview, they will ask you, if you add this in the resume, they're going to ask you like, can you tell me how to draw wireframes? And usually this will take very long time. Don't think it's very easy. It will take hours for you to complete one project, at least 2 to 3 hours for you to like complete all the design, and then to have like completely one final document drawing for the whole project, right? It will take at least 2 to 3 hours for you, but practice it so that you can add it in your resume. And then the last one is prototyping. So difference between wireframes and prototyping. Wireframe is nothing but it's just a picture of how that application will look like. So for example, um, So why in wireframes, we are going to show it as like picture level, right? From here, if you click, it will go here. From here, if I click, it will go here. That is wireframes. Whereas prototypes is actually a miniature of that product. So in prototype, you will actually create not the real application, but a miniature of end-to-end function as like a video, or maybe how you're not telling the user like by pictures. You're actually showing a demo of that product that you're going to develop. So that is prototyping. So bringing designs to life. So if it's just only a pictorial representation or maybe screenshot representation or just diagrams, then it is wireframes. Okay. But prototype means it's actually a miniature product of that whatever software you're going to develop. So detail level, right? Wireframes is about simplicity and structure, where prototypes about its detail, showing of the design and interactivity. So wireframes will ensure everyone agrees to the basic layout and functions, but prototypes is about fine-tuning the experience, making sure it's not only functional but fabulous. So if you don't know how to, I mean, you can start with wireframes. I don't want you to start with prototypes. It can be really difficult for you to do prototypes at the beginning, but start with wireframes. Okay, once you are able to draw the wireframe diagrams, then slowly you can practice prototyping, and then you will understand, you yourself will understand the difference between wireframes and prototypes. So if you see here, wireframes are nothing but visual detail, whereas prototypes are nothing but dimension of interaction to the forefront. So that's the difference between wireframes and prototypes. For both these, you can use Balsamiq. So Balsamiq is the tool, or you can use Miro, you can use Balsamiq. These are some of the tools. Okay, Miro is a product, and I don't think so Miro is free, it's paid. So you can go for Balsamiq. Balsamiq is free for 30 days. Okay, this one is free for 30 days. You can just start by by using a Gmail, and then you should be able to practice. Okay, so any doubts on all these 4 techniques? I'm going to start how to write BRD. So I just want to confirm with you on document analysis, SWOT analysis, workshops, and prototyping.
Yeah, Pradeepa, for SWOT analysis, do we have any tools or any kind of thing to perform SWOT? Yeah.
How to do SWOT analysis? So usually, like, see, we don't have any tools, but you have to make sure that you have all these questions. Okay, so what is SWOT analysis? You're going to ask like 4 different types of questions: strength questions, weakness, opportunity, and threats. So you need to write down what are the strength questions. Okay, what is the customer's love? What does your company do better than other companies? What is this positive brand attitudes? And then these are the strength for that product. So what are the weaknesses? What does your customer dislike about your product? What are the negative problems or complaints is coming regarding the software? And then when do actually customers cancel the subscription or whatever? Like, what is the biggest obstacle or challenge? And what are your competitors doing that you don't have? So these are some of the weakness questions. So there is no actual tool. You have to like write questions in such a way.
Okay. In the interview, they are asking like how you perform like SWOT analysis or gap analysis. Do you use any tools or in that way? So that's what I want to make clear on those. Like in real scenario, like we need to make questionnaire kind of thing, and we will do analysis, right?
Correct. So it mostly depends upon like what type of questions that you're writing down. Very specific questions, not generic ones, right?
No.
So when you're writing something in your resume, that product related questions see what they're asking, Aravind, is like you to, if you've done it really, tell me the questions, what question you ask them.
Okay.
So whatever you're adding it in your resume, whatever product it is, regarding that, have like maybe 4 questions for strength, 4 questions for weakness, 4 questions for opportunities, and 4 questions for threats, and explain that to them.
Okay.
Like that only you can explain.
Okay.
Don't say these generic answers. Okay, so this everybody will know, but from your whatever, if you added some project in your resume, accordingly you need to frame the questions and tell to them.
Okay, sure.
Okay, and then I think I see a chat. So Monisha, you have asked for. How long it will take to perform a SWOT analysis? Usually it is 1 or 2 hours. Who will be there? All our stakeholders, primary stakeholders will be there, Monisha.
Yeah, okay. So, like, how many times we do SWOT analysis? Is it like only one time, or how does it exactly work?
I mean, if you have any follow-up questions for this, you can schedule another call. Mostly it will be 1 or 2 times. That's all.
Okay, fine.
So initially you're throwing them some questions, but you have
Mm-hmm.
some follow-up questions, you can maybe schedule another call and then ask.
Okay, so post SWOT analysis, we have to send the in the rectangle boxes. We'll be sending the documents to the stakeholders, right? We'll be sharing.
Correct. You summarize and then you send this
Yeah.
one.
Okay.
This format. Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Then once they agree, you get the sign off. That's all.
Okay.
Okay, and then.
And Pradeepa, like while we are doing this brainstorming and focus group and workshop, so as a business analyst, before only like we need to do planning and have to before conducting meetings and all, before 2 to 3 days before in hand, like we need to do planning, right? Based on the only like we can have a successful kind of meeting as a
Yeah,
BA.
so what will happen if you don't plan?
Yeah, that's what.
What will happen? You're
Unexpected.
going to have like 10 people, they're on leadership, and then you don't know anything, and then you're just joining and saying, okay, hi guys, did you guys have coffee? What to talk about it? So we
It
are not
won't be
going,
easy.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we need to understand, like you're calling 10 primary stakeholders. Do you think they are all like they are like from senior leadership team? Okay, they are business change directors, they are business change managers from director level, staff VP level, manager level, from different teams you're calling them. I won't even dare to schedule a call without completely prepared. Right, because you don't want to get embarrassed and they may escalate, and you don't want to get escalated, right? So you have to be thoroughly prepared and you have to impress them. That's how you create a rapport. How do you create a rapport with other teams? You have to impress them, the way you conduct all these sessions, the way you send feedback, the way you behave with them, and how you extract that requirement from their mouth. That's how you should be very well prepared, right? If you don't know anything, you're just scheduling the call and it's a whole chaotic thing in the conference room or in the meeting. 10 people are there. You don't know, you don't have a structured way of asking questions. So, yeah, especially if you're a new BA, you have to be thoroughly prepared. But if you have some kind of experience and you know what to ask them, you know how to manage them, then it's going to be very easy for you to, even without even preparation, if you're going to go, you should be able to handle them, right? But if you're very new to the team, you don't know, you yourself don't know about that existing like project or team, and you have to be thoroughly prepared before you schedule the call.
Okay, Pradeep.
Okay. So I think we are good for today. So we covered all the elucidation techniques. And then like the only thing from tomorrow, we will be learning about how to write a BRD, FRD and SRS document. So documentation class from tomorrow. Okay. Any doubts on all the elucidation techniques? Any doubts? How to perform them? Or as a BA, like how to schedule all these elucidation techniques, calls, and then how to handle all these calls. Okay, I think we are good. So tomorrow we will start with documentation class, and then once we finish the documentation class, I think I will cover a little bit about agile and how to create user stories. I think we'll have some time for that.
Pradeepa, can you take any one of the like project and based on that, just give overview based on that, like in the agile kind of thing?
In agile, right? You want to like, yeah, we will discuss about some.
Because these days now in interviews, no one is asking about this BRD, SRS and all. They are directly going into the project, and once we will get on to the project now, from that they are digging what
Oh, good.
actually the live scenario kind of thing. These gone, this all BRD, FRD and all. because they are focusing now on like,
More
because
agile.
they will come to know, yeah, they will come to know like whether we are real-time experienced BA or not, based on the project questions.
Correct, correct. I think you're searching for a long time, right? What's happening with you? Like how many interviews you have attended?
Yeah, I've been attended. I got some of the offers, but in the BGV, I've been with because of like PF overlapping kind of thing.
Oh, they
So
figured
I'm
out that you didn't have real experience?
no, in the BGV, like in the documentation.
Okay. So what happened then? So you were unable to join the company or?
Like what happened in the sense like I've been gone through like L1, L2 round for the two companies before the before HR round only. They asked me to submit the documents and all, and they asked me to share the PF UN history in the teams. So in that, like one of the company which I've been placed is like through the consultancy. So they came to know like it is not the genuine one. And the
Genuine one.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
what.
That's what I tell. One thing is you clear the interview. One thing is you be very careful about background checks, and it differs from country to country and company to company too.
Yeah,
Some
that's what.
companies they don't even care about all this. All they want is just clear by using a phone call with some reference, and they'll take you in. But some companies they want all this right documentation, so it's difficult.
The two companies which have been gone through like L1, L2, before HR discussion only, they asked me for the documentation and that too also the share in on screen like that's happening.
Oh my God. Like, okay. Yeah, don't worry. Okay, you'll get something and then I
At
hope.
some of the interviews I've been attending, I've been done with L1 and it's been keeping on hold because I've been attended in the last week 3 interviews. They have not even giving the feedback and they've been said the still the position is open only, but they are not giving any feedback or in that way.
Right.
So
Okay.
maybe the companies are taking for what I meant to say, just to have
Fun.
fun kind of because that's not a real kind of inter or not. I'm not
Correct.
aware.
Yeah. Those things also will happen in the US. Also, it will happen. It will look very genuine, but it's not genuine. There is actually no position. So you have to be very careful.
Yeah. Fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Let's get started. So, in today's class, we are going to learn about how to. Let me finish about how to write user stories in detail. I think that's what most people want. So I'm going to tell you in detail about how to write a user story when you are gathering requirements, you're converting that into user stories, how to write in detail. Okay, so let's take a functionality. So you are getting a project in ADP and all they want is for you to create a login functionality. Okay, sign in functionality for different kind of users so that they can sign in and they can view the home page. Okay, that's the primary functionality that they want you to develop. So when I want to click on sign in, if you see here, they're asking me for some questions, whether I am a current, whether my current employer uses ADP, whether my former employer uses ADP, or whether I mean my former employer is out of business, that company doesn't even exist, or I am an administrator or owner of a company that uses ADP, or I'm an accountant of the company that uses ADP. Because if you have a very big company, someone, an admin only will be like monitoring all this, like from an HR or from admin only, they will be like, they'll have a single login and they will be the one generating payrolls for all. I mean, I'm talking about small business, about let's say like 50 people, 100 people, like that. So, or you can be an accountant also. You want to track everybody's W-2s and also pay slips. An accountant, you want to go see everybody's pay slips, that also you can do. Or you are a financial advisor. So when they give you a sign-in functionality, so they're saying that someone who wants to use ADP, first of all, before even
we like give them access to log into ADP, we need to ask this question. So this is for you. You have to create a user story, right? So there are different modules. So you have to say, as a user, if I am a current employer, I'm working somewhere, my current employer uses ADP, my payrolls are generated using ADP, then I will choose this. So once I choose this, I will click on next. Then only it's going to ask my user ID. Once you give your user ID, only then it's going to go and ask for your password, and then from there you'll be able to, if you verify everything, you'll be able to enter into the home page, right? Suppose you are a new user and you don't have an account with ADP, then you go for registration module. So registration module is you don't have an account and you're going to create an account. So when you create an account, you have to remember that your employer would have already registered your details, right? From their side, they would have already registered your details. So you're going to actually send send a email ID or a mobile number that you have shared with your employer, because your employer is the one who's actually generating the pay slips, and you are just viewing your pay slips, right? So the account is actually mutual. So they have a common account, an admin account, and they are generating pay slips for maybe 100 employees. What you'll be able to see is only yours. So you'll be creating that account for yourself. So the unique identifier is the email ID or the phone number. Then you're going to have your information like your first name, last name, date of birth, which country you are. If you are from US, you're going to have social security number. If you're from Canada, you're going to have employer associate ID, or depends upon which country, right? So ADP is mostly in US and Canada. And then once you give all this information, you will have an account registered, and then you will have a username and a password. Then you'll be in future, if you want to log in and see for example, today is October 2nd, and you want to go and view your this month's pay slip, September's pay slip, you can go and then view it. So if this is a module that they want you to create, there are two types of modules here. One is we are going to go with current employee. Let's say this function, okay, my current employer uses ADP. So let's say I'm working for CTS or TCS or any service-based company, they'll be mostly using ADP, okay? So those if I'm working for TCS and I want to see my last month pay slip, what will I do? I'll choose this, okay? I'll click on next, and I should have a username and password. So once I give my username and password, I will be able to enter. From the home page, the navigation is going to be different. But now we are going to focus on this login module. So when you write a user story like this, you're actually seeing the end product, so it's easier for you. So once you gather the requirements, what you have to do is you have to go to click on create story. So what you're going to say is, as a existing ADP user, okay? So what we're saying is this person already has an account with us. I must be a login with a valid user ID. So that I can view my home page. Okay, for now, let's go only with home page functionality. You just want to view the home page, okay? So you're not doing any other functions, just view. So what you're doing is as an existing, so very clearly in the user story, you're saying this is for existing ADP users. This is not for the new users, because new user means it has to go to registration module. So existing means they already have an ADP account. Now they must be able to log in with a valid username and password. So if you see here, it's user ID. So user ID requirements, you have to get it from the business owners. What can be the user ID? And then password requirements, right? So now this is how you will write the description. As a user, I must be able to log in so that I can, so what's the functionality? I can view my homepage. Okay, that's the summary. In the description, you're going to clearly say what are the requirements and all that. So first of all, you'll be saying, what you're saying is like they need to have user ID requirements. So what are the user ID requirements here? Okay, so user ID requirements is like, let's say they want maybe 10 characters, needs to have an uppercase, also maybe one uppercase, one at least one lowercase, and then needs to have at least one number, then needs to have one special character. Okay, so you're giving that requirement. This is the user ID requirement. If the member or the customer is not using this type of user ID, then it has to throw an error. Okay, that's that. Then password requirements. Password is needs to be, let's say, 5 digits, at least 5 digits. Needs to be strong. Or strong in the sense, like I said, not repetitive. So you, like for example, if you're giving them instructions, do not use your previous passwords. If they're changing the password, it's a requirement that they're not supposed to like create another password. That also you have to say it as requirement. For now, just think like at least your password needs to have at least 5 digits, and then needs to have an uppercase, a lowercase, there are at least one number. Okay, I'm just hypothetically telling you, this is how you will write down, and they have to like log in. So valid username and password. So you're going to say that if they have it, this is how it should be, and if both are verified, they'll be able to log in. If one of the items is missing, for example, they have a valid user ID or they don't have a password, or the password is correct, user ID is wrong, we have to throw an error. So you also say success and error scenarios. Success scenarios and error scenarios, right? So for example, what are the success scenarios? Success scenario is when they are able to give everything, and then we are able to make sure that they log in. Error scenarios is like when the user ID is wrong or password is wrong. All this or both also, okay, both fields are wrong. So that is also a possibility. We have to show them an error, okay, invalid info. Please try with current info, something like that. You have to throw an error. So that is also there. So when you write an user story, what I'm trying to say is then you click on create, it will be created in the backlog. So if you go here, you'll be able to see it. Like you're doing just a scratch version. This is not a detailed version. You're just doing a scratch version. So what you're saying is this is a login functionality, and a user needs to be an existing user. So he must be able to have a valid username and password. Only then he'll be able to see the home page. And then you're giving the description. And what are the documents that you need to attach is like if we're in wireframes, if you're able to create the screen. Okay. And then languages, in scope languages are like we have a lot of scope here. So maybe like English, Arabic. I'm going to click on Arabic. Okay. So if you see that's there. Then if you see Spanish, that is there. So if you see, I don't know what is all this. Okay, let me take another. Okay, so whatever language we want to see, we are able to see it. So scope is like all these languages are covered, irrespective of all these, like in scope of all these languages, they must be able to log it. That is in scope, right? So in scope is you're going to write down all the languages. User can be using any kind of language. Still, the requirements are going to be we are going to mimic the same requirements. Even in Arabic, we are going to have the same format, or if it's going to be Spanish, and then it's going to be the same. So however, whatever is the scope for this particular customer, we are going to like make sure they'll be able to log in. So in scope is like all the languages. You're going to like tell anybody who is following all these languages, anybody with valid username and password, they must be able to log in. That is in scope. And then out of scope is like, for example, other than these languages, all the other languages are out of scope. That is, you are defining in scope and out of scope for this particular functionality. So in scope is only these, like these requirements your business owners will give you, like in how many languages ADP is available, what are the out of scope languages, why this is very crucial for them to have like all this multi languages screen here. So for example, they want it to be international, they include all this, right? So it's not only in the US, there's an international brand, so that's why they want people from other countries also to use ADP. So now you would define the requirements, how you will test this. So how you will test in the sense, once this product is in dev region. So we have three types of region. One is okay. So in software development, you have like 3 to 4 type of regions. One is development region, then you have QA, then you have UAT, then you have prod. Okay. Sometimes your UAT also can be QA, both can be same. So the developer is going to develop the code in development region, right? Here you will not be testing. So he's going to do his unit testing. Okay. In QA, the testing team is going to test. Tester will be testing. Okay. So what they are doing is system integration testing. So that is SIT. Okay. So that also you won't be doing. In UAT, it's called user acceptance testing. So it's called as user testing. So this is like either the business owners are going to do it, or you will do it. Sometimes you will do it, you'll just show the demo that you have done it, can you please review the results and give the sign off. Okay, so either business owners will do or BA is going to do, and you're going to like, but the sign off will be usually given by the business owners only. So without their sign off, we are not moving the code to production. So in production, after we go live, we have something called post implementation validation. So post-implementation validation is after this product is live, if the public is able to use it, you're going to again like test here in production with real member data, whether you're able to log in, right? That is post-implementation validation. So these are the 4 different types of testing for any software development we are going to do. Okay. So in unit testing, you won't be a part of it. What you will tell is the scenarios. So for example, for login functionality, we are going to have like 2 to 3 type of scenarios. So if both are correct, they'll be able to log in. And if one of them is wrong, they are unable to log in. So, or let's say both are wrong, they are unable to log in. So there are 3 types of testing we are doing. We are making sure all the languages that the business owners are defined are in scope. And also you're going to also say that before this screen comes, this is only for if I have a current employer. So the module is actually, whatever I'm talking is the module is regarding if I am currently working and my employer, if they're using ADP. So from there, if they choose, this is how they are going to log in, right? So that's very crucial. There are like 5 different modules for login. One of the module is my current employer uses ADP, and so I also have an account, only then I'm able to log in. That's the functionality. So if after the developer, they complete their testing, then the code will be moved to QA, right? So the developer is going to push the code to QA. In QA environment, tester is going to test. They also will be testing with like 2 to 3 test cases for each scenarios, and they are able to identify the errors. It's going to throw them errors for all the error scenarios. Then we are good. Once a product is in QA, testing team has finished their testing, then the code will be moved to UAT environment. And then from there only, like you have to test or business owners have to test, right? So you will know like because you are gathering requirements, you know how this works also, and you'll have test results from testing team as well. So what you will tell the business owner is, listen, we have like 3 to 4 scenarios that you need to test. This is how you have to test. You can show them the demo, and if they, because they're completely new and they're seeing the product for the very first time, so they don't know how to navigate and all that. So these are the different scenarios you have to test. Please test and let me know if you're finding any errors. If they find any errors, they're unable to log in, even with valid scenarios, they're unable to log in. You're going to like again come here and create a defect. So you come here to JIRA and then you click on create, you click on bug is nothing but defect. So you can say that unable to log in into ADP and then share the screenshot, attach the screenshot here. Whatever error message is coming, you can attach it here and you're going to create the defect here. Okay. So in the backlog, you'll be finding the defect. This is a defect, unable to log in, and you'll assign it to the developer. He'll fix this defect. Once he fixes defect, again, he has to move the code to from development to QA, from QA to UAT, and then UAT, again, your business owners will be testing. Now they're able to successfully test everything. They are providing you the sign off. So once they provide the sign off or approval, then only the code is going to production. So in production means public is able to use it, right? So if this is in production, actually, that's why if I have a valid username and password, I'll be able to log in and see my pay slips for last month. So when we move it to production means it's like real-time data. That time it's like public is using it, member is using it, any customer, end users are actually, they'll be able to use this functionality. So what you will do is you will have access to prod region. So you can actually see if anybody is submitting or anybody, the entry you'll be able to see if anybody is using it, how many times, how many users are using in production. So all that you'll be able to query from the database and you'll be able to identify how many users have logged in today, and you can use that. You can do a post implementation validation. So when you create a user story, you have to understand that you are not creating a user story like from like for example the story points perspective. You are not creating something that cannot be achieved within that sprint, right? So for example, your team is using 2 week sprint. Let's say your team is having 2 week sprint. In 2 weeks, okay, so 2 weeks is 10 working days. In 10 working days, they have to like develop this feature, and then we have to test, we have to complete UAT. If this cannot go to production, at least we are going to make sure we complete UAT. We are just waiting. Whenever business wants to go live, we can go live. So at least you are going to complete the development, SIT and UAT. These 3 testing has to be done in this 10 working days. So you have to make sure when you create a user story, important thing is I have a 2 week sprint. Can my developer develop this in like maybe 3 to 4 days? Because let's take the calendar. If you see here, for example, let's say the new sprint starts on 7th. Okay, so there's 2 week sprint. So first week is 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Second week is 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th. 18th we have to go live. So if my developer picks the story on 7th, will he able to complete the development in 3 days and then give the code to the tester? Tester is able to complete in 2 days and move the code to UAT. UAT, the business owners is making some testing in 2 days, and by 16th everything is ready. You get the sign off so that we are going live on 18th. No, it's a very short sprint. So if you have a very complex user story, and if you cannot, you know that this is the story points is going to be 13 pointers, more than that they cannot complete this, right? So it's very very difficult for them. So from a user story perspective, number one, BA, what they have to do is like you have to add all the details, all the summary, description, acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria for this user story will be like, so what's acceptance criteria? Let me edit. So acceptance criteria is acceptance criteria is this story is complete once an existing user, ADP user, is able to log in and view the home page. Okay, so
Is acceptance criteria and success criteria both are the same?
correct. So acceptance is like, yes, correct. Your success scenario will be mostly your acceptance criteria, correct.
Okay.
If they're able to log in and they're able to view the home page, the story is complete. Or if you want to add more details, you can add the error scenarios too, but mostly real time, right? We just want, how do you make sure this user story is complete? When they are able to log in and then view the home page. That means this user story is complete. That's all. Okay, it's usually single liner. This is how you will say this story is complete once an existing ADP user is able to log in and view the home page, right? So that's how. So summary, it will be like this. So description will be like this. Summary in the sense, this is the heading. As a, I must show that. As a, that standard, I, and so that format is standard. Okay, for any user story, that's the standard format. And description is like you're going to add all the scenarios, technical details. If there is going to be any diagrams, you're going to add that. Or if you're going any screenshots, you're going to add that. Any wireframes, you're going to add that. Mapping document, BRD, whatever it is, you're going to add that in the description. You're going to like write in detail about what are the success scenarios and error scenarios. Also, you in acceptance criteria, you're just saying when this user story will be complete. When can I close this user story? That is the meaning of acceptance criteria.
Okay.
When everything is completed, when this is going live, I'll be able to close the user story, right? When everything development is completed, SIT is completed, UAT is completed. So when everything is ready, we can push the code to production. That means the story is complete. That's the meaning.
Yeah, okay. And I have a doubt, like how about the, you said, right, we have the developers and the testing team will do the testing. Like what data they will be using, and how about the test data? They will be like creating their own test data, or how exactly it works?
Yeah, so from the database, you will have regions, right? You will have 4D region, 5Q region, like this, you'll have regions, okay?
Okay.
So for UAT, you will have that region. So it depends. Test data has to be created by them only. Developer has to create their own test data. QA team, so their primary work is to create test data and test.
Okay.
So they will be doing it. For UAT also, they only have to give you membership details and everything.
Okay. So yeah, got it.
So because you cannot, so one important, that's a good question. Yes, you're not supposed to use real-time data in UAT. Please do not use actual members data in UAT. That's a compliance, that will be a compliance issue. So you're not supposed to use that, right? Anytime if and people will come and ask you, I have production. If you ask them like, do you have test cases that we can test in UAT? They'll be like, yeah, I can pull like five members from production and I can share it with you, all the details. So you're like, no, we cannot test. That will be a compliance issue. Everything should be dummy data, right? For unit testing, system integration testing, user acceptance, all these are dummy uses. The ID, whatever I'm using, password, whatever I'm using, it all needs to be dummy, right? So you have to understand that. Do not use actual prod data for in test environment. So that when we say like I need 5 test cases, five user IDs, 5 password, so the QA team only has to like generate those.
Okay. Will they be using any app or like any like software, or how exactly they do? Do you have like an high level idea that we need to tell in the interview or something like that?
Yeah, membership. See, when you can ask them, usually as a BA, you won't be like generating test data. So what you have to get, they will query. So what you have to do is, if you are doing it from scratch, I'll tell you how will you do. So most important is you have to know which environment you're testing. Let's say in QA, in 5Q environment you're testing, you need 5 member, right? 5 user ID, right?
Okay.
5 member details. And that is what you want. And you have other things you want. You want their user ID, you want their password. and then you're going to test all the scenarios. This 5 members user ID and password details, that testing team, like they may use any tool, because I have never generated any test data or anything. So they are going to generate it and then give you. As a BA, what you will do is you just ask them, I need test data, give me the test data, that's all. So how they are doing it, or I don't know what tools they are creating to do it. But what you will do is you will coordinate and ask, for example, I need five membership details, 5-member details in UAT. Can you please give it? They'll give it for you.
Okay.
So this on a membership level only they will give. Scenarios you have to like develop.
Okay.
They won't tell you the scenarios and everything. So they, if I say like, John, can you add 5 members in QA? They will add it and let me know. That's all.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and then you have to test.
Okay. By like updating the wrong password and all those scenarios, right? We have to
Correct.
create.
Like you have to test.
Okay.
Correct. So, but they won't be like membership level. They will help you. That's all. Other things you have to like test. So yeah, so very crucial, please you don't use prod environment data in your test environment. If someone is asking you, and they will ask you also without knowing, other teams they'll come and ask you, can we test, I have details from production, I can query it and give it to you and all. And do not email test data. Okay. Test, for example, production data as well, very crucial. Okay, so do not email production member data to your email ID. So let's say a developer or from other team. Okay, so now let's say that ADP is integrating with a third-party system and they want to send you some data. And that engineer, he's not even your company, and he's saying that, okay, I'm going to send 5-member details to you and I'll send it to email. And he's actually sending actual prod data to your email ID. Both will be out of compliance, you and the engineer. Okay, if even he's not from your company, he's also out of compliance, and there's a very good chance both of them getting fired. So you have to be very, while handling all this like production data, you have to say that we will give you a common like SharePoint folder or something. Please drop your files there. Do not email it to me. Okay, because when you email it to me, I can send it to my personal email, right? And it's actual member data, real-time member data, and ADP is registration process. Let me take so that you understand how crucial all this is. For example, I'm not currently using it. If you ask me, see, it's asking for my first name, last name, date of birth, and my social security number. You know how important is social security, right? With the help of, if anybody knows your complete social security number, they can actually use this and get actually a loan itself without even, they can fake your identity. They can say that I am this person, this is the social security number, and they can create all the fake documents, and then they'll be able to get loan itself. And it's totally possible. We have seen it multiple times that people use the other social security number, get credit cards, use the credit cards. By the time you get an actual mail in your home saying that someone has created a credit card account in behalf of you, they would have already spent like at least $3,000 to $4,000, and it's under your name, and he's not going to pay it back. So it's under like officially under government records, it will be under your name only. And you have to multiple times tell them, I'm not the one, someone stole my social security number, like that. Then that's headache. So you have to understand these data are very crucial. And if someone is sending this through email and with all this data, you'll be like, stop it, don't send it to me. Okay. And first of all, you're not supposed to test in prod with prod information. And if you're going to send something, especially third party companies, we are integrating with any other third party companies, what you have to tell is like, please send your files through an SFTP setup. So you're going to, that file transfer should happen by SFTP setup only. Okay, secure file transfer protocol. That's how you're going to drop the even test files. That's how you're going to drop it. Do not send it through email. Do not send the actual any like production data through email, and don't get me into trouble. These are some of the things that you should know as a software as you're working in software development. You should know, and you should also tell people if they're new, they're juniors, they don't know what is compliance issue. and they are sending something is hacked, and they're sending to their own Gmail, all that will be they'll get into trouble. Okay, so yes. So from the user story perspective, what I'm telling is, there are three things that's very mandatory. First thing is like the way you write the user story, it has to be detailed, and you have to, as much as possible, you have to add all the details in the descriptions. You're going to like attach all the test data, right? For example, the developer wants to test this here, you're going to attach all the test data, test scenarios, everything. You're going to attach it. That's good, but you have to make sure that if they are not able to complete this in your current sprint timeline, and if this is going to take more time, then you're going to split the user story, maybe part 1, part 2, something like that. You're going to split the user story. If you have a 4-week sprint, then they'll be able to complete this 4-week sprint. In the sense, so 4-week in the sense, suppose my sprint starts on next Monday. This is week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. Okay, so November 1st, my sprint ends. That's when we are going live. So week 1, they can my developer can start developing, and then maybe by 16th he will give the code to QA can start testing. By 21st or 22nd, I am able to do the UAT. So in UAT, let's say it's taking about like 3 days. By 25th, if you have a 4-week sprint, before a week before you go live, a week ago, you're going to get the sign off. So if you're going on November 1st, 25th, you're going to get the sign off. So you cannot test UAT on 28th. They won't allow you. Deployment team won't allow you. You have to get the sign off by 25th. So you have enough time, and they'll be able to like finish the user stories, and you can go live on November 1st, right? So it depends upon whether your team is using 2-week sprints, 3-week sprints, or 4-week sprint. If it's a 4-week sprint, yes, they'll be able to do this. If it's a 2-week sprint, if they cannot do this, then you have to split this into multiple user stories. So that discussion you have to have with your engineers, your developers. You're going to ask them, see here, I've written a user story in grooming sessions, right? In sprint project review sessions and all, you ask them. So I've written it. Can you please take a look at it and let me know whether you'll be able to finish this in 2 weeks? Or if you want to like divide this or cut into like smaller user stories, let me know. Accordingly, I will do it. Maybe part 1, part 2, something like that. However, you're able to track it, you're going to track it. And so story points estimation is crucial. Story points can be 1 pointer, 2 pointer, 3 pointers, 5 pointers, 8 pointers, and 13 pointers. So depends upon, like 1 pointer means 8 hours. So if I can complete the story in 8 hours, then I give 1 point. If I'm able to complete the story in 2 days, it's 2 pointers. 3 days, it's 3 pointers. 8 hours is 1 day. So however, so the time taken for you and the developer can be different. For you, it can be only 2 points. For the developer, it can be 5 points. So how you will do is you will give analyst points and developer points. So here, right, you will give both the points. Two pointer for me, it's 2 pointer, but for the developer, he's the one doing actual coding. So for him, it can be 3 pointers. So totally 5 pointers is a story. So, and then if it's something that you have already developed with other markets, you have idea, you think this can be finished within 5 days, then it's fine. Something if you've done it, like you're doing it for the first time, you don't know completely about it, then you please give extra points, because we never know if they find, if you're going to get so many defects in UAT, in QA and all, we need time to fix it, right? So if you instead of like, you cannot change story points after you pick up the story. So that you have to remember, if Monday is my sprint, new sprint, and I'm going to pick up the story this Friday, I cannot change the story points from next Monday. What is given is given. But by experience, you will know, like for example, you've created like the login functionality. Earlier you think, oh, this is going to be crucial, we cannot complete this in 2 or 3 days. Accordingly, you'll bump up your points. It might be in future stories, but current stories you cannot like change anything. when you are given when you're giving your story points, it's done. Okay, so be very careful how many points you're giving, and you have to understand that you are not completely something goes wrong, you are not completely responsible for things. Don't take ownership of if it is out of control. If the business owner is on PTO, he is unable to do UAT on time, it's not your fault. If in SIT some defects is there, they're unable to fix the defect, it's not your fault, right? So don't think like, oh, I'm unable to close this user story, what will happen to me? And then what the leadership will think, they'll think that I'm not doing my work properly. Be smart. If you think that you are not able to close this user story and this has to be continued, okay, what you will do is just add a comment that dev is completed, SIT is completed, we will close the user story, and then create another user story for UAT and implementation, and close this user story for the current spend, because you have completed dev and testing, right? So do not, even though we are telling here this user story is complete once everybody is able to log in, but it depends. You have a dependency on business owners. They are on PTO. You cannot test with them, or they are testing and you never, and sometimes stakeholders are like that, they will never respond to you. It will take immense effort from your side to coordinate with them, just to get that one sign off. So they are not responding, you've sent multiple follow emails. What do you want to do? You can escalate to your scrum master and product owner and then say that I'm just waiting for them to complete UAT, and that person is not responding. From your side, you have done your part, right? So you don't take ownership for that work that they are not completing, because I'm telling you from my experience, if you don't close this user story, your manager, your director level, they are going to have a report, right? For today is October 2nd. Now what they will do today, all leadership, what they will do, they'll sit and get the report. They'll get the report of every team, how many user story was completed, how many was carry forwarded, how many is in pending, why people didn't close these user stories. They're going to talk from user story level only. They don't come and talk to you. They're not going to come and say that, okay, Pradeepa, what is your problem with this particular user story? Why you didn't complete it? Why you didn't close it? I'm not going to go and talk to a staff VP, right? Saying that I have dependency on my business. Yes. So from the leadership level, they are not going to come and ask you. Okay, they won't be asking you. Even your manager also won't be asking you. So what? Scrum Master also won't guide you on like why they. If you say that, okay, I didn't close this user story, I'm just going to carry forward it. They'll be like, okay, you carry forward. They're not going to come and tell you how you be impacted because of that. They don't come and they don't worry about your career and everything. They just say, okay, you carry forward it, you can do it. But from the reporting perspective, how it will look is like you didn't do the work. It's just being carried forward from multiple sprints. So you have to be very smart. When I create a user story, it needs to be a minimum viable product. What is a minimum viable product? Something that I can test and close within the current sprint. It can be sprint can be in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. That's totally fine. You create a user story where you will be able to complete development and testing at least in that particular user story. Otherwise, you create a user story that only this user story is only for development, and for development a separate user story, for testing and implementation it's separate. So at least divide the user stories like that. For example, this one, you're going to say that this is for development. So just so it means that only unit testing is included. Now what you're going to do, you're going to like, I cannot clone. There is no clone feature here, right? Okay. So what I will do for testing and implementation, I will create another user story. So that when they see this user story, they will know, okay, this is a development user story. Expectation is this user story is complete once unit testing is completed. So that can be done within 2 weeks. So it's completed, I can close this. For testing and implementation, for SIT UAT, I have another user story. So that expectation for that user story is SIT and UAT is completed, and we can close that user story. So you want to divide one user story into multiple user stories so that you can close that user story in that particular sprint. Okay, so do not like create user story in, so that it's very difficult for everybody to be on the same user story for so many sprints, and this is not getting completed. And every time in the status call, you'll be like, testing is not completed, UAT is not completed, sign off, I didn't receive sign off, and so we cannot close this. So practically you cannot close this. So you have to be very smart when you write a user story. Discuss with your engineers, and then you say that, do you want a separate user story for development? Do you want a separate user story for testing? Do you want a separate user story for implementation? What do you think about it? Because I think this will go for more than two sprints, so let's divide it. And he will be like, okay, totally fine, we can do that. And so if you're having separate user stories, you can close it. And then when leadership takes the report, whatever the stories you have, it will all be in closed status. So meaning that you have completed all your user stories, you are not having any kind of work that is pending, and so they are not worried about you. They'll be like, okay, whatever user story she's assigned to, she's completing it within that particular sprint, that's fine. And they don't teach you this. Nobody's going to sit and take class, right? In the work environment, they don't care if you close a user story also, they don't care. If you postpone it also, they don't care. Scrum master is not going to train you. Product owner also don't care. They have their own problems, issues, production issues. They have their own set of problems, right? So nobody's going to sit and take class for you. Then one day they'll be like, who can I fire now? Maybe there is budget constraints. Then they'll be like, okay, who can I fire now? In the whole group. So I have 10 people. Who's the one who's not completing their work? How they are going to like assume that you didn't complete your work? Because this person is carry forwarding one user story for multiple sprints. Means this one is not doing any work. That's how they judge. They don't come and talk to you. Okay, then they'll be like, I'm sorry, there is budget constraint, you can leave the office, have a good time, have like all the best for your future. So you'll be very careful when you create a user story. First thing you have to understand is you have to write all the details. Second one is you make sure that you create multiple user stories, so that you are able to like close all the user stories depending upon your sprint timeline. If it is 4 weeks, it's fine. But if you have a 2-week sprint, if your team has 2-week sprints, you make sure that you develop such kind of user story so that you can close it. Okay, I think we are good for today. I will continue this for tomorrow. Thank you guys for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Hi everyone. Good morning. So in yesterday's class, we saw about how to write user stories in detail. Today we are going to see about how to write SRS document in detail. Okay. So what is SRS document? SRS document is nothing but it is software requirement specification. So I'm going to show you an actual document. So there are 3 types of documents that they may ask you to write. So let's say that if you're joining a waterfall methodology project, what they want you to do is write a BRD, FRD, and SRS. These are the 3 important documents. Let's say that if you're joining waterfall. Okay, so they want you to write a BRD, FRD, and SRS document. Okay, and if you are in agile, mostly they are going to ask you to write user stories, which I showed you yesterday. So agile means mostly user stories. Okay, but there can be sometimes you will have a requirement where you'll be coordinating with external systems. So let's say that, for example, I'm taking a case here. Okay, so the case here is, so ADP wants to send your W2s. Okay, W2 means yearly like tax statements. They want to print and send it to you. Unless you opt for paperless, it's a requirement that they send it to the address. Whatever it's in the system, they're going to send it to the address, right? So they have a requirement. So every year in US, the statement is called as W2 statements. Okay. So what you're going to do, ADP has to like, when the date comes, they have to like generate, for example, by end of the year or by January first week or second week, they'll mostly send you the W2 tax statements for everybody, whoever they use is on. That's a requirement. Now, what will happen is, if you don't opt for paperless and you wanted a printed copy, the backend data flow is like they are not printing, right? Because they are payroll systems. What they will do is they will integrate with some print vendor. Print vendor can be IBM. There are different types of print vendor. Okay, so IBM is there, PST is there, different vendors are there for printing. So they don't do it in house. They don't have like a full-time printing team and all that. What they will do is they will send they'll have tie up with that print vendor, and they will be sending a file based upon the eligibility criteria. So some team has to generate that file from ADP. So ADP, in ADP there should be for letter generation, there should be a team. Okay. So what they will do is, based upon eligibility, they will extract that member data. So member's first name, last name, and address, their tax details. What they will do, they will gather those and they will be sending it to as a file. They have to like send it to this print vendor, and print vendor should be able to print and send it to the members, and we get these tax documents. Okay. So this integration, for that integration, even though ADP internal employees, they follow agile. Let's say that they have their user stories, they have their JIRA boards, they have all their confluence, but IBM is a print vendor, right? IBM cannot access ADP's internal, like those JIRA systems or confluence system. They cannot access it because they are not employee. First of all, they are third party, but maybe they are following agile, they're following waterfall, we don't know. But your team, if you're working for ADP, you are like a letter generation team. Internally, for your Scrum team, for your Scrum Masters, developers, testers, BA, you can all use this story. You can write user stories for them. Let's say that you're going to say daily file. Okay, daily file for sending this tax documents, you have to print and send it. That's the requirement. And every day, like daily file, you're going to send it to the IBM team. Okay. What you will do is, for that scenario, you are going to write user stories in JIRA, like I showed yesterday, how to write summary, how to write description, how to write acceptance criteria. All that you're going to do it in JIRA, where only the access can be accessed only by your team, not by IBM engineers or by all those external third party that you are integrating, right? They will not have access to your JIRA board. So in that case, they will ask you to give them a Word document. So they will be asking you to give, like, for example, like, can you just give all the business, because we are the client for them, no? So we have to give them business requirements. So we will be telling them that this is the layout. So this is how we are going to send the file, and what is the frequency every day, whether it's going to be multiple times or it's going to be like once every day, or however we agree, and whatever is the volume, based upon that we will be sending it. So what is the file layout, how we are going to send it, and how we are going to, like, for example, this is like you're integrating with the external third party, right? So how that handshake is happening to SFTP setup. So whether we'll receive an ACK file from IBM saying that we received your files, everything is processed. What if there are error scenarios? What if there is a blank file? What to do? These out of scope scenarios also you have to document. So it's not that every time in your agile methodology, people say that in agile you don't want to write BRD, but in real scenarios it's not like that. If you're actually working an IT project, you will know that JIRA board can be accessed only by whether if you have given access. Okay, so that is mostly for full-time employees working within your team or inside your company. That's fine. That anybody can access your user story and they can track the status. But if you are integrating with different external vendors and offshore teams, and like multiple international teams, okay, so you are in the US, you are integrating something with an external like I told you, right, print vendors like IBM, PST, Confluence. There are so many vendors are there. We have iCardio, we have I mean, name it. There are so many vendors out there, printing vendors out there. Okay, and whether you can be in the US, you are an on-site team, you are actually integrating with someone from Philippines, from Bangladesh, from Sri Lanka, like so many, right, international resources. So we won't give access to them, to our JIRA board, because due to compliance, or we won't give offshore our access and all. So what we will do is we will create everything as a BRD, we will send it. If it is third party, we will give them as BRD only. So what we will do is, you need to know, if they ask in the interview, and they will know, if you don't have real-time experience, you will say this real, I mean, like this generic answers that I worked in agile, so I know only user stories. They will figure out, okay, this person doesn't have actual experience, because, or doesn't have any enough kind of like lead experience for them to understand in the back end, like what kind of integrations we'll have with different multiple teams, right? So when you say in your resume that you know how to write a BRD, FRD, and SRS, BRD is business requirement document. FRD is functional requirement document, and SRS is system requirement specification. So the maximum that you will come across is BRD, because you are giving that requirements to them, that vendors. Okay, that for example, for in this case, ADP, if you are the BA for ADP, you will tell the vendor, okay, so this is a file format that we will send. Please let us know if that is okay, or these are the some of the details that we will be sending. Okay, so for example, member first name, last name, address, or if there is a designee first name, last name, and address. So these are some of the details that we will be sending. Is that okay? And for tax information, it all needs to be secured, right? So how are we going to secure that information? That also we have to discuss. So engineer, you take help of the engineers and you finalize on the file layout, and also like how these files, frequency of the files, acknowledgement of the files, what are the success scenarios, error scenarios. If you want it to be, if not file batch processing, do you want to send using APIs? What is the process? If API means, what are the APIs? Whether it's get method, or whether it's post method, put method. There are so many API methods, right? So using what method you're going to pull the data, whether you're using SOAP or REST. So there are so many things are involved, right? So you're going to discuss all those technical requirements, and you're going to add it in the SRS document. So from an BA perspective, if they say that, do you know all these terminologies, you should say yes, I know how to write a BRD. Whether you are using an actual project or not, that's a different case. I'm telling you about interview perspective. So do you know do you know how to write a BRD? Yes. Do you know how to write an FRD? Yes, I know the layout. Do you know how to write SRS? Yes, I can do it. And in agile, of course, agile, you should know it, right? So do you know how to write user stories? What is a definition of ready? What is definition of done? What is story point estimation? How do you prioritize user stories? What are the prioritization techniques that you use? So all that you should be able to answer. Now let me give you a real-time example of SRS document. So this is done by IIT Chennai, and the authors' names are given here. So what they are doing is they are writing an SRS document for a mobile application, where they have to, like, the nurse. I'll tell you the whole data flow so that you understand. So let me take the picture.
Ma'am, please share this document in chat.
So what is the data flow is like, the nurse is actually using the phone. Okay, so the nurse is actually going to, so you know, like in rural areas, there will be like health surveys. So what they will do is, like, a nurse will come to your house, and if there is any person, they'll just knock randomly. They'll just knock the door, and then they'll come and they'll ask for, do you want to take a health survey? And then they'll be like, taking a health survey. It can be any kind of surveys, or these are the different forms. So health survey, offline survey, and then preference form, location form. These are different kinds of form, and using mobile. So they are not taking their laptops with them. Initially it's all done manually, right? Manual means they'll have paper, they will have pen. So they're going to ask you, like, for example, you are there, they're going to come and ask you, what's your first name or last name? They know your address, of course. And then they're going to ask you, like, is anybody affected by COVID? Can you tell us how many people were affected? So all this, like, health scenarios, they're going to ask you. They're going to take the data, and they have to go and submit that paper. And from that, then again manually, like someone has to extract, retrieve the data, and then it has to be processed and stored in database. That is the current process, right? So what now they want to do, enhancement, what they want to do is, now the nurse is taking a mobile application, okay, mobile phone with them, and those surveys are already digitally, we have those survey forms integrated, and so they're going to take those surveys. Once they submit the surveys, it is actually going to a server. For example, these are the different kind of surveys: health survey, offline survey, about their profile, location. So these are the some of the data we are going to extract. And what we are going to do is, we are going to like send those informations to the RTB BP database, okay, and then digitally we are going to store them in like in one transaction or something. uh, we'll make sure that they have GPRS, they have internet, so they have all that, right? So from there, they will send able to, when they send a message, when they can submit that every form through message, and then when they submit it, we will be able to receive that, and we will be able to store in the database. Okay, that's the enhancement we are going to do. So we are no longer going to give them paper. We are no longer going to give them paper and pen. All we are going to do, tell them, train them, the nurses, is like, you're going to take a mobile application, and from the mobile application you'll be able to submit all these health surveys, and you need to have a valid internet that is there. Okay, if there is no internet, that can be error scenarios. So we will also have a backup plan of, in those cases, what needs to be done. So for success scenarios, let's say that you have signal and there is no problem, you are able to like access all the forms, you are able to like send those all this data to the database. We are going to store it, right? This is the happy path. Okay, in case if there is no signal, okay, from the phone, if there is no signal, then we have an alternate route of you're going to check the RMS, and then from there we are going to have an alternate flow. We're going to send an alert um, like a signal is not there, something like that, but a backup copy will be there from our side. Okay, so what we are going to train, or you in the SRS document, I mean, this is like very simply, like they have drawn the diagrams, but in actual projects, you have to like tell them, like you have to tell the developer uh, exact specifications of what are the, like how you're interacting with multiple systems, right? Like for example, from mobile to this Java application, from there it needs to come to our database, and it needs to make an entry in our database. Okay, so how we are going to do that. So but in here they have not given those kind of specifications. All they have given is like the flow diagrams. So if you see, they have not added anything in detail. What they have done in this SRS document is, so they have written in plain English. For example, you have definitions. So first you have overview, what is this project about, you have definitions, then you know what is this, like what are the different forms you're going to do, and what is the real need. So real need is, like I told you, to in order to um, uh, eradicate all this manual process, right? We are going to like give them mobile applications, and we are going to make sure that they submit all this in through the mobile applications. Okay, so they are writing in plain English here, and then they are just adding a use case. So use cases, for example, you have a health nurse. Health nurse is now using mobile application. They're going to submit different types of health forms. From there, a copy is going to Java RMS, and then all the data is like being received, and it is going to the RTBP server, and it's getting stored there, okay, in our database. So they're just giving a use case scenario. Ideally, I won't tell this as SRS document. This is like more of a functional requirement document, right? Because from a functionality perspective, you're just seeing how data is like going from one system to another system, and you're not giving anything. You're just giving a flow diagram for different like scenarios. So flow diagram for all this health surveys, flow diagram for, this is for health survey. Okay, for health survey, what is the flow diagram? And then for this is like, yeah, so offline upload. If you don't have internet, how do you submit the survey? And then like, for example, what is this? This is for location form, in order for them to enter their village name, and then their first name, last name, and everything. Okay. So these are the different flow diagrams that they have given. This is not, and this is from IIT Chennai, and this is not, I wouldn't call this is like a proper SRS document. A proper SRS document, I'll show you the real, like how it will work. I'll give you a layout. A proper SRS document is you are actually seeing correct software requirements to your developer. These are the API endpoints. This is the layout. For example, I told you, right, in ADP, if you take this, how do you tell, what are the information that you have to add in the SRS document? You have to say, see, this is the file format. Okay. It needs to have a unique ID. Okay, like a UID or something. And it needs to have a doc ID. It needs to have member's first name, last name, address. And if there is a designee, it needs to have, for example, in my W-2 can be received by my accountant. So my accountant is my designee, right? Send that tax document to him. So if there is a designee's first name, last name, and his address. And if it is email address, you're going to give an email address, phone number, whatever it is. So those are the values that ADP is going to send it to the print vendor. So very specific, detailed file layouts you're going to like document in the SRS. Also, like how frequently the file will be transferred and what is from where it's going to transfer. For example, folder paths. From this folder path, by using this SFTP setup, the file will be sent every day twice or maybe every day once at 5 p.m. and it will be dropped in this particular location. And IBM team system will be able to pick up that file and they'll be able to process it. The SLA is 3 days, 3 business days. Within 3 business days, we have to like print and send the W2s to our members. So very clear instructions you have to give in the SRS document. So here, it's all plain English. And they're calling it as SRS, right? So this is not SRS document. I wouldn't confirm this as SRS documents because all I'm seeing is only data flow diagrams. This should be in FRD or it should be in BRD. Because here what I'm saying is what is the user goals? What is the real need of this project overall? Like what is the project about? All this needs to be covered in BRD. That's the difference between BRD and FRD. In BRD, we are going to talk about all the business requirements, business needs, business goals, overall view of the project. We are going to draw all these data flow diagrams and we are going to give a high level like overview of about the project from different modules. Okay, so you're going to draw this use case diagram, overall data flow diagram. If there are multiple modules, we are going to like draw all those diagrams and then we are going to cover it. But in SRS, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I mean, different. In SRS, you are actually telling the engineers, the developers who are actually developing the actual software product, right? You're just telling them the format of the file itself and how it will be processed. What is the success scenarios? When do you call it a successful transaction between two systems? For example, I'm sending a file today, a member file today. If you're not receiving that file, and I already sent, let's say that I'm sending my file from ADP, my file, my details are going to now IBM. Okay, but they have not received it. How do you know whether they have received or not? I need to receive an ACK file from ACK means acknowledgement file. So if my file is going and successfully IBM, that's third party, right? If they are receiving it, they have to send an ACK file to us saying that by unique identifier, every file will have a unique identifier, right? So they'll send that this particular file with the file image, whatever you have sent, we have received it. So that needs to come within 2 hours. Okay. So today morning, if I send a file from ADP to IBM at 8 o'clock, by 10, I need to, within 2 hours, I need to receive an ACK file. If I don't receive an ACK file, what I have to do is I have to automatically trigger an email alert to their IBM support team saying that we sent a file today, okay, and we didn't receive any ACK file. So that everything you're automating. Nobody is monitoring all this. In production, nobody's monitoring. And you know about ADP, right? They have a very huge client database. I mean, client all over the world. So nobody's sitting and monitoring whether the file that we sent IBM is receiving or not. Everything is automated. So how do you automate that? So if I send like 10 files to IBM today morning, and if I don't receive an ACT file, the system has to automatically trigger an email alert to the IBM support team. And that email ID, there you have to get it from, as a BA, you will get it from them. So can you give me the support email ID? And our system has to automatically generate that email saying that these are the file names that we sent today. It's been like more than 2 hours. We didn't receive an ACT file. So they'll be going and like that supporting, right? They will go and research on whether they have received or not, whether there were any issues during file transfer, whether the file was hiding somewhere, like they'll figure out. Or if there is anything issue with the file names, they're going to say us, right? So those kind of things, very specific details about what are the success scenarios. Success is I send 10 files, they are able to receive it and process it within 3 business days. First of all, they will give an acknowledgement within 2 hours. Yes, we got your file. And then they are going to like print and send it. So that is like the handshake. So in the interview, they may be asking you, if you have interacted with vendors, can you tell me what's the file format? How do you like exchange data between 2 systems, from your system to another system? What are the different ways? How do you make sure that file is being successfully transferred? Tell me the success scenarios. Or if it is error scenarios, like example, they got your file, for example, member first name and last name is missing. You didn't send it in your file. You means the system is unable to extract the data, and it's not sending first name and last name. Then that is a reject scenario, right? Because without first name and last name, you have only the address, but without first name and last name, they cannot generate the letter and send it to the member. So those 5 elements, first name, last name, address, those are mandatory. Okay, so member's first name, member ID, last name, address, and I told you file name, unique identifiers. All these are 5 field values are essential, that these are mandatory values. If those values are not there, IBM is going to reject our file and we have to reprocess. So these are like very specific case scenarios that you're going to document in the SRS document. So you won't be documenting like this. How you will document is what is the layout, file layout. You'll document that. And what are the mandatory fields that we have to send for each file. If one of the mandatory fields is missing, now IBM has to reject that file, right? And if all the mandatory fields are present, so let's say that member ID is there, first name is there, last name is there, address is there. If a designee means designee, first name, last name, address, everything is there. So all the 5 mandatory fields are there. Then within 2 hours, they have to send us a ACT file back saying this transaction is a success, we'll be able to process this. If we send the file, if we don't receive an ACT file back from them in 2 hours, then automatically our system has to generate that alert to their support team saying that we sent the following files, we didn't receive an ACT file back. So someone manually is going to look at that problem. So those kind of detailed file interactions, how frequent it's going to happen, what is the requirement for an ACT file, how do you identify one of the thing is not available, what are the success scenarios, what are the error scenarios. So those kind of very specific like software requirements, you're going to document for the engineers to make sure that you make their life easy. Accordingly, they're going to develop the file layout. Whatever you're telling, your engineer will do the same thing. And IBM engineers also, they'll form the same layout. They'll make sure that they develop the file frequency, and also they'll make sure there is an ACT file back, and alert system is being developed. So automatic triggering of emails, right, to the support team, that also needs to be developed. So once they complete all this development, then you can check in QA, you can check in UAT, check all the scenarios. So for scenarios for successful transactions, scenarios for reject transactions, scenarios where you need to like check if you don't receive an ACT file, how to trigger emails. So these are specific test scenarios that you have to test with IBM, right? So for those things, you will not write user stories. You're going to write BRD and FRD and SRS documents. So someone asked me the link.
Hi Pradeepa. So I have a doubt, like whether we need to have full technical knowledge of how like the files are getting transferred and all those FTP protocols and all those things.
I mean, without you actually working in the project, it's very difficult. But if you're adding experience in the project, like let's say that you're adding 6+, and so they will expect you to know all that.
Okay, okay. And
So
I just wanted to know, like, whether it is the same for, like, once you have explained about credit check process, right? It is like integrating with the credit bureaus, like Equifax or something, right? So they
right.
also, for that also, we need to create a BRD like this. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay.
Because your bank and your credit bureau are different
Yeah, third
companies.
party.
Third
Okay,
party.
got it.
Let's say Bank of America has to integrate with Equifax, that's a different
Yeah.
company, right? So it can be batch or it can be through API.
Okay.
So mostly
It will
credit
be.
and all will be APIs only
Yeah.
because it's real time, right? When
Yeah.
once you click submit, you'll get the score.
Okay. Okay.
So
For
it's not
API,
like
it's a
printing.
totally different process, or like how they will like, can you explain in a little bit detail like how it will work?
Yeah. So what you'll do is let's let's take a bank. Okay, Wells Fargo. I'll give you an example how it works for banking projects.
Okay.
Okay, so they're saying that get your score for free. Why means they can give you loan and make you they can give you million loans and make you pay the interest. That's why they're very like they're giving this for free. Someone is saying free, it means something hidden agenda is there. So see here, what they're doing is they can give you your FICO score just for free. Okay, so
Okay.
easily you can update. What you'll do is you will log in. Okay, using your login username and password. So means you know that you are already an existing user. So they know your member ID, they know your past transactions, whether you're paying credit card on time, your SSN, all those details they know. All they're asking is your consent for the credit score check.
Okay.
So from here, once you enroll, what will happen is they have to go and get the score from either Equifax or Experian. Experian is also a credit bureau. Okay. So from Experian or like TransUnion, like there are so many
Yeah.
in the back end, you know that, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
what they will do is once you give consent to Wells Fargo using an API, what they will send your details. Okay, so your SSN, your member information, like basically like for 1 year how much you spent and everything. So they will send those informations because that's what they want, whether you're currently employed or not, how much you're spending every month, whether you're paying on time. So there's a few fields. Okay, so let's say that 5 to 6 fields. So that those information they are sending to Experian, and Experian should be able to, based upon that criteria, they'll have like a coding based upon these criterias, whether it's good, bad, or excellent, or poor, whatever it is. So but that is happening in seconds.
Yeah, is it happening through file transfer protocol or
No, not file transfer, to API.
Okay, got it.
To REST API. In the backend, you're using REST API. Okay. Because if it's file transfer, you cannot get it instantly.
Yeah, it will be batch processing.
Correct.
Right?
Batch processing is for like printing letters and all.
Okay.
The SLA can be 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, a week or something. For that only, slowly we will process. And we are now moving to APIs. REST API is like an advanced API thing, right? So we are moving to REST APIs, but like legacy systems are still using batch processing.
Okay. So in SRS, how what title we'll just mention, like it's API. Is that more than enough if we mention that, or we need to like put
so
in
in API, right, there are, you know, about API get post, put method, patch, delete, you know, all that methods.
No, I don't have knowledge about.
Yeah. So you need to know when you write SRS, you should know whether are you using get API, post API, or like very specific endpoints.
Okay, got it.
So for example, like in those APIs, what are the field values? So member first name, last name, members, like for example, SSN, members, like maybe like average monthly spending amount, income, or whether they're paying on time, like those kind of information, right? These are something Experian would need in order for them to give you a score.
Okay, got it.
So so for that you need to know what is difference between SOAP API, REST API, and then if it is API means what are the different methods, what is the difference between get method and post method, why we are using post method, so and endpoints also. API endpoints, those are the specific software details that requirement details. You will add it and send it to, if you're working for Wells Fargo, you will send it to Experian. If you're working for Experian, you need to ask that information from Wells Fargo BAs.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So anything real
Ma'am,
time is API.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
ma'am, can I ask?
Yes.
If we adopt hybrid methodology for a project, means waterfall plus agile, then we have to create all BRD, FRD, and user stories and SRS.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've told you. It
Hybrid.
depends upon which project. See, if your users can access your JIRA board, then user stories is totally fine. So you need not write BRD, sit and write BRD, right? But
Yeah.
let's say that they are unable to access your user stories, then like what's the method? So it depends upon what your seniors are doing, what is your team, right? They may have a certain like protocols. So what they are doing, you have to mimic the same thing.
Yes. Thank
So
you.
it's not that, see, if you're starting from scratch, you can always develop your own process and all that. That's fine. But usually team, right? They have their own process. So you just go observe first 2 weeks. Just go observe whether you're the senior BA, what kind of their work they are doing. Is it completely agile? I think like nobody is completely agile. Even though they say agile, nobody is completely agile because like this, right? You have to Wells Fargo has to integrate with Experian. It may look like as one system, but you're in the back end, you're actually getting data from external vendors. So how are you going to like give requirements to them?
Yes.
You got it. So when we say hybrid, so what's the difference between agile and hybrid? Agile is the maximum you can go 4 weeks sprint. Okay. So 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and 4 weeks. That's the maximum you can go. And after that, let's say it's going to take months. Then we follow something like hybrid model. But in real time, there is no actual agile. You cannot develop a product in like 2 weeks and go live. Right? What we
Yes.
will do is, why we are doing that is so that if there is any defects, we can fix it then and there. So usually you are creating user stories in such a way that you'll be able to finish that particular functionality within 2 weeks. But you can just complete all your user stories and go live after 3 months too.
Yes.
So
Understood.
you got it, right? So for example, here I have sign on or login function. With that, only that going live, how can member cannot do anything?
Yes.
So if they log in, they have to do some kind of functionality. With just login functionality, you develop that in 2 weeks and you're going live. What's the purpose of it? After that, what the member is going to do? Just log in and view the homepage. That's it. So what you will do is like, so login maybe in first 2 weeks you do, then you are going to like, maybe like, for example, they're going to view the account page. All that can be developed in multiple sprints. We'll finish it, we'll complete the UAT, but go live can happen only like maybe 3 or 4 months. End of it, finally, everything you're testing, it can go live so that you have a complete product in hand. So when we say agile, don't think like the actual feature will be going live to the end users in 2 weeks. No, that's not the idea. The idea is we are making sure that the developers and testers are working. They're working on something on the user story and they are completely testing it. UAT is completed. Go live can be this Friday. It can be like after 3 months too. It depends upon business.
Yes.
Okay. And also the functionality as a whole, whether you're completing everything. So you can say that I worked in a 3 week sprint. I worked in a 4 week sprint, but not all your user stories will go live at the end of that sprint. That's what I'm trying to say. So maybe it's a very big functionality. It may take maybe 3 months. Each month is a sprint. You'll finish everything, or maybe like you're dividing that one functionality into like 8 user stories. You're finishing all your user stories, and after 3 months only you can go live.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you got it. So you need to understand that. Don't think like theoretically we can say you have to go live in that particular sprint, but in actual scenarios, we are not going live every Friday. We have to make sure that all the functionalities are available, and only then after business is like fine, they test everything, and when they're fine, we are going to go live. Okay. If it's a very small functionality, then okay, we can go that Friday too. Within 2 weeks, you can go. If it's like something like you're enhancing, it's a small user story, you can go. But for a brand new project, like I told you, like integration, for example, Wells Fargo is integrating with another merchant. That is like, it will take 6 months for them to do that integration. So they can say that they are in agile process. They can create that all the small user stories. They'll finish all the integration testing and everything. And finally, it will go live on one day where the end users, if they log in, they'll be able to get the score from, let's say, TransUnion. Yes, they'll be able to get that score. It's not that day 1 in 2 weeks, they cannot do that, right? So you need to understand when we say agile, means you're completing that user story within that particular sprint. But go live can happen anytime.
Pratibha, I have a doubt in elicitation technique. Actually, I missed one of your class. Can I ask now, or like, is there?
Yeah, you can ask. Yeah, you can ask.
Yeah. During interview, no, you have mentioned like with who BA will be conducting interview sessions for elicitation, right? So the stakeholders will doesn't have that much of technical knowledge, right?
So stakeholders and business owners are different. Stakeholder, anybody is a stakeholder.
Okay.
Stakeholder. When I say stakeholders, means your developer is also a stakeholder.
Okay, got it.
Business owners are the one. So that's why when we say stakeholders, the word stakeholders means your developer is a stakeholder, SME is a stakeholder, architect is a stakeholder, testers, everybody is considered as stakeholders.
Okay, so we'll like choose a stakeholder who has knowledge about the like data flow, what databases that we need to use, and so that we can get the correct answers and we can build a product, right?
Correct.
Okay,
When you say business owners, they are, like you said, business owners are non-technical.
Yeah, non-technical persons. Yeah, got it.
So difference between stakeholders, they will ask you business owners and stakeholders.
I got confused in this actually. So I was like thinking, yeah.
Stakeholders is anybody who is involved in the project is called a stakeholder.
Okay.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions?
Yeah, hi Pradika, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, quick one. I missed the last training you did, like the normal training. I wanted to know what one is the next training happening.
Which one?
The paid one.
For
healthcare.
Healthcare? Yeah. So it's already there. So if you want, you can purchase the course and I can do a private training for you.
Oh, okay.
So what we will do is like you can purchase that course and then I can, like, after you finish that course, right, I can do a private sessions with you.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, hi, what's your name?
Oh, okay. My name is ID.
ID from which country ID? Or where are you located?
I'm in the US at the moment.
Okay, got it. Okay. So what ID you can send me an email. Do you have my email ID?
No, I don't. And I tried to look for you on LinkedIn as well, but I couldn't find
No, I'm not in LinkedIn. I just came out of LinkedIn because there is so many. See, my colleagues are there and everybody is trying to like tag me and also I'm like, no. My colleagues, so I'm not doing it.
Okay, can you send me your email? Okay.
I added, right? So career guidance for everyone at gmail.com.
Okay.
So send an email. So you
Okay.
can purchase that course and then like once you complete the course or simultaneous also, I can train. I'll review your resume.
Okay.
And then I'll say how to like change things according to your resume, how you need to answer, and then so I can give you a private coaching.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
Okay, great. So tomorrow we have the last day, right, for training, and my voice is also I got some throat infection, so I cannot continue this free training on Monday. I'm just focusing on my paid trainings. So tomorrow is the last day for the free trainings. So like, do you have any specific questions for me for tomorrow's session? Something that you want me to cover?
Yeah, Fedika, for me, I still want to know the BRD document because I'm having issues with understanding when to start with the BRD. I understand BRDs should be used at the beginning of the project. But I'm having issues with the BRD, FRD, at what point? Like today, you explained the SRS, which I understand. But for the BRD and the FRD, I'm having issues with it. And then I was reading the like BA book. At what point will I have to write a business case? Is a business case part of a BRD as well?
Yes. Business case is a part of BRD. So that's the first thing. So once you gather requirements, right, you have to start writing the BRD and business case.
Okay.
Initially, that's the first document you will start writing.
Okay.
Before even you write the SRS and all will come later.
Okay.
So yeah, so you go for a call. You gather requirements. The first document you will start writing is BRD and business case.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
So business case is part of the BRD document, so I don't have to write it separately.
Yeah. Business case is like very high level data flow.
Okay.
Okay, that's different from functional use cases. But yes, from a business perspective, if you would say that this is what they want, this is what data has to navigate, you will add that in BRD. Yes, I can show you tomorrow, ID.
Okay. All right. Thank you
It's
so much.
easy for you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we are good for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Bye. Hi, everyone.
Thank
In
you, ma'am.
today's
Take
class,
care.
I'm going to teach about API testing. Since yesterday, someone was asking about APIs and they don't know how to do testing. So I thought I can cover quickly today and end the study with me series today. Okay, so it's very crucial to understand what is API. This is something like nowadays in the interview they are asking everybody, like in the US or in Canada or in the UK too, they're asking these questions about, do you know API? What is the tools that you used as a BA to test APIs, and what are the different kinds of APIs? Can you tell the difference on all that? So today I'm going to talk about, let's talk about different types of APIs. First of all, what is API? API is nothing but it is a means of communication between two systems. Okay, so it can be like, for example, two computer systems, they want to exchange information over the internet. How can they do it? Okay, it can be internal applications. It need not be external. For example, let's say this Wells Fargo may have multiple teams, right? They can have credit teams, they can have loan teams, they can have mobile banking team, online banking team. They have like different kinds of teams. Enrollment team, like different teams will be there and they'll have their own system. One can be in Pega, one can be in Java, one can be in AngularJS, like it can be in different technologies inside Wells Fargo IT. So what they will do is, for example, enrollment team want to access data from credit card team, or maybe mobile banking team want to access data from let's say document repository team. So what internally within Wells Fargo, it's a very big company. Okay, so the data is huge and everything is not stored under one system, and internally IT is going to be separated into multiple different teams, right? That's how it is work. So in order for example, enrollment team to access data from credit card team, okay, and right now they don't have any interaction, so they want to do it. What they will do is, like, the easiest way for them to configure is like configure the APIs. So enrollment team, they will be using the credit card team's API. They will do some coding and then they'll be able to access it. So that's the purpose. So the purpose of API is nothing but it's an interface so that two computer systems can exchange information securely over the internet. Okay, so it can be internal systems or third party. So when Wells Fargo can also, like, if they want to have a contract with all the credit card merchants like Visa, MasterCard, they are external, right? So that is there. If they want to have contract with all these credit score companies, they will do it. So not only internally applications, if they want to talk externally also, so in that case also they'll be using this API. So that's the whole purpose of the API is nothing but you have to information exchange to make sure that you are able to, like, securely going to exchange that information between two different systems or two different companies, however you want. So that is API. That's the purpose of API. It is called as application programming interface. Okay, in order for two systems to communicate, we need to have a common language, right? So if, for example, my system is Pega system and yours is a Java system, how can we communicate with each other? So that's why these APIs will have some kind of formatting. The file exchange between one system to another system will have some kind of formatting. So for that, generally earlier when API concept started, they use something called SOAP API. That's the initial API. Okay, so SOAP is the basic API that we all used some like 15 years back. So what will happen is, in SOAP we had restrictions. In SOAP, right, only an XML file can be exchanged. So other formats, for example, HTML, text file, JSON, those things cannot be exchanged by SOAP. So earlier, but it was like, these are all new concepts, right? So initially when they did, they developed a SOAP. So if you see SOAP, the SOAP stands for simple object access protocol, and it is a protocol for communication between two systems. And what it will do is that particular API can only support XML data exchange. Okay, and if the messages are very long, for example, Bank of America is sending all their member information, like first name, last name, everything, to a credit print company. So for example, they have a new member that is enrolled. Now enrollment team is going to say that this member is a new member. We have to send credit card, like the basic credit card, so that he's eligible for that. So we have to print and send the credit card to the member. That's the data flow. Okay. So once the member is enrolled into Wells Fargo, they don't have that credit card printing, right? They're outsourcing it. So what they will do is they have to send member first name, last name, address, and a template and all that. They have to send those information to that credit card printing company. So when they send that, if the file is very large, messages are very large, then it's going to be very slow. The communication is going to be very slow. It will not be instant at all. It will be very slow, and sometimes you can get error messages too. So that's why SOAP has its own disadvantages. So SOAP is like when you're sending larger messages, the communication is very slow. Okay, and scalability. For example, like let's say that like 1,000 people have enrolled today. They're giving something like kind of discount. Maybe like if you join, there's a $500 some a reward and all that. So like you see a bunch of people enrolling. So in that case, they will not be able to handle it because of the SOAP doesn't. It's very difficult for SOAP to scale. So what will happen is there will be lag and they'll not be able to process. There will be error messages and all internally between all the every time when there is a transaction, when there's a hit in the other system, they'll get that. So these are some of the difficulties that people have using SOAP APIs. So, but initially SOAP was the one in the industry, right? Everybody was using SOAP because the concept is very new. Earlier, it's all batch processing. So batch processing means all the files has to be zipped in one zip file, and then that file has to be dropped in a location. That file has to be picked up by a title job scheduler, some kind of job scheduler. From there, it will be dropping into the our client's location. From there, the client has to pick up. They have to unzip the file. Then they have to like do all the member validation. Then they have to load into their database. So that it will take maybe 24 hours to 48 hours. So just for sending files, and then from our system to any like third party, and then they receive it, they have to send you an ACK file, and then they have to open the zip file, process it. Process means like it needs to be in a certain format. Okay, whatever agreed format between your system engineers and them, it needs to be in the same format. If the format is a mismatch, they will reject the file. So all this like headache is there if you're doing for batch processing. So that's why people want to get into this API concepts. So API is very good to have because you're not waiting for a very long time for a simple like all these file exchanges, right? So API is good, but between the APIs, these are the two important APIs, SOAP and REST. So if in the interview they ask you what is the difference between SOAP and REST, so you have to say SOAP API is nothing but it's called as simple object access protocol. This is both the APIs are used for communication between two computers or two systems or two companies or internally also inside the company also. If you want to, your system wants to talk to another system, your team's data wants to be accessed by other system, then we use this SOAP and REST. Okay, so you can use either one only. You can use SOAP or you can use REST. You cannot use both. So you have to understand. If you say that in my team we used both SOAP and REST, then means they know you don't have real life experience, right? You can use either one only. You cannot use both SOAP and REST at the same time. So what you're going to you have to say is that SOAP is nothing but it only supports XML file, whereas REST supports XML JSON. So Wells Fargo, right? If they want to talk to another credit card merchant, their file can be XML, file can be JSON, their file can be text, any type of file. REST will be able to support it. Okay, so these are some of the different formats that REST will be able to support it. Also, second advantage is it's very fast. Because here in SOAP, right, if you're sending large files, it is going to be, communication is slow, and you're going, sometimes you get error messages, right? But here it's not like that. The rest is like faster compared to SOAP. Also easy to scale. So today, like, users are like 1,000 users. Tomorrow the system suddenly, like, it gets popular, we have 10,000 hits every day. Then in that case, REST will be able to handle it because it is stateless. So stateless in the sense, since it is doesn't, it is independent of previous messages. So I will tell you in a bit what is that meaning. But right now we understand that today 100 users are able to access one API, REST API. Tomorrow, if it is like 1,000 people want to access the same API, it is totally possible. But in SOAP, it's very difficult to scale. You'll always see that 404 error. If you see some some websites and all, if you click, it'll always go to 404, not found, not found, not found. So that and all is SOAP errors. Okay. So, and also um, REST is very, very useful for public APIs. So if let's say that, like, search, like Google search, no, let's say that the customer wants to search ATMs near me. Okay, I have given a code, and if they click on search, they'll be able to see where this ATM. This is all like public information. Anybody can go and search, and from the database, it's going to give the results, right? It's going to give multiple results. What are the ATMs near me? What are their hours? Whether they are drive-through or just an office. So it's going to give a lot of information. So for like these kind of queries, and a public is doing, so anybody, anywhere, they can stand and then they can use the search. They need not even be a member. They're not even signing. So just they can go to search, and from search, if you ask for ATM and banking locations, you can just give your zip code and it's going to give you results. So this is public facing. So if it's public facing, REST is the best one for all the public APIs. It's the best one because of the security it's giving, and also, like I told you, instantly it will give you results. Let's say that I'm giving another zip code. Okay, 24660. Okay, and I'm searching. Okay, so if I give that again, immediately within like 1 or 2 seconds, it's giving me results. Do you see that? That's because of REST API. It's able immediately, not even in a second. Okay, in a fraction of a second, it's able to go and hit the database, and it's going to give you very specific results. So for example, 34264. Okay, search. See, within like not even like a second, right? It is able to hit so this is get API. Don't think what is this? This is called as get REST API. I'll tell you what are the different APIs. So this is like public is searching. The unique identifier is a zip code, and when you give that, it's going to the database, it's getting the hit back, giving you all these results. Okay, so this is real time API concepts, and if you see it, right, it will be faster. Be very faster compared to other websites and all that. Okay, so that's the advantage of REST APIs. So the basic about API is nothing but application programming interface. We have two different types of APIs. One is SOAP and REST. What's the purpose of APIs? For instead of batch processing takes a lot of time, maybe like 24 to 48 hours, and it's not even secure. Sometimes you lose the files. But API concepts is like instantly you will be able to real time, right? Instantly you will be able to retrieve the data. And then we have two types. One is SOAP, one is REST. And in SOAP, the disadvantages is the data format. It can only support XML file exchange, whereas here any file format is fine. Here larger messages are you can send, but the communication is going to be slower. Here it's going to be very faster. Here it's going to be difficult to scale. Okay, but here you can like, even if 50,000 people are going to access the same API, it will be able to support it because it is stateless. Okay, so and for legacy applications, because when we started all these ACF concepts between 15 years, we all used SOAP only. But nowadays, engineers prefer REST API. So that's why. So nowadays in the interview, if they ask you, they're going to ask you most on REST API only. Like, do you know REST API? Have you tested REST APIs? Can you tell me what are the methods and everything? So you have to say that, yes, I know about REST APIs and I know how to test also. Now I'm going to show you the tools. This is called Postman. Okay, this is the tool to test the APIs. So what your engineer will give you is, this is a URL that he's going to give. Okay, API URL. So he's going to give. So in the REST API, this is the tool. Okay, like JIRA, Postman is the tool. Okay, for testing any kind of APIs. You can test SOAP API also. You can test REST API also. Both the APIs you will be able to test. This is a testing tool. Okay, so you can download directly. You can go to Postman, and then if you download, if you have Mac, accordingly it will get downloaded. If you have Windows also, accordingly it will automatically get downloaded. So you can just search for Postman download. You'll be able to get it. So what is happening is, there are like different kind of methods. You need to understand what is get method, post method, put method, patch method, and delete method. These are the different kinds of methods in REST API. Okay, get method means get without parameters, means when your engineers give you a URL. Okay, when it is HTTPS, if S is there, means it is REST. Okay, just by seeing the APIs, you will know whether this is SOAP API or REST API. When we say HTTPS, S means secure, right? So when the S is there, HTTPS protocol is there, means this is an REST API. Okay, so what your engineer will say is, I have created an API for you. Can you please test it? So what you will do, you will go and let's say that we have about, you're testing for a mobile store. Okay, in that database, you have about, let's say, about 13 products. Okay, so 13 products are there. What are the products? You're going to have Google Pixel phone, you're going to have Apple iPhone 12 mini, Apple iPhone 11, and all the different kinds of accessories and all that. Okay, now using this API, if you want to get the results from the database, okay, and without parameters, I'm not adding any kind of parameters. If I click send, from the database, I'm getting all the data. So this is from results from the database. Okay, this is like results from the database. So get means I'm getting all the information, getting objects. Okay, so I'm getting all the information from the database, all the 13 products information from the database. Okay, so that is get API, meaning I'm retrieving the information from the database. Okay, now I want to add parameters. Okay, and he's saying, your engineer is saying that test this API with parameters. Now I want only specific products to be retrieved from the database. I don't want all the products. Let's say only ID3. Okay, I'm going to click on ID3. I'm going to save it. I'm going to send it. Okay, so if I do that, only the product 3, right? Because the unique identifier is value 3. Only that product will be retrieved. Okay, let's talk about how to, I want only like product 10. I'm getting, okay, I'm getting only Apple iPad mini. Okay, so this is get API. Okay, now you may be asking, what's the purpose of me testing like this? So when the user, let me take a mobile shop so that you understand how it will be working from front end. Okay, so these are the different. I'm an AT&T website. So if you go here, when the user is just searching, okay, and he want all the products, so he's clicking on phone. On phone, it's asking like all the different kinds of phones it will be showing, right? So what he's doing now, when he clicks on phones, he's doing get API. And the back end, it's going for get API. So from the database, everything, all the phones is coming, right? For example, he is very specifically looking for like new Apple, maybe Apple 16 Pro Max. Okay, now this is the key. I'm giving the key. Now only that information needs to come from the system, from the database. Only that phone needs to come. Others should not pop up. So how will our database understand what the customer wants? What's the hit he wants, right? So that's what we have to test. In the back end, when he is giving all, get all means all the information will be retrieved from the system. But very specific identifier if they're giving, that is with parameters. Means again, in the back end, the developer is going to use get method only to get the information from the system. But he very specifically, we have an identifier. For the user, it will look it as Apple 16 Pro, but in the back end, it will be ID. For us, it will be ID. Okay, so for us, it will be like ID1, ID2, ID3, like that. From the database, right? Usually the numbers only, it will be there. Front end, it may look like he's searching for Apple. Okay, Apple 16 Pro Max. This is the name, but in the back, from the database, right? Once the user hits on this one, it is going with that unique ID value at the back end and retrieving that image. So let's say 16. So it's going to, like, if you see, right, you're getting different results, different value, different, everything is going to be different, right? So how this system is able to identify it using that ID specific value. For user, it will be like plain English, but in the backend transaction, it will be based upon IDs only. Okay, so for example, ID 13, ID 14, name will be there, but our system database won't identify with names. So it's based upon IDs only. So you have to test. If suppose this is a get API, customer is choosing value 10 means only that needs to come. Okay, customer is choosing maybe value 5 means only that needs to pop up in the front end. So this is how you're going to use the get API. So get API in the sense, this is like search functionality, any kind of search functionality. Like for example, ATMs near me, restaurants near me, or if you're going to like going for any like vacation, you're like, I want to know temples near me. What it will do, you're just like, you're not giving your information to the database, right? You're just retrieving the information from the database, whatever application you can use. Let's say you are using like Uber, and then you're going to like Uber Eats, you're going to search for maybe like Indian cuisine foods near me. Okay, that's a very generic keyword that you're giving. So the database has to like quickly go and search and then get the what are the nearest restaurants for you. So based upon some parameters, it is going to like the words like Indian cuisine, those are the keywords. It's going to go and retrieve that data. So in those situations, you are using only get method. You are not using other method. So get method means any kind of search functionality where you are not updating your information in the database. You're just retrieving the information from the database. So all this information are there in the database, but you are not giving your information. For example, now I'm not even logging into AT&T, but I'm able to search. Okay, I'm not even a user. They don't have my information. They don't have my first name, last name, my phone number, nothing. But I'll be able to go and search here. So that is get API. Whereas, let's talk about what is then post method. Post method means now I'm going to log in. Once I log in or once I create an account, once I register, now I have to I'm giving my first name, I'm giving my last name, I'm giving my account details, and I'm giving like all my information. So if you give your information, what needs to happen? There needs to be an entry in the database, right? So for example, okay. So for example, let's say that okay. So example, let's say I'm giving another API. So now what you do, for example, you're going to log in. So when you log in, what will happen? You're giving your first name. So in the parameters, let's say that you're giving your first name, last name, your email IDs, your phone number, your address. So that needs to be made as an entry. No, it needs to be made as an entry in our system. So in our system means in the database. So anytime when you are giving your information, anytime when you are like creating an entry in the database. So all for the same AT&T, now I'm creating an account. Okay. So let's say that I'm going to go to my account and I don't have an account. Now it says that create an account. Okay, if you don't have a user ID, create one. So now it's asking me a few information. So if in order for me to create an account, I have to give my first name, last name, and email address, phone number, right? At least that. So if I give that, now database has to store my information. right? So when it wants to store my information in the backend, it will use post method. It will not use get method. Get method means the information is already there in the database. We are just retrieving. That is get method. But when the user wants to register new information in the system, so that will be post method. So that's the difference between get method and post method. Get method means we are just extracting the information from the database, whereas post method means we are giving new information to the system. So the system is going to remember. The next time when you log in, it will remember, okay, based upon your username and password, it will be like, again, it will make an entry. Again, when you log in, it will be post method only, because every time you log in, it has to remember, right? There is a new entry in the system. So every time you log in, when there is account creation, registration, all that, whenever you're giving your information to the system to remember, that will be post method. Okay. Put method means you already have an account. Now you want to change your information. Let's say that you are going to change your email ID, or let's say that you're going to change your phone number. So you have an existing account, you're logging into your existing account. Let's say that you're logging into your AT&T. Let's say that this is your name, first name, last name, and your email address and everything. Now you want to change two of this. Your email address you want to change, as well as you want to change your password. So something like that. Or you're going to change your phone number and email ID. So when you change multiple things in one transaction, okay, I'm going to submit only once, but I'm going to change everything. Okay, as the complete form, maybe 2 or 3 fields I'm going to change. I'm going to change my email ID, I'm going to change my phone number, but then I'm going to click on submit. So when you want to change multiple things, then it is put method. Okay, so post is the very first time that whatever you're creating, right? That will be post. But if you want to change something, it will be like put method. Put and patch. In patch, you can only change a single field. So for example, sometimes you can change only one field, right? You cannot change multiple fields at the same time. So if you can change only password, only that you can change. Or if you want to change any kind of your email ID, only that field you can change. Other fields you cannot change simultaneously. Sometimes your changes can be like on a form format. Multiple things you can change and you can submit. So one difference between put and patches, patch method is like only one time you can change. Okay, so any kind of change, only single field, only single parameter, if I'm going to change, then it is patch method. Put method means multiple things. You log in, you change multiple things at the same time, and if you click on submit, that time the backend, right, the developer has to make sure it is put method. Otherwise, in the database, it won't change. Okay, let's say I'm changing here 2030. Okay, so year is 2030, then price is, let's say, like 5,000. I'm changing 2 values here. I'm going to save, and then I'm going to send it to the database. It will change in the database here. For the same product, 2 values are being changed. But in patch, only one thing can be changed. Everything will be there in the database, but I cannot change. It's always one by one in patch. So put means multiple things can be changed at the same time. That's the difference between put method and patch method. Delete. Delete means there are 2 types of delete. One is soft delete and one is hard delete. For example, you are using Facebook, but you don't want to you want to deactivate or completely delete the account from your side. What will happen is, like, you can go, you will delete your account, but you're not actually deleting from the Facebook database. Okay, Facebook will have your information, but from your side, from a user perspective, you're deleting your account. You'll be unable to log in also, because it is completely, that's called a soft delete. So soft delete means for the end user, they cannot log in back. They'll not be able to access their photos or information, nothing. All their contacts will be lost. They cannot even log in back. But from the system, it is always there. The entry made in the system, when you created account, all your pictures, what are the posts you added, what are the videos you added, all that will be there in the database. That's there, that's for sure, but it will not be deleted from there. What is hard delete? Hard delete is you're actually deleting from the database. That's called as hard delete. That we will not do it unless we have special requests, unless there is compliance issue, unless like someone like got into like some kind of case. Now the government is like, US government is like, they want to access their Facebook account. Facebook is like, please delete. Facebook, please delete that from the database. We can tell them that it's not available. Please delete the whole information about the member. And they are private organizations. They can delete their own database, right? It's not at all an issue. So let's say that some murderer left his iPhone, and then now the people want to access, US government want to access that phone. Okay, now iPhone has total, they can always say that we don't have that member information in our system, it's completely deleted, it was our policy, we deleted all our information, something like that they can tell. So from their side, unless we have special request from leadership saying that please completely remove the members information from the system, only then we're going to go for hard delete, right? Otherwise it's going to be soft delete only. Any kind of login deactivation or any kind of from the user perspective, we are deleting the account, it will be like only soft delete, it's not a hard delete. So any doubts on all these methods?
Pradeepa?
Yes.
So we need to learn these tools in and out and be thorough with it, like to go for an interview, or
I mean, if they want someone to actually completely test. So, for example, you're working on a back end project, okay, not member facing, not front end like this. But if you're working completely on a back end project, and your everyday responsibility is like, but you have to test a bunch of APIs that they've created. So, as a BA, you have to test everything. Then they want you to thoroughly know everything.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, you can just say you know about APIs. So whatever I'm teaching now, right? If you are able to, with example, if you tell them this should be fine, because you know about two methods, you know what are the, you know about what are the two different APIs, what are the different kinds of methods, different between get and post. So this is fine for the beginner. But from like a scenario perspective, from your project perspective, they ask you what are the different APIs, then you will not be able to answer.
Oh, okay. So
You
how
got it.
long? Yeah. So if you want to learn these tools, how easy or how difficult it is, and how much time would it take for us to, get at least intermediate level of expertise into it?
I think there are some people have made about videos on this and all. This is plain English, right? This is not rocket science. See, it's easy, right, for you to understand. They'll give you an URL and you're going to test it according to the methods. So maybe it will take like two weeks max for you to like completely learn it.
Oh, thank you, Pratibha.
Yeah. So what you have to do is you have to practice. You have to like download Postman, and then you have to practice with different APIs. You need to practice if information is coming, or go to put method, then change everything. Try with different APIs. This is the API that they are giving for free. So, but whatever you want to test, you can like test, and like you have to like play with this Postman. Okay. So any doubts on APIs? I think Monisha, you added like, does this work same for credit score? Yes. So for example, Wells Fargo wants to go get the information from Equifax. They will use the get method.
Okay. If they give using get method, how the credit score will be displayed using what method? Is it through get?
Yeah. When see from member perspective, if they're logging, they're creating an account and they're logging in, then that is post method. Okay.
Okay.
For logging in, it's post, because member information, database has to remember the consent and all, database has to remember, right? So when member logs into, let's say that Wells Fargo, member is logging in, then that is post. Okay. From there, they're clicking on, I need just credit score. From their side, it is get.
Okay.
But in the back end, we have to send this information to external system. That time it is post from the back end.
Okay.
Because we are sending all these new member details, right? So it is post.
Okay.
In the back end. So it's not that only one API you'll use. For one single transaction, you can use multiple APIs.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, for login, it is post. For retrieving, it is get. Again, in the back end, to check another system, is post. Again, for showing off something, then again, it is get. So multiple API integration is needed.
Okay.
Okay, so this will take some time. I mean, this one all is a little bit technical, so but it will take some time for you to understand, especially if you don't have IT experience. This can be really like overwhelming. But I just want you to introduce to this concept because they are asking. Actually, in the interview, they're actually asking, "Do you know about APIs? What are the different APIs?" Because these are the latest technology. So you can always say, "I know what are the different APIs, and I've tested with Postman." And you can also give some examples if you're adding some projects in your resume, so accordingly please like tell some real-time examples. Okay, so any other doubts for today's class?
Pradeep, I just wanted to understand, like you do these real-time projects in your paid training. So, like when we do a project, is it from end to end that you create mock-ups and then you do all these testing, you try to create not only PRDs, FRDs and all that, but then up to the level of UAT testing. So you do, is the project like end to end that you train upon?
So the project that I'm teaching is a Pega application project. Okay, so you have to like download Pega, create case in Pega. So an end-to-end test in Pega application only. So when we say end-to-end, I'm not doing it from UI to backend. That kind of testing I'm not teaching. What I'm teaching is like from a backend perspective, whatever projects I'm giving is actual Pega backend application where you will be creating cases in the backend and that kind of Pega based testing and also. So I'm not telling them something an UI product or anything. You got it? Like websites, those kind of projects I'm not teaching.
Oh, okay.
Completely like Pega based applications in the backend. For example, claims means I will just say in front end claim is submitted, but actually in the Pega application, how claims are processed, how a case is being created, how queue concepts, how a queue is being created in Pega. So mostly it's about backend systems. There you will be able to create cases and you'll be able to test. You got it?
So in case we have these healthcare jobs, so how does it look like? I mean, what kind of testing we do? I mean, mostly in the healthcare jobs, what kind of role do you see? Is it mostly back-end testing that a BA needs to do, or how is it in real time?
So it depends upon what project, right? Whether if you're going into authorization project or if you're going into claims project, mostly you'll be testing in the back end only. For example, what are the different ways of authorizations can be submitted, whether those requests are received by our system, whether those informations are validated by our system, whether those informations are um, loaded into our system and a case. For example, let's say you're working for your client is Aetna. Okay, in Aetna, there are like 2 to 3 different ways of authorizations can be submitted. It can be submitted by paper, it can be submitted by EDI, or it can be submitted by provider portal. 3 different ways it can be submitted. So if you're working in a backend application for Aetna, when member submits or provider submits by 3 different ways, your system is able to extract that information, validate that information, whether the member ID is valid or not, whether the information, whatever they're giving is valid or not. Then that information needs to be stored into your system and a case is being created in the backend, right? So you're not actually working for anything member facing like this. So you'll be working in the backend system only, mostly in healthcare. Claims processing in the backend, authorization processing in the backend, how enrollment files are processed in the backend, and how pricing team contracts, how contracts are being done between various hospitals and individual physicians' offices. So contract management. Enrollment means when anybody wants to enroll, they will enroll. They can enroll through portal, they can enroll through their HR, but if they are going by their employer, or they can enroll through agents also. But those information has to be stored in a different system. Whatever you're seeing, this is just web application, web portal, like where end users can use. But back of this, multiple systems are there. So you may be working in one of those systems.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
Pradeep.
Yes, for same thing for banking too. This may look like one application, but Wells Fargo, this is like web application, right? Online banking application, but they are going to have multiple teams. They're going to have their own mobile banking team. They're going to have their enrollment team. They're going to have their credit card team, loan team. There are multiple teams will be there, the back end. So you'll be working for one of their Ps. Your product may not be member facing also. It can be only an internal application to Wells Fargo internal employees. Okay, so I think we are good for today. So thanks for everyone for joining this class. So today will be the last day, and then going for yes.
Ma'am, can you share a real time example of a BRD, FRD, and SRS documents so that we can like have a review like how exactly they are writing and we get an idea. Is there any website or anything for it?
Yeah, I'll add in the. So Monisha, what I'll do is I'll add in the description. Okay, so that's better.
Okay.
You'll be able to download it, and then everybody can see it. So I'll add whatever documents you've requested. I will add those from wherever I'm taking, right? So that I can add it so that you can directly access the document.
Okay, and which document will contain the UML diagrams, like the activity diagrams and all those things, use case diagrams?
Mostly it is you can add in the BRD, but mostly in FRD only. Like mostly all detailed diagrams will be in FRD.
So if it is agile, where will be adding it?
You can add in the user stories, right? So what you do is like or you can in Confluence also directly you can draw.
Okay.
In Confluence, you can directly go to add app, Glyphy app, and directly you can draw in Confluence and publish it so that everybody in your team can see it.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Okay, I think we are good for today. Thank you guys for joining, and I will see you after 2 weeks. We have some Salesforce training, so if you want, you can join that training. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes, Praveen.
Okay, so as requested yesterday, right? Today I'm going to teach you some of these BA tools. So let's get started. So first is like JIRA. This will be like a completely end-to-end tool. Okay, for you to write all your user stories. Okay, user stories, and also to track all your work. Okay, so all that for that we are using JIRA. And for Confluence is nothing but for documentation. Okay, for creating like project documents and everything. And the third one is Balsamiq. Balsamiq is nothing but it's a wireframe like a tool. Okay, like I'm going to log in and I'm going to teach you how to like create wireframe diagrams. And then you can actually like log in using your email ID. I think you can get a 30-day trial period. So this is the software that mostly like in all the Fortune 400 companies, we are using this JIRA software. So this is basically a software which will be used by your entire team. Like for example, when you join and like you'll have your own team, right? For example, you have like 5 developers, and then you have like maybe 5 testers. And then there are already like 3 BAs. One Scrum Master is there. Then one product owner. So Ian, can you go on mute, please? Thank you. So you already join a team, and then already people are working, and you are joining as a BA. Okay. Now what will you do is like very first day they will give access to this application. So for your application, this JIRA software, where everybody, like if you go to this backlog, okay, you can see everybody's like user stories. Your seniors user stories, the developers user stories, and also testing teams user stories. All the user stories you'll be able to see in the backlog. Okay, so this is like internal for your for your team to see, to create user stories. For example, if I click here, I'll be able to what is the project that currently you're working on. Okay, I'll be able to create a project. And what is the issue type? So in JIRA, in Agile, we'll call it as issue type. Story is nothing but, I can give an example of what a story, epic, and all. So first is, epic is high level. Okay, high level. And then story is very specific requirements. And then if you see here, then you will have something called task. Task is something which you can complete maybe in 8 hours or less than that. Okay, so 8 hours or less, that can be a task. And then there is something called bug. Bug is defect. Okay, bug or defect. Okay, so there are like 4 different issue types that you can create. So epic means, for example, now when you get a new project, for example, very high level, we are going to create a product called Amazon Text Track. So Amazon Text Track is an epic. Okay, under that epic, under Amazon Text Track, then we will be having very specific requirements. For example, as a user, I am able to log into Amazon, Amazon and view Amazon Text Track console. Okay, that is a user story. So yeah, that's a user story. So you have there, the user needs to log in and just see Amazon console. Okay, that's a user story. So for that, you will be writing description first of all. So description means everything detailedly for what is the login requirement. Okay, so what is the login? For login, what are the login requirements? So it is asking for me, like for example, it was asking for first name and then last name, and then it was asking for my phone number, and then it was asking for my address, and then it was asking for my, if I probably remember, it was asking why you want Amazon Text Track. It was asking whether you want for business or for professional. I mean, like for individual uses. Okay, that was a question. And then it was asking for credit card. Okay, credit card information. And once we give all that, it was able to, you can create a password through, I mean, it was sending a notification through your email ID. And then once you confirm that you're able to create a password, and then you're able to log in. So this is the requirement for Amazon Text Track, just login console. So you will be creating a user story. Okay, now difference between epic and user story, it's a very, very important question. Epic means it's very high level. You're just talking about one project that's very high level. So always epic means very high level requirements. Under that epic, you can have hundreds of user stories. Okay, for one epic, you can have hundreds of very specific user stories. And depending upon the like story points, for example, this user story, this login creation, and then the user able to like just log in and see the Amazon Text Track console. We don't know how long it will take for the developer to develop this. This may take maybe a week, or this may take 2 weeks. And also we don't know exactly like what kind of like requirements we're going to have, right? What is the first name? How many words can be added? And also here it was asking for email ID. So it's going to validate email ID, whether it's a valid email ID or not. And then it has to send a notification to our email ID. Okay, that's a very big process. So again, it has to interact with a different system, send an email notification to our email ID, and then when you verify in your email, then you can actually create this login. So inside this one requirement, even though this is looking like very simple login requirement, this may take at least like 5 days or even 2 weeks for a developer to develop, and then for tester to test, and then in order for to get the UAT sign off for this particular user story I'm talking about. Okay, so it depends like under one epic you can have multiple user stories, very specific user stories, and then you have to create, you as a BA you will be creating all the user stories. Then the third thing you can create, what you can create is a task. So task is nothing but it is not as big as a user story. So mostly like whichever, like for example, you creating a BRD can be a task, or you creating so maybe a task is like create a mapping document, okay, or maybe create a BRD can take maybe like a week, so we are not going to add that as a task. Maybe create a mapping document, or maybe create a test plan. All that can be a task, okay, which is taking less than 8 hours, okay. So that task may be like mostly you can finish that in 3 to 4 hours. Usually that is what we may make it as a task. If it's more than 8 hours, we definitely want that to be a story, because I've already told you the story points for the story is 1 pointer, then you have 2 points, then you have 3 points, then you have 5 points, then you have 8 points, and then you have 13 points. It's a Fibonacci series, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Okay, Fibonacci series. So every user story, depending upon the complexity of the user story, it can be 1 pointer. So if the developer is saying that this I can complete within 8 hours, okay, then it's going to be 1 point. Or if he says like this, I'm going to take 16 hours, then that is going to be 2 points. So now we are not going to exactly measure how long it's going to take for him. We're just guessing and giving the points, okay? But it can be 2 points, 3 points, 5 points. We don't want to go beyond 5 points, because we want to break that into multiple user stories like part 1 and part 2. Okay, depending upon like how complex this particular user story is, we just want to break down into smaller requirements, because we don't want the developer and the tester to work on one single user story for the whole sprint, and then they get confused how to test the scenarios and all, right? So if it's going to be more than 8 or more than 5 itself, I would recommend you to divide that into multiple user stories. Okay, just log in, and then again, like maybe for just for username, you'll have one user story, and then for password creation, then you'll have another user story. Okay, like that you can divide the user stories. And then the third one is, what is bug? Bug is nothing but defect. We can always say is bug or defect. So there are three types of defects. So one that you capture in QA. Okay, so during testing, the testers they are going to like find a defect or find a bug, and they're going to tell you something is not working. So that is in QA environment. Or you can find a defect in UAT environment. UAT in the sense when the business owners or when the stakeholders, right, when they find out anything, any kind of like defect, that is during UAT. Or you can have a production defect. Prod defect is by the public, by the customer. They are going to say that this feature is not working, that feature is not working. Then that is prod defect. So QA, a defect created by a tester and a defect created by a business owner or a stakeholder, or a defect created by the end user or the customer. So there are three types of defects you can tell in the interview. There are three types of defects. I know how to, if they create a defect, so for example, you can also create a defect. Okay, so when you try, because if there is no tester in your team and you are only doing all this UAT testing and you figure out something is not working, for example, this login functionality is not working, then you create a defect here. Okay, I'm going to create it. Let me show you an example. I'm going to click on create, and then I'm going to click on bug defect, and then I'm going to say that I mean invalid, or maybe it can say that it is like user is able to log in with invalid email ID. That's a defect. Okay, fix it. So you can, user is able to log in with invalid email ID. So you can always add in the acceptance criteria. This defect is fixed once user is able to log in with valid email ID, and also the system showing an error for invalid email ID. So if there is an invalid email ID, the system has to show an error like what? Like, please add valid email ID. Like this, some error it needs to show. Okay. So you can maybe like create a description and acceptance criteria so that when the developer they see, they'll be like, okay, now the user is able to log in with invalid email ID. What this defect is fixed once user is able to log in with valid email ID, and also the system should show an error for invalid email ID like below. Okay, got it. Now that's how they will go and try to fix it. Okay. Of course, you will be talking with your own team. It's not that you'll always chat with them. You can always call them through Microsoft Teams. So you'll be like constantly interacting with the developer. But when this is for like this, why are we doing this documentation? Because if you leave the organization, for some reason you leave the organization, whatever user stories or like epics or like defects that you've created, it will be in the backlog. See here, whatever I've created is in the backlog. And the new business analyst who comes in, it's easy for them to track all the user stories because see, as an IT, in an IT industry, right, under a project, you will have at least like minimum at least 20 to 25 projects. Like in one team I'm talking about. So they will have like 20-25 projects, and there will be like so many like 3 or 4 BAs are working. See, for example, 3 or 4 BAs are working, and everybody is having at least 2 to 3 projects. Each BA is having 2 to 3 projects. So we can't remember everything. Okay. And of course, even if you remember, we're going to forget all these unique technical details and everything. So this is one application where you can create all your user stories, epics, and defects, and you can create it and add it in the backlog so that anybody in your team, they'll be able to see it. Your project manager can see it. They will know what you're working on. So they can quickly they can filter. Okay, for example, only my issues under your name, whatever is there is going to pop up. So they can actually like filter here by your name, and they can see what are the user stories that you're working on. So they will not come and ask you, tell me what are the projects you're working on, because you're working from home. Nobody knows what you're doing. So just by seeing this application, they can just add your name in filter. Okay, what is the user story created by Pradeepa? What is the user story created by Priya? Like this, they can put your name here and filter it, and they'll find out whatever you've done and whatever you're going to do it in future. So this is one. So the project manager, it's very easy for the leadership to track project work. So why we are using JIRA? Because leadership wants to track how much work the team is doing, right? Each sprint. Okay. So like you have to remember why we are this is not BPO, this is IT industry. So everybody is working from different, they're working remote, and also they're working from different time zones. Okay. And different countries. And yeah, they're working from on-site, they're working from on-site, they're working from offshore, they're working in different time zones. So we cannot be, the project manager can be somewhere in California, the developer can be somewhere in Florida. Their time zones are going to be like so different. So we need one application where the project manager and the leadership, the staff VP or VP, someone who logs in, and they're going to track like, okay, what is this team doing? Let me like take all the developers' work. What are they doing in current sprint? What is this BA doing? So you'll have a lot of user stories and what you're currently working on, how much you've done, how much is there for you to do, how much is in progress. They'll be able to track this. That's how they're going to like validate. That's how they're going to assume that you're working on these user stories. Okay, because in IT, at least like 50 people are going to be in a project, and they're not going to micromanage nothing. It's totally different, especially in the US. Nobody is going to ask you what did you do. They're going to see all your user stories, and then they're going to find out. And then this software usually integrates with Confluence. Okay, I'm going to click here, and then if you see more products, And then if you see here, I'm able to try Confluence. Okay, try. Okay. So it's going to find Confluence for me. It's going to take 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, now it's taking me to Confluence. Okay, so this is Confluence. Confluence is nothing but this is an app for you to create documentation. Okay, so for example, so this is the page. If you see here, you can create any kind. For example, for Amazon Textract, I'm going to create a technical document here. Okay, Amazon Textract. I'm going to have a developer guide. I'm going to create a document here. So you can always create that. And you can also use, you can write all your, all your information here. And if you publish, okay, you can always you can give access to your team, your whole team, right? They'll be able to see whatever you have created here. So first is this is specifically for documentation. So for example, there is always templates. I can search for create. Yeah, I have templates here. So for example, I have master documentation. Okay. And then I can create, see, for example, I can create, I can actually create a new page, or I can also create whatever I want. I can create user stories, not user stories, user personas, or maybe I can show you an example. Give me sprint document. I already created sprint document and all. So for example, sprint planning checklist. So if you see here, there is ready-made templates. I think this is my old project that I have created. So there are ready-made templates called sprint planning checklist, sprint planning documents, or velocity tracking documents. So already templates are available. You can just use this particular template and then you can actually publish. So sometimes ready-made templates are available. You can just use that. Otherwise, if you want to start from scratch, you can always click on create. Then you can create your own pages and then you can publish. So the good thing about Confluence is it is integrated with JIRA. So if you see here, I can switch back from JIRA to Confluence, right? If I click here, I can go to my JIRA. Okay. And then I can go to my backlog. And if I want to do any documentation, I can click here and then go to my Confluence. If I can see Confluence, I can click here and can go to, it's integrated. So I can create any document here. So what are some of the documents that I will create using Confluences? I can create any kind of project based. Yeah, project based, any project based documents. Okay. All technical details. And then what is the SFTP setup details? So all this is very technical details. Okay. For the developer, you need not send him an email. You create a page, you can send the link directly. And then even I want the BRD also, even though if you create a BRD in Word, we can attach it in here in Confluence so that when you leave, the new business analyst can view this. Okay. Otherwise, you create a Word document and then nobody knows about that. Then the new BA has to start it from scratch. So we want everything to be attached in Confluence and we want to create links so that it will help other team members. So project manager is not going to worry about missing documents. Okay. Project manager is fine when you leave because they have all the documents. So that's why we want everything to be in Confluence. So it is integrated. Jira and Confluence are integrated with each other. So I would this is a good thing because it's not messy, and everybody know what's there in your project, and nobody's missing documents. And if you're there for 4 years or 5 years in a particular project, you might have created thousands of documents, and so it's not going with you. It's there, and it's going to make the team life easier also, especially the project manager's life easier. So these are the two softwares that you have to definitely know. Otherwise, it's very difficult for you to crack the interview. They're going to ask you, how did you tell me some few softwares that, or tell me a few BA tools that we worked on. So these two are very, very, very important. Okay. Does anybody have any questions till now?
Can you show me how to create a task?
Task. Okay. So I'm going to click on create. And in the issue type, right, I'm going to create a task. So I can maybe say that create a mapping document for Amazon extract. That's all. That is going to take maybe 3 to 4 hours, and then you're going to create. That's it. So it will be in the backlog. So if I go to backlog, if I see it in the backlog, it will be in the backlog. So easy, something like, for example, user stories will be in green, bug will be in red, and all the task will be in blue. That's an identifier for you to understand what is bug. Or so if you see here, they're giving color coding. Story means it's green in color. Task is blue. Bug is in red, and epic is in purple. So if you go to the backlog, you may be like thinking whether this is a task or story or epic. You need not worry. Just this color coding will like tell you whether it's a task or a bug or a user story. Got it?
Then how they will give story points for tasks?
Task is mostly like one. There is nothing less than one. So we'll always go for one story point. 8 or less. So, but now there is nothing less than 1 point, right? You cannot give 0 points. You have to give some. In agile, you have to give story points. So maybe I'm giving 1. Okay. Or it depends. For example, like so it depends from project to project. Sometimes they don't give story points to task and all for defect and all. They give only to story, but it depends upon your scrum master how they want to. Because sometimes this will be tagged with your timesheet. For example, you take this. Navya, can you please go on mute, please? Thank you. So, so sometimes why we are adding story points is sometimes this will be like they're going to track your timesheet with your user stories. Okay, so sometimes they can link. I'm going to open this so that you will get an idea. Okay, so in this story point, sometimes they can link your timesheet with this story point. Okay, it depends upon from project to project. They can link it. So if they link it, they want to track all your like how many hours you work. Right, there are 40 hours, for example. 40 hours. So they just want to make sure that you, I mean, like not exactly what you're doing every single hour. Nobody's going to track that. But they sometimes this work log is, yeah, so the work log is like the how much time you spent on. So I'm going to click on work log. So it's going to tell you like how much time you spent on this particular story. Okay, I've already spent like 8 hours. So when did you start all that and all? It's going to ask. So I'm going to save. So what will do is your timesheet will like automatically There is like a sync between the timesheet and your work log. So we want to give like accurate predictions or accurate story points for each task. Even for task, I think they can ask you to log the work. See here. So if I click on log work, maybe I spent 4 hours on this. Okay, and then I'm going to save. So that's why I want to be very specific. Like for initially itself, you have to say how long this will take, because if you write a complex user story, and that's going to take like for about like too many days, then there sometimes the project manager they will question, but it depends upon your project manager, but sometimes they'll question. So it's better you like break down user stories into like very simple requirements, so that this work log is easy for you to, you can say that I worked like, for example, um, 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, like that. Got it? Okay, so now we are going to go to wireframe, something called wireframe. Okay, wireframe tools. Okay. So wireframing means, so this is one of a product. Okay, so this is a perfect tool for designing user interfaces online. So this is one of the tools. You can also get it for free. 30-day free trial is there. So if you want to like just learn about this wireframing, you can always do. They also have some free like resources. Can you see my balsamic screen?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So this is the tool, right? The
Yeah.
other tool, the JIRA one you said. Another one is this wireframe.
JIRA, confluence, and then the third one is balsamic. Wireframe is nothing. Wireframe is like a terminology used for creating diagrams. So for example, what is wireframing? You need to know that. Wireframing is nothing but you're going to draw or design the front end UI for any kind of, I'm going to show you in a little bit so that you'll understand what is that. Okay, so they can ask the the BA to create to draw a diagram. For that you can use this is different from Visio. Visio is like flow diagrams, data flow diagrams, and that is different. Wireframing is a little bit different. Wireframe is nothing but it is like giving like a complete design of that particular product. Okay, so I'm going to log into Balsamic. Okay, go to Balsamic Cloud. Now let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my, so I've logged into Balsamic. Okay, so it's going to ask like, what is your first project? So I'm going to click on the first project. Now it's going to take me to this tool. This is the tool, but this is like a I've got like 30 days trial version, so I can show you on how to create. Like I can take an example. For example, we are going to create. We can always create like this website designs. Okay, for example, for mobile applications, you can always create like this is how the first page should be. Okay, first name, last name, what's the brand name, and then what are the buttons it needs to have. Also how the navigation has to happen. Like this you can always like create any kind of application. Okay, so for example, I'm going to take a new wireframe, and then now I'm going to like, let me take on the icons, UI controls. So for example, I'm going to do something with, where is my website?
So is it like a prototyping, ma'am?
Yes, yes. So prototype means you will actually create the software and give a demo. This is like just for designing. You'll create a design and then show to the user, I mean like the business owner, saying like this is how it will be. Prototyping means you're actually creating the mini version of that particular software and you're asking them to test. That is difference between prototyping and wireframing. So for example, here it's like this is just for designing, okay, how that application will work. You're just going to draw diagrams and then you're going to, like, for example, if you see here, let me take some mobile. Okay, so for example, I'm going to create a e-commerce app. And then I'm going to do a shopping cart. Okay, I'm going to add the shopping cart. So this, you're going to create, for example, your project is like a creation of e-commerce mobile application. Okay, now you want to, like, your business owners are coming and telling you, now before you start the project, can you give me a design of how that application will look? So what you can do is you can use this balsamic, and then, like, I think they've upgraded now to all these mobiles, and also earlier it was not like that. Earlier it was only let me add this business site. Okay, now for example, this is a website or a web application. Okay, so now we are going to say that when the person, like, definitely when they give their for example, www.pradeepacareercoach.com, I'm giving a website. I want to develop a website for myself. So this is how it will be. And this is how the front page it will be: home, about, products, my about me, or login. This is how login and a password, login, and then it will have more. Then again, it is going to have some kind of what are the courses I'm offering. I'm just giving you an example. Okay. And then in the end, like, what are the links, for example, Instagram or on maybe Facebook or YouTube. I'm giving all the web links, and then my addresses, and then contact number. This is how the front page will be. So this is like a designing tool, like how this architects design for the for a house, right? So they're not using, they can also use this balsamic, but as a BA, usually they may ask you, have you worked on any wireframe tools? Have you worked on any, like, design tools? You can always, this is very easy, this is just drag and drop, and then you can show the demo to your business owner, saying like this is how our front page will be. And if they want to change something, you can always add or delete, and accordingly you can change. And you can, for example, here if you say edit. Okay, thanks, sorry for the delay. Okay, now, yeah, so if you want to create anything, and also this UI controls, like where is all the buttons? Let me go back. If I see here buttons, so it is going to ask for, there are different kinds of buttons. Okay, for example, I can have a radio button. I can have, I'm going to drag, so I can just give first name. Okay, and then I'm going to give, you can always drag. Okay, so you can always, like, create. First of all, you have to know what you're going to create, whether you're going to create an Android application, or you're going to create any application for iOS, means like Apple, and whether you're going to create a like a website or a web portal. You can't say web portal, so let me delete this. So I'm going to do a browser window, or I'm going to drag and drop the browser window, and I'm going to put the name as welcome to Pradeepa Career Coach. Okay, then www. I'm just giving an example because. Okay. .com. Then I'm going to, like, okay, it's going to now I can actually change
the design of front, how my first initial login page will be there. Like first when they given, when the user like goes and search the ID, right? When they search, this is how the screen will be. And then I can always like, you can add pages and then you can show that what will be the next page. And then you can create completely, you can create a full like different, I think they can also add iPad also. See here, they have iOS version. And then for example, yeah, you can, so just drag and drop and then you have to edit. It's as simple as like a Microsoft Word. And then you can do an iPad, and then you can do iPhone. So it depends, and you can play with this, and then you can create a design and then show it to your business owners. And then if they like the design, it's fine. Or if they're giving you any kind of corrections accordingly your design. So this is like an architect or like a fashion designer. You are just giving an outline, a sketch of that application. This is how it will be. And then once they are fine with this, and also you need to discuss with your developer whether that is possible. It's not that you're drawing something on your own and then your developer is like, I cannot create that. Okay, so this, while drawing these diagrams, please always take a help of an architect or a developer. You can screen share and you can draw the diagram, but technically you draw something complex and then business owners are fine with it, and then developer is saying I cannot do that, then it's going to be a problem, right? So you always have to, before you show the design to the business owners, always confirm with the developer or your internal architect, and then only once they are fine with the model, then you can share it with your business owners and then get the approval for the final design. Do not. So in one of the questions yesterday, they asked, what is the BA challenge, right? So major challenges is not communicating with your developer properly. So you get requirements, you have a fair understanding of the requirements, and you document everything. And if you are not discussing with your developer, there is a communication gap. And you promise something to your business owners, okay, without consulting with the developer, that's going to like, you're going to be in trouble. That's a major challenge people are facing now, because developers are not interacting with the business owners, right? You are the one who will be in the elicitation calls or all the initial calls and everything. So I would always recommend, like, you need to have a good rapport with the developer. Do not promise anything to the business owners without consulting a developer, because he's the person who has to technically like code for the application, because and without, he can be like, I cannot do this. Why did you get sign off from them? I cannot do this. That's one of the biggest BA is going to face a challenge. You need to have a very good rapport with your developer, and you need to be in sync on the new requirements. All the requirements you need to completely understand. You cannot just create like here in JIRA, just simply create a user story and then expect the developer to understand it. Okay. So your job as a BA, you have to make sure all the requirements are understood by the developer. It can be any developer, who is going to work on these stories, or someone who is a lead developer, right? Lead engineer in your project. You need to like discuss, like always verify with them before giving any kind of confirmation to your business owners. Because if technically that requirement cannot be achieved, then you are in the middle, you are like, you're caught, right? So business owners are like, but already you promised me this feature, now why are you telling me you cannot do this? So it's all, if you have any kind of doubts in the elicitation calls, or while creating BRDs, or while creating user stories, or while creating the design documents, feel free to always like communicate with your developers or lead engineers. Okay, that's one of the major challenges people are going to face, because if he is like saying I cannot do this, now you have to go and convince the business owners, and they are non-technical people, they don't know, then they'll be like, why did you promise this earlier? So you gather the requirements, and then you have an initial setup with your developer. Or if you are brand new, you don't know really what the actual requirement is, you're not properly able to get the requirements, you can always take a help of a developer. That's why he's getting paid.
Okay, that's why he's getting paid and you are getting paid. So you have to be like, hi John, I really feel it's too technical for me. So can you please join this one call, and then can you? I have too many, like they're asking me too many technical questions. Can you please join the call? They have to join. They cannot say I cannot join. They have to join. It's their job responsibility to join, and you have to have a clear idea of the technical data flow. This is how the data is starting, and this is how the data is ending, and this is how the different systems that the data will integrate. This is how the user will like go from this page to this page to this page, and this is how the documents are converted, and this is how it will get stored in the database. You need to know the data flow correctly, otherwise you're going to have a lot of challenges. This, I told you, communication is very important. So communicate effectively with your business owners or the stakeholders. Communicate properly to your dev team, your testing team, what kind of testing they are doing. And you need to actually like, if they're having any kind of hurdles or obstacles, you need to, if they're having any doubt regarding requirements, you can always check with the business owners and clarify those doubts. So these are the biggest BA challenges. So at the end of the day, we are all in one team. Okay, so we should not be like, this is my job, this is your job, and then I can only like write requirements. I'm not going to help you on coding stuff, or I cannot help during testing, or you need to join this call. So all this needs to be avoided. You need to have a professional rapport with all your team members, also with the business owners, and you need to be really work friendly. Okay, professional and work friendly. So feel free to get help from them, because when when you're joining as a new BA, you don't know exactly how things work, and don't get into trouble. And but this is one of the biggest challenge. Okay, the requirement is, so that's how scope creep will happen. Scope creep means they are constantly like changing requirements. Okay, so today they are telling like, the business owners today they are telling, I want the front end to be in a particular way, and then after 2 to 3 calls they are again like changing requirements. Constantly they are changing requirements, and after you get the sign off also, after that you get sign off, and then once a developer has started developing, again if they're constantly changing requirements, now you have to like figure out what to do, because the business owners cannot be constantly changing requirements. So for example here, I'm taking this front end. Okay, so now they're saying like, this is how there needs to be 2 buttons. Okay, so maybe in some page they want first 3 buttons, then they want 1 button, then they're constantly changing it. The developer has to change the code accordingly, and you have to like move the code from development to again to QA, again to UAT environment, right? That is constant work going on. You cannot be like changing your requirements frequently. Once or twice it's fine, but if you're like, the business owners are constantly changing the requirements now, so what you have to do is, you have to, as a BA, you have to like tell them, okay, so why are you like constantly changing the requirements? Let me know. If they say that no, this is no longer valid, and we want a newer version of this particular product, then it has to go to something called change control process. So change control process is, again, they have to submit all the new requirements, Again, what you will do is, again, you will be providing a new, like updated BRD. Okay, updated BRD or updated user stories. And then you will also give a new budget to them. Okay, because since the requirements are changing now, the budget will also change, right? Our developer, our tester, our BAs have put immense effort on this particular project. So since they constantly, if you're changing, you have to be very clear with the business owner, like if you're constantly changing requirements, this is not within our budget. So I have to call my project manager into the call, because you are giving me like completely new set of new requirements, and this cannot be accomplished with a new budget. But before you talk that, you have to like coordinate with your developer and the project manager to say that they are constantly changing the requirements. Now tell me what to do. And then if the developer is, no, this is a very small change, I can do it, if he tells that, then it's fine. But if the developer is like, no, this is going to take 8 points, this is going to take 13 points, or this is going to take multiple weeks to change this, now you have to discuss with your scrum masters, your product owners, and your project manager and come up with a new budget. And then you have to say that this project can only continue with the new requirements only if the new budget is approved. So these are some of the day-to-day challenges you will face. So you need not be very rude to them. So because you have to be very careful, because they are like they are humans who are like interacting with you every day. So they may, if they constantly change, you have to be try to tell like politely that no, earlier you have given us requirements, we have already started the project. So if you want like all these new changes, I have to discuss with my project manager and then like figure out whether this needs a new budget, and then I'll get back to you in the next call. So just don't be rude or don't be upset. Always like you have to give professional answers. Anybody has any questions till now? We have 5 more minutes on the tools and the challenges questions.
Basically, we need a lot of practice, right? Like for everything, like practice is the main thing.
Right. So you cannot be just watching videos and then expect to become an expert, right? So you have to like practice, right? Whatever you're watching, just try to practice it every day. If you like, for example, if I'm teaching about balsamic, you have to like try to practice something here. If you learn about JIRA, you have to like, because every app has like 30 days trial period. So just use your email ID and try to do things. Just play with the software so that you'll get an idea.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so otherwise it's very difficult for you. If the interviewer is asking you, you need to know something about that application, right? So you cannot completely like know only theory and then answer the interview and crack the interview. So all these softwares has 30 days trial version. So JIRA, Confluence, Balsamic and all. So please make use of that and learn and practice every day. For 30 days is more than enough for you to learn anything. More than anything, 30 days is like too much time. Okay, so Ian, like, did I cover your questions on the BA tools? Do you have any questions? Also, I forgot to talk about this Microsoft SQL Studio. So this is another tool. Can you see my SQL Manager?
Yes, yes. Can we download these for the sequel?
Yeah, you can.
Microsoft.
Yeah. You can actually download.
Like, is it free? Like we can
Let me
download
check.
it, because when we download, we need to have the tables and the connection, right?
Yeah, I think you can. You can. There is a free version. Yes. See here, download free trial. I click this. It's asking me to maybe sign up with an account and then you can download. So maybe I don't know how long is for this version. Maybe 30 days. I don't know for how long. But this is one application that you will use for like testing or getting the test data from the database. MySQL Studio or SQL Management Studio. So this is this needs a separate class for you. I have to take a separate class in order for you to how to download and how to like for you to get test data from developer.
Can you tell at your side if it is downloading? Then like because of yeah, because this Microsoft SQL Server, I mean, is it free, or like if you're able to, can you do that? I mean, if not now, but if you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can try because it says trial version. You should be able to download. Yeah, I can try and tell you if there is any blocks. Okay, so other than that, I think are you guys clear on today's class? Like, do you guys understand what are the different BA tools? What is wireframe? How to use? Like, try to use this balsamic and try to like create a project for yourself. Okay, so in yes, Navya.
So how will a BA handle with the dependencies with other teams? Sorry if
Other
I
team,
missed.
yeah, right. Yeah, that was a question, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
so let's say that you are having a dependency, for example, with different vendors and also different teams. There are two different questions. So suppose your application is a middle application, for example, like this OCR technology, same thing we can take. Okay, Amazon is, let's take an example. Amazon is having integration with Paytm, right? Also, Amazon is having integration with maybe a different, like a Bank of America. Okay, so there are two different vendors. So if you are from Amazon and you need to coordinate with Paytm engineers, or you are from Amazon and your system needs to integrate with Bank of America for using this OCR technology for scanning all their Bank of America loan applications or this Paytm receipts or anything. Now we are integrating with external vendors. External vendors means they are totally different companies. Okay, so if these two, if Paytm want to use Amazon products, Paytm wants to use Amazon Textract, or Bank of America wants to use Amazon Textract, they have to integrate with Amazon, okay, using an API or something. Okay, latest technology is API. So using some kind of API sync, they are going to like access all the data and also use the software. Now, as a BA, they don't have this Paytm engineers and Bank of America engineers, they don't have access to any of your softwares. Your JIRA, your confluence, your diagrams, nothing. They won't have any access to anything. Even you cannot see their calendars. Okay, so you cannot even see their Outlook, like Microsoft Outlook email calendars, you won't be having access to. So if you want to schedule an appointment, you will only have their email ID and you have to coordinate through emails only, or talk to them in emails only, and then you have to schedule a call with them. Okay, and then dependency for user story is, suppose we have a user story like, okay, user story like Paytm users needs to like they want to update something. Okay, so for example, they're changing, they're scanning all the documents and then they're storing it for themselves, but they are also sending you, like Amazon needs to know how many users are using in Paytm, through Paytm, how many people are using this Amazon text track. Amazon needs to know that data. So if they're changing something in Paytm, it needs to get reflected in Amazon. Okay, if that is a use case, for example, Paytm users are updating a record in Paytm, okay, through Paytm, we want that to get reflected in Amazon. For you, that may look like a single application, but in the back end, right, these two different companies are interacting. So we want to integrate with Paytm. Now you have a dependency. What you have to do is, first of all, you need to ask them how they're going to access the API. What are the different APIs available for your system, and then how they're going to access the API, and you have to test with them. Okay, ask them to update from their end, and once the API connection, or if you're going to transfer data through SFTP setup, okay, so they want to like send some kind of not medical records, any kind of receipts or records, and you want that to be stored into your Amazon database. They're constantly sending. You have to first test that connection with them, right? It can be through a real-time API call, or it can be through SFTP setup. SFTP setup means it's through batch process. Batch process in the sense like every 2 hours the system will get updated, or every 4 hours, depending upon whatever data flow you're doing. Okay, it will get updated. So some user in Paytm, if they change something, it will get updated in Amazon. So now you have your system has a dependency on Paytm engineers, and Paytm engineers has dependency on Amazon engineers. So if you are a BA and you're working for Amazon and you need to like work with Paytm engineers, so that is a dependency. They have to, first of all, they have to send you test data. and they have to like test all the APIs. And if they're sending through SFTP setup, you have to make sure SFTP setup is working properly, and that connection is working properly. You have to test in QA, in dev, in QA, in prod, all the connections needs to work. And then so you're going to like ask them like, can you upload a few documents in your test region? And then you're going to log into Amazon and see in the database whether it's getting updated, whether automatically that connection is happening. So these are some of the like user stories. Definitely every application or any IT product, they will integrate with third party vendors. Also internally within Amazon itself, right, there will be integration with web portal, and also with Amazon Music, Amazon like there are various departments inside Amazon, right? So Amazon's a mobile application, so you can log in through website or web address, or you can log in through mobile. So this will be a different IT team, and this will be a different, even though they look same, this will be a different IT team, and this will be a different IT team. So sometimes if you're working for web portal, you will have dependency on mobile people, or if you are working from mobile application, you may have dependency on web portal team. So in those cases, you need to have to like schedule a call, and then because sometimes they have to complete their development, only then you can start your work. So you need to like definitely get timelines, like when you're going to complete your development, only then our engineers can start our own testing. So all that coordination you will do. So there are two type of dependencies: dependency within your own company, because you are from a project and other people are from different projects. So dependency inside your own company, or dependency with a third party vendor company like Paytm or Bank of America. So any kind of dependencies, first initially you have to schedule a call, and then you're going to like clearly get data how this testing can be done. And then you have to like work with your developers, and then make sure they are able to access your application, or you are able to access their application, and how that connection is happening technically, like how that connection is happening. How can we test this data or this connection in lower environments like in dev and QA before we move the code to production? Got it? Or maybe it's too much for you to, I don't know. Who asked this question? Navya asked.
Yes, ma'am, I got it.
Yeah, it will take some time, Navya, because if technically you need to understand back end and how that interaction is happening, right, from one system to another system. So, but you can always say that if you have a dependency, if your user story is dependent on other team's user story, now they have to finish first, and then only then you can start. So you have to coordinate and then like ask them, or during the status calls, or like you have to create project meetings, right? You can always ask them, when will you complete your development, or send me the test data. Our team is dependent on your user stories. But if you're inside Amazon, you can see their JIRA tickets and all, and you can track. But if they're third party vendors, you will not have access to anything. Just you have to have only their email ID, and you have to schedule calls, and you have to ask them for updates. Okay, I think we are good for today, and tomorrow is the last class, and tomorrow I will try to cover up the SQL, and also remaining whatever questions you have asked today, I'll try to cover up for tomorrow. Okay, thank you for joining.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Document or FRD.
Thank you.
It is different from BRD, so we have to know what's the difference between BRD and FRD, right? BRD is basically business requirement document, whereas FRD is nothing but functional requirements document. So as a business analyst, when business owners first they give you some kind of requirements, they will not know what is functional requirement and non-functional requirement, because they are not IT people, right? So they may not know. But as a BA, you have to like separate and document all the requirements in different document. For example, BRD is like from business perspective, uh, how the data is flowing from one system to another system, how an end user is like testing, and how we need to overall, right, as as a end user, like how that application will work. So that is like business requirement document. Whereas functional in the sense, like this is mostly like you're giving this to a developer. Okay, so this is like mostly a technical document. Okay, so functional requirements and non-functional, for you have to first understand what is functional requirements and non-functional requirements. Functional requirement is something that our developer can like develop and test, and it is something like for an application to be to work, right? Any application, it could be a mobile application or web application or any kind of application. For an application to work, okay, as expected, the developer has to develop, right? He has to develop the application, he has to code and all that. So we are giving exact requirements, like how what kind of process the developer has to follow, and how he needs to code. I mean, you're not going to say exactly how to code, but you're going to say how that application needs to work. Okay, so that is what is functional requirement document. Now, let's say when you create a functional requirement document, you need to like uh, first of all you have to understand that how long is this application is going to work. Okay, what is our 5-year plan, or next 5 years, or next maybe 3 years, how long it will take for us to uh, like how that application needs to work. Okay, that's how is we are going to write here. So first is like a demo, the application provides business objectives and business process in the 5-year plan. So for the next 5 years, this is how this application will work. And now first you have to document about project description, right? So what is this project and how is it application? For example, like you take a banking application. Okay, so let's say that Wells Fargo is a bank and they're coming to your IT team. They're asking you to develop an application for them, maybe a customer support application, something. Okay, they're asking you to develop that. You need to like describe overall what is that application, who is the client, what is the application overall, like who will be the end users and everything. So you have to give like a brief overview about this project. Okay, and next is like what are the conditions required for this application to be working. So we are going to add this is a generic template, but I will also explain you I will show you some sample FRD so that like you can understand how an actual document will be. But this is uh, like a skeleton. Okay, so generally when if you are a BA, you get into a project, this is what like is a standard format. I can say that you can modify, but you can also use this format. So first is project description, then you can write about background, and then what is the purpose of this document, who is going to use this document. And next is what is the assumptions and constraint. Assumption is like, for example, a particular software, a particular database, or a particular a technology is available. So, for example, your developer is coding this application in Angular JS, right? So we are the assumption is like there is some developers who know that language. Okay, so that's a given. That's an assumption. So we are going to develop something in a particular language. We assume that that particular developer or a tester will be available, right? So that's what. So whatever assumptions you have and constraints, for example, you in order to execute a particular project, what are the government regulations and like what can limitations that you can have for this particular project. Okay, so that you need to write as assumptions and constraints. Next is like interfaces with the external systems. Suppose your application, you are an IT team and you are integrating with different teams. How is that integration happening, and how is that your application is interacting with other external systems? Okay, so that also you need to write. Next is like point of contact. Who will be the project manager? Who will be the project leader? And who will be the business users? Everything. Okay, point of contact for I mean at least the major participants. You can write their name, and also you can also take document references. So, for example, in order to create this FRD, what are the documents you used? Okay, other documents, or maybe you got some paper analysis, or you got different existing documents from different teams, or you have minutes of the meeting, you've scheduled meetings. So all that you can write, like how did you prepare this document, what are the references you use, that you can document here. Next is functional requirements. So this is what is very, very, very important. So when you're writing a functional requirements, you need to write data requirements and exactly what is the functional process and operational requirements. These three are very, very, very important. Of course, next is like security, these requirements too. But very important is this functional, okay, functional process requirements. For example, first is data. What is data requirements? Data means like what kind of business data that you're going to use. For example, like for the member, for the banking project, right? So you are using data from QA region, or you using data from UAT region, or you're using data from what are the eligibility criteria for the test data requirements, right? So when you're testing any application, it can be in development, it can be in QA, or it can be in UAT. We have to know, right, what are the test data requirements that we are going to consider. So in order for the testing team to set up some data, because everything is a mocked up data, so this is not real data, right? So once it goes to once our application code is moving to production, then it's going to be real data. Until then, okay, what kind of data that we are going to use, and how are we going to mock up those test data, and what kind of business data is required. For example, if they say that for Wells Fargo, the member should be an existing member. In order to use that application, that member should not be a new member. He needs to be with the bank. He needs to be a registered user. So that's a requirement from Wells Fargo. Okay. Now, when you set up the test data, right, it needs to be an existing member. You cannot use new members' details. So I'm just telling for an example of how this test data requirement should be. So in development, how it needs to be there, in QA, how it needs to be there, in UAT, what are the different requirements we're going to do in order to perform that end-to-end testing, how to set up those data, what are the uh, application data model that you are going to use. So this is not requirements for anything like a physical database. Okay, so this is like mostly test data requirements. How are we going to test this particular functionality? If you take a particular scenario, how to test that scenario, right? So those test data requirements you're going to write here, because seeing this only a developer will test. Seeing this requirement only a tester will be testing. So remember, this functional requirement document is mostly for your IT team, your own team. This document, right, a business owner cannot understand this document. This is mostly like technical, not too technical, but it is somewhat very technical only, like how to test a particular test data flow, and what are the test data that we are going to use, what are the mandatory assumptions that we have, and if we don't, what are positive scenarios and negative scenarios. So all that mostly will be handled by a developer and a testing team only. So when you write that, right, you have to like little bit mention about exactly what are the data requirements. Using this only, like your developer and tester, they'll assume and they will test accordingly. And functional process requirements, this is very, very important. For example, you are having an end-to-end flow. For example, like if it's a banking project, the application, the user logs in and then submits a loan application, and then the loan needs to get either approved or denied. So, okay, that's an application. So in that case, right, what is the functional process requirements? Okay, first is like you have to write about what are the different kinds of process, and like what are the different kinds of flow diagrams or any technique that you're using. Okay, how many positive scenarios are there, how many negative scenarios are there, in order to log into an application, what kind of criteria that we are going to use in order to apply for loan, what are the mandatory fields that needs to be popped up, and if suppose a mandatory field is not filled, then what kind of error it needs to be throwing. All that very detailedly you're going to write here. Okay, whatever you write here, the developer is going to code accordingly. So everything is like the logic behind every data flow and how the data needs to be processed end to end, and also from one, if you're interacting with, suppose you're querying the database and you're getting it from a third party application, okay, so you want a member logs in, and if in order to get that loan eligibility, let's say that they are doing it by credit score, okay, now for that credit score, your database doesn't have that credit score, so you have to externally, like maybe query a different database, or maybe like you have to pull that credit score from a different application, and then it should be showing in your application. Let's take that scenario. So you are integrating with that credit score application. Your application is like integrating with a third party application. So all that logic and how to test that, everything you need to write. Okay, so you may be asking that, okay, I'm not a technical person, and I'm a semi-technical person, and I'm not able, how will I know exactly? So for this, right, you need to take a help of an architect or a developer. You cannot create any document by yourself. So don't think that all the documents you have to assume and you have to write everything. No. For this functional process requirements, definitely you need help of an architect or a developer who exactly knows end to end how that system is going to like act, how it needs to process, or what kind of error the system needs to throw and all that. You cannot assume. You have to talk with the lead technical architect, whoever is available for this particular project, right? You have to talk with them, exactly get the requirements, then you have to document. Without the help of an architect or a developer, you cannot create this, okay? So don't think that you will be doing this all alone. No. Of course, you're creating the document by yourself, but you will take help of other technical people. The next is operational requirements. So for example, like in order for this particular system to operate exactly like how the business owners want it, right? Uh, uh, you need to like understand what are basically business needs, what is their priority, and what is not their priority. Okay, so for example, for some requirement they will not be bothered, they'll be like, okay, that is a rare occurrence, so let's not take a priority on this. Most of day to day like operations, what kind of struggles maybe a customer care will face, or what are the users like, what kind of problems they're going to face. So depending on, for example, like you create a banking application, member logs in, they are submitting the loan letter. What are the difficulties or error it may throw, and what kind of problems the customer care may get? What kind of um, I mean, like struggles a member may have. Okay, so all that will be, these are operational requirements. Exactly, if something is not working, what the member needs to do. So, for example, they are not able to log in, what the member needs to do, or if they are not able to submit their loan approval letter, what the member needs to do. So, you are like stating exactly uh, how it needs to be, how much the system is reliable, and how it will be processed. Okay, so operationally, when everything goes live and your system is like in prod environment, you're basically saying how that exactly that application needs to work. If something is not working, what they have to do. Okay, so that is operational requirements. Next is security requirements. Okay, security requirements in the sense, for example, for any kind of uh, application, right, we need to understand the data is highly sensitive, so we have to make sure that we are following all the government procedures, or what kind of security is required. If it's going to be a healthcare project, then like we need to follow HIPAA, or if it's going to be a banking project, they have their own industry standards or like security requirements, right? All that we are going to follow. Okay, so based upon whatever project that you are working, or domain that you are working, you have to like make sure that um, you write as much as you know, right? You write all the security requirements. Sometimes you're not aware of certain requirements, but business owners, they will know, okay, what is data breach. So for example, in healthcare, if they're getting any letter, let's say that a member is getting any letter from the hospital, uh, or it's only the member should be able to get. If the member is not getting it, or member doesn't wants to get any letter, so he's going to the hospital, and member doesn't want any kind of letter to home, and he doesn't want any other people to read. So if he's like choosing like do not send, he's opting out, I don't send any letters, or don't send any kind of notifications to my email ID or phone. So, and you have to follow that. If you don't follow that and you keep on sending letters, that is a data breach actually. So, because you are not following the HIPAA rules in healthcare. Samely for banking also, they'll have their own, like you're not supposed to send that I mean the credit card and the pin together. That's a data breach. It should be always sent separately. So banking also, they have their own data security requirements. All that you need to like understand and document. It depends upon what project you're doing and what kind of security measures they take, that you need to add here. Next is um, this is not like this audit trail and data currency and all is not mandatory, but you need to understand that it depends from project to project. If you want, you can add. Otherwise, it's not like mandatory. But this reliability and recoverability, right? These two are very, very important. So reliability means like what damage can this system failure can, if a system is failing, right? Like what kind of damages it can do. So maybe loss of a human life or ability to perform some critical function, loss of revenue, loss of employee productivity, whatever it is. So any if you are if working for a massive project and so many people are dependent on this IT application, and something breaks, okay, what is the impact or damage for the end user or the customer? Okay, so you have to like make sure you write that, and how much you can rely on this particular IT team or particular this application, how much you can rely on it, and if they suppose in case of failure, like how many times it will fail. You're basically writing that failure can occur maybe like only once a day or twice a day, or maybe how long it will take to fix the defect, or how to any prod defect, right? How long it will take, or if something goes wrong, what is the SLA, what is the alternate process that we are going to do. So if your some application is not working, then what is the alternate process that we have to follow, or in order to fix a defect, what is the SLA that we are going to follow. So all that you have to document here. So in the event of failure, right, how long, any system failure, how soon that function will be restored, and if some database is corrupted, how long it will take for the prod support team to fix it, or maybe any kind of um, backup, right? Whether it's going to be any hardware or data issue or whatever it is, like how soon we can server issue, anything, okay? How we are going to fix that, okay? So how long it will take for to recover, that we can document here. But I'm telling you, business analyst will not know this, okay? So you have to like take a help of an architect or developer who has knowledge about this area, and then take their help and document. System availability. So when will the system be available? For example, there will be downtime issues. For example, system will not be available from Monday to Friday, and weekends it will not be available because we are doing some updates on that particular application. So and also we can when does the maximum usage, like when does a lot of like many users, when do they log in and use that application? So when is it, when can we say the usage at its peak? Okay, so we can all that we can document. So this is all little bit guess only. And then once the document goes into, I mean the application goes into production, after maybe a month or two, you can get the real data, and you can update your document accordingly. And also this performance, yeah, so this is very important, okay? So performance, capacity, and data retention. So what is performance? Performance in the sense like how much expected volume of user activity, like number of transactions per hour, per day, or per month. For example, if 1,000 people are logging the banking application at the same time, whether the system can handle, or maybe the transaction they are using any API, some API, how many times they are hitting the API, or maybe if there is any file transfer, like how many documents can be transferred in a day. So all that is performance, right? So this and all, like how much volume can be processed, or how many files can be processed in a day, or how many users can access a particular application, or how many transactions per day, all this will come under performance. So this and all we cannot give it before the application is developed, right? This one we can maybe you can create the field here, And then once the product is live, and then after a month or something, you can take the data and then you can update the document accordingly. Or you can put estimated, but that is not accurate. Accurate number will come only after the application has gone live, and then you take the data, right, for a month or two only. Then you know exactly how much of volume, how much of users are hitting. But before that, if you're creating the document, you can always like add a field here and leave it blank. And also capacity. So capacity, you can to somehow you can estimate this, like for example, like how many for example, like list the required capacities and expected volume in business terms. So for example, number of cases, like example, like 1,000 users can use this in a particular day. If you exceed that particular number, then the system will fail. Or maybe 1,000 cases can be created in a month. If you exceed that particular number, then the system will fail. Like that, you can create a capacity, but this will not be very accurate. Okay, sometimes even to process 100 cases, the system may fail. We don't know, because uh, we never know if the product has to go live, and then only we can get the actual data. But capacity is something like you can ask the developer how much transactions this particular application can handle, or maybe how many cases this particular system can create in a day. Something like that depends upon whatever application you are developing, right? The capacity will differ, and you can document that. So the requirements traceability matrix, I've already created a video on this and how to trace all these requirements and how to document it. So if you want, you can see that video and attach it here. And the last one is glossary. So glossary means like if there is any terminology that is very shortcuts, or any terminology that you have documented here in the this document, right, you can write here. So the business owners who are reading this document, right, they'll be able to understand. Not only business owners, any IT people who will be reading this document, they'll be able to understand. For example, RTM is requirement traceability matrix. You can write that here. So this is a overall like a high level FRD. Now I'm going to show you the actual some so this is one of the example, and this is in one of the sample projects that we have done. We've listed the FRD here. So if you see in this document, you have table of contents, you have functional requirements, you have I can tell you, see here, they have description of that particular project, summary of that particular project, and they have listed the project in detail. And then next, like overall, they've also given an architectural diagram how that system, right, interacts, and overall about that project, right, IT project, what are the different data that is being transmitted to that application. All that is being given here as a diagram. And then if you see exactly, if you see the functional requirements, it is very clearly stated, like for this particular application, what are the functional requirements. Okay, everything is added here. See database design requirements, and then database update requirements. And then what is the maintenance planning for this particular application, and last is appendix. Okay, so this is something like a sample that's what is available. So I'm just showing you. If you want this document, just email me and I can send you. Okay, this is a actual document. Okay, I think this video was helpful. If you have any questions, please comment. And if you want this document, email to my email ID. I hope this session was helpful. Okay, thank you. Thank you for watching. Let's wait for one more minute and then let's get started. Okay, let's get started. Thanks everyone for joining today's session. So today and tomorrow we are going to focus on how to pass these business analyst certifications, right? So the curriculum for these 2 days courses, like what are the different types of business analyst certifications available in the market, and then what are the prerequisites for these exams, what is application fee and exam fee for these certifications, and how to pass these exams, right? What are the how to prepare for these exams and how to pass these exams, and finally, like whether it's worth to do these certifications. So first topic, we are going to learn about what are the different types of business analyst certifications. So you all know that the leading provider for all the certifications currently is IIBA. So it is International Institute of Business Analysis. So it's a private organization operating from Canada. Okay, so don't think it's something like from US. It's from Canada actually. So if you see, right, they're from Ontario, Canada. So it's a private organization. But what they do is like they have like certain certifications that they provide, which in the industry is considered as like a standard, right, for business analysis. So, for example, they have about like 3 important certifications for BAs. One is like IIBA. So let me take, I'm sorry. One is ECBA. So first is ECBA, then CCBA, and then third one is CBAP. So ECBA is called Entry Certificate in Business Analysis. This is like stage 1. Okay. And then CCBA is called Certification of Capability in Business Analysis. This is stage 2. And then CBAP is the final stage. Okay. For ECBA, right, there is no prerequisite. Anybody can take ECBA certificate, exam, and get certified, because this is like very easy for, if you see the exam pattern, it's just 50 questions, 50 multiple choice questions. It's based upon the Babcock book. So this IABA, they have like one book. That book is called Babcock. Okay. So what mostly the questions will come from that book only. So, and it is like multiple choice, 50 questions, and exam time is 1 hour. So how are you going to prepare for this exam? Is like they've given like sample questions. If you see why it is important for a business analyst professional to know the role of a stakeholder, and then what is like one reason assumption or identify, like this very single line, and then there are just 4 choices. You have to click one, and mostly everything is going to come from Babcock. So the knowledge area is like there are 4 different knowledge areas. So this Babcock, right, I have done like 10 videos on Babcock. So I will link all the videos in this. Once I upload this video, right, I will link all the 10 videos. I've done a complete end-to-end line by line video for Babcock, how to learn that material and how to understand the material and everything. So there are like 4 different chapters that you have to be very familiar. The most important one is elucidation and requirements lifecycle management. and also the requirement analysis. Planning and monitoring is just only 5%, and other questions will be from these three knowledge areas. So you need not have anything like extra. What you have to do is, like, if you think like you are a beginner and you don't know anything about business analysis, you don't have any experience, and like you want to take some kind of professional certification so that you can add value to your resume. Because if you are basically from non-IT, and let's say you are from something like biotechnology, okay, bachelor's in biotechnology engineering, something like that, and when the interviewer sees your resume, right, you say that, yeah, I want to become a business analyst, and I want to learn this, that. You give so much. See, they don't take you seriously because they know you've done, you're not a computer science graduate, you're getting into IT, and you don't have any real life experience also. So in that case, they'll be like, okay, how are you going to like add weightage to your resume? Something that has to say that you're curious, or you have a lot of interest in business analysis, right? How do you prove that to the interviewer? So interviewer will be like, okay, now you have done certification in business analysis. That tells you that you have like that extra effort, right? You're taking that extra effort to prepare for that exam, clear that exam. So that means like you're really serious. Now if you compare two candidates, or let's take like 10 candidates, they're coming to an interview, and on a skill set level is everybody is like, okay, everybody is fine, but the interviewer is going to look for that one extra thing in them. So if someone has done this kind of certifications, means that's an added value for their resume and for them, because something tells that these people are taking that one extra step to be very professional in their career, right? Because it's not easy. If you see the exam fees, then you'll be like, oh, I don't want to take it because very expensive exam. I'll tell you how much is it. So, okay, this is ECBA. Now it comes to, I'll tell the other differences and I'll tell you about the exam fees. For CCBA and CBAP, these two are very tough exams compared to ECBA. ECBA is like, I think 95% most people will clear it because it's already. Can I guys go on mute? So for CCBA, right, for CCBA and CBAP, the prerequisites are there. So you cannot take CCBA and CBAP if you don't have any kind of real-time business analysis experience. So for CCBA, the criteria to take this exam is you need to have at least 2 to 3 years of experience. Okay, so ability to take on larger or more complex projects. How they're going to like validate that experiences? They're going to ask for about a minimum of 3,750 hours of business analysis in the last 7 years. And you should, in that 3,750, right, they want documentation on whether you have worked on all the 6 knowledge areas in BABAC. So I don't know that BABAC is the Bible for business analysis, right? So there are like actually 6 knowledge areas. So you have to show like every knowledge area, you have to show that you have worked at least 900 hours. Okay. And in addition to that, they need 21 hours of PDUs. PDU is professional development. So what this means is, like, let's say you are saying that I have 3,750 hours and somehow I can clear that check. You say you're giving some kind of your friend's reference and you're clearing that check. Okay. Now, that's not enough to take this exam. What they want is like minimum of 21 hours of professional development. So what is this 21 hours of professional development? They have contract with certain vendors. Okay. So let me show you the vendor details. If you let me take the name vendor details. Okay, so they have so IABA endorse educational providers. If you click on this, you will know. So they have like multiple level of different kind of this providers. Okay, so one of them is actually find endorsement. Okay.
Ma'am, I have one question. Can I ask?
Not now. Let me finish the training.
Okay, fine.
So if you see here, right? So they have asked for like these are the endorsed education and training vendors. So for example, IIBA, right? They have contract with all these vendors. If you see the vendor's name, you have Master Labs, you have Adapt to US, you have Tech Canvas, you have IBM, mind mapping consulting, and see Tech Canvas is there, Adaptive US. So these are like different kind of educational like training vendors. Okay, and they provide courses. For example, if you see CCBA or CBAP, for CCBA and CBAP, Tech Canvas is providing training. And then if you see other vendors also, there are multiple vendors, Simply Learn. All these vendors are there. Some of them are there in YouTube too. But the problem is it's a paid training. If you go to Tech Canvas also, let me log into Tech Canvas. I'll show you how much it's in Tech Canvas. So if you see in Tech Canvas, if you see their courses, you will know that they are training for the CBAP, right? Let's say CCBA. Okay. CCBA, for the 21 hours, they're providing a course. Like they're giving all the study materials and they're providing that course. Okay. If I want to click enroll now, if you see the fees, it's about around 14,000 Indian rupees. Like it is like 14,000, and think you have some discount too. You have to, I think, ask them for discount. But in US, it should be something around $150 or something like that. Okay. And they have bundles too. So this is just for their training. This is like for if they have some kind of this includes IIBA membership, application fee, and all that. So they are licensed vendors with IIBA. Okay, so for example, if you go with this 43,000, what will happen is this includes IIBA membership, application fee, exam fee, everything. So because there are two types of fees for this CCBA. So first is you have to get, let me write down so that you guys can understand. So for CCBA, first thing you have to do is like you have to enroll with one of their vendors. Okay, to gain that 21 hours of PDU. Okay, so there are three fees here. One is that vendor is going to charge you. Okay, so that vendor means, let's say that ABC vendor. That ABC vendor is going to ask you maybe $150. Okay, in Indian rupees, it's going to be 15,000 rupees. Okay, on average. And then second fee is you're going to have an application fee. Okay, application fee is around, let me check the application fee. IIB, I go to IIB, I click on this, get started. Okay, so this is the application fee, not the exam fee. There are two fees. Okay, so this is the application fee. $145 is the application fee. So just convert and tell me what is exactly $145 in rupees. Okay, so that's there. The third one is exam fee. Okay, so exam fee is, again, I've told you application fee is different from exam fees, right? Let's say that I'm now registering for the exam. So this is application. Where is my exam fee? So once, see, that's the problem. They're not showing the fee here. It will be around, because I've taken CBAP, so I know that it will be around 350 at least. Okay. So overall, it's very expensive exams and it's going to be in Indian rupees. It's going to be around something like 50,000 rupees, right? Including the training, it will be around more than 50 to 60, depending upon which vendor you're going to select for this training. So in the application, what they're going to ask you is they're going to ask you documents, not documents. They're going to ask you references for those 3,750. And if you say that I have 3 years of experience and I already worked as a BA, and then if you're saying that you want to take this exam, they're going to ask for 2 references, okay, and their email IDs. Also, they're going to ask their phone numbers, and also which company you worked, okay, your current company, and then they're going to ask for your company's website, your company's phone number, and then email ID. Email is not mandatory, but they're going to ask for some website. Okay. So all this you have to give. Also, you have to complete this training with one of their vendors and get certificate. For example, you're going with Tech Canvas. So Tech Canvas or anybody can, not only Tech Canvas, it can be anybody. Simply Learn. All these vendors are official vendors from IIBA. So let's say that you're going with this Tech Canvas, okay, and you completed all their training, and now you got certification from Tech Canvas. Now they want that someone from Tech Canvas to verify that you studied with them, so that you have to give one name. Okay, so name and phone number from the educational provider. Okay, so that you have to submit in the application. So when you submit the application, these are some things they're going to ask. And they're going to ask you whether you got trained on the 6 knowledge areas. So the 6 knowledge areas are, I will show you what are the 6 knowledge areas. So ACCBA handbook. So see, this is the exam steps, right? So first is you have to fulfill your eligibility requirements. Eligibility is 3,750 business analysis hours. Also, you should have done that 21 hours of learning from one of the vendors. Then you have to purchase their application, fill all your details, submit the application. So once you submit the application, they're going to review your application. Okay, so they're going to check everything, whether you've completed the training, whether you actually you have experience and all that. See here, work history. They're going to ask references, and you're going to purchase the application. You're going to submit it. If your application is approved, okay, only then you can purchase the exam. Okay, so there are 2 fees. Don't get confused with 150, 145 is not the exam fees. It's just application fees. Once your application is approved, then that exam fee, that icon will be available for you where you can purchase the exam. It's $350, and you can either take it online or you can go to a test center and take it. So you can do it both ways. For CCBA, the exam hours is, I'll give you an idea of how that exam hours. I think it's 3 hours, but let me confirm. Yeah, it's 3 hours. So it's like 130 multiple choice questions. It's scenario based. Okay. ECBA is very simple. It's 50 questions. Everything is single line statements, and you have multiple choice. You have to click one from that. But CCBA, it's 130 questions, multiple choice, scenario based questions. So it will be mostly if you want to see the exam questions, it will be like this. Okay. A company has been using application for several years, but one component has manual entry. Now they want to automate this application. As a business analyst, what is the first step that you will do? So first thing is you have to perform stakeholder analysis. You'll get the name of all the stakeholders, who are the external stakeholders and internal stakeholders. And if you see, if your answer is not there, right, everything will look like answer. Okay, first thing, okay, I'm going to schedule a workshop, then I'm going to like gather all the requirements, then I'm going to prioritize the business. Like everything will look like answers. So it's very confusing unless and until you are like properly, tech analyst will train you. Okay, but that's not enough. You have to like take multiple questions and then you have to practice it. At least it takes 2 months for you to have that exam mindset, right? Because it's 3 hours exam and you have to finish all the 130. Everything is scenario based. It's a lot tough exam. People, and if you see the exam fees, if you know that it's about 50,000 rupees, you're investing on yourself for this exam. And if you fail, you fail. That's all. There is no, you cannot retake it again. And all for retake means again you have to do all this like application fee, exam fee, and everything. So what are the 6 knowledge areas? Business analysis, planning and monitoring, elucidation and collaboration, requirements lifecycle management, strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, and solution evaluation. All the 6 knowledge areas will be covered by Tech Canvas. So that's why they want you to go for that private training. Okay, all the 6 knowledge areas, complete Babcock materials they're going to cover. Also, they are going to like cover all like sample questions and everything, right? Not only Tech Canvas, Tech Canvas is one of their vendors. You can go with any vendor who's going to provide that training for you. So this is for CCBA. For CBAP, CBAP is the final advanced exam. I have taken this exam. I've cleared this exam like 3 to 4 years back. So I will tell you, it's one of the toughest exams. And here, the eligibility is like you should have 7,500 hours. Okay, 7,500 hours of business analysis work experience in the last 10 years. And then you should have minimum of 900 hours in all the 6 Babcock knowledge areas and minimum of 35 hours of professional development. For this 35 hours, again, you have to take that from one of their educational providers. And I actually took from Tech Canvas because they have some of the cheapest options. So I just went here and then I got their early bird, something like that. So I didn't take their materials. I didn't go for their full-fledged bundle and all. I just took their like basic course. Enroll. Yeah. So for CBAM, it will be a little bit extra. So I just went for this basic one because I know, this training is just to for IABA to say that they have covered 6 knowledge areas, right? But this is not enough. They give you some more questions and everything. You have to practice this. This will take at least for a month for you to get used to this 800 questions. Everything is scenario based, case studies. So you have to practice on your own. And then because this is a very time sensitive exam. So total, I think you have to take within 4 hours. I remember it's 4 hours. 3.5, yes. So it's 3.5 hours and then 120 multiple choice. For CCBA, it's 130. But this 120 will be everything very complicated scenarios. So if you see their blueprint, right? This is not like, the exam questions will not be like this in single line or something. Very, very complicated scenarios will be given to you and you have to crack it. Okay. So just by reading these materials or just by going to Tech Canvas training, you will not be able to crack it. So from my experience, we have to solve all the previous, like maybe 1 or 2 years, like cumulative, all the exam papers, right? You have to get that and then you have to practice. So if you practice about like 1,000 questions, now you'll be able to like finish all this 120 questions in 3.5 hours, right? So that's how you're going to crack it. So just for the eligibility sake, yes. So you need to show that you have 7,500 hours of business analysis work. You're going to give references. And again, you're going to like get training from one of their vendors, complete that training. And it depends from each vendor, right? When they're going to start their training and end their training. So some will take like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Some will take, I don't know, maybe weekends they take classes. So what, according to your flexibility, you have to complete this professional development and you have to, IABA will check with them whether you're completed or not. and then you have to provide references. So after everything is completed, once your application is approved, only then you can take the exam. I took the exam like in exam center because online, I don't prefer taking it online. So I like that exam environment. So I went to a test center so that nobody's bothering me. I'm inside a cabin. So 3.5 hours and then like 120 questions. So you already practice about 1,000 questions, right? So now you know, and your brain is so much tuned to all these exam patterns and everything. So you're not overwhelmed, you're not shocked by every question. And I will tell you, all the multiple choice questions, answers, everything will look like answer. A is also answer, B is also an answer, C is also answer, and D is also answer. How I'm going to like finalize which is the correct one? So for CBAP, I would, if you're a beginner, I would say that do not go for CCB and CBAP. Don't waste your money. Just take ECBA. But if you already have some kind of, so if you're above 30 and you want to somehow like catch up with other peers, or like if you're going for directly for senior BA, you're adding that fake experience in your resume, you want to somehow crack this exam, then that is also possible, but it takes immense effort from your side. So I've created the study planner for you guys. So every day you have to study at least for 2 hours. Every day you have to study for 2 hours, and every topic. For example, today I'm going to okay, so you're going to write it here. So it's not. So for example, it's like, for example, knowledge area 1. Okay, so I'm going to complete business analysis, planning and monitoring. So if I'm going to take that topic, means how long it took for me to start and finish. So it took 2 hours, 3 hours, or how many hours? And you're going to add notes. So every day you're going to like finish this. You're going to take some topic. What are your study goals? So there are about 6 knowledge areas. For every knowledge area, I'm going to like at least finish maybe 20 questions, 30 questions every day. And what are the resources I'm going to use? I'm going to use maybe Simply Learn, their training material, or I'm going to use Babok, or I'm going to whatever interview questions, the exam questions I have in the internet, I'm going to take all the dumps and I'm going to prepare however you want to use it, right? You can take all those help, add all the resources list here, and task will be like for that particular day. Okay, for example, if it's going to be knowledge area 1, how long it's taking for me to complete 20 questions. You're going to like you're going to have a timer with you, and then you're going to like, for example, 20 questions, I'm taking 2 hours. Then maybe in a week later, 20 questions, you're going to do it in half an hour. So because it's 3.5 hours for 120 questions. Okay, so you have to like time every question and how your brain works and everything. It will take time. It will take at least like 2 months for you to, if you have every day, if you're allocating like 2 hours, then I think you should be able to clear it. That's how I cleared it. So every day I'll take the training materials from Tech Canvas, their questions, papers, and everything, and I'll sit down, I'll time, and I will have notes like this. Okay, what is the topic I'm going to study today? Start time, finish time, and then notes, whether I'm able to finish it within 1 hour or like that. And then when you are able to complete 120 questions in 3.5 hours, then you're like at least 50% you're prepared. Right now, from a timing perspective, you're prepared. But what about scenario based perspective? So you at least practice 1,000 questions, only then you will be able to clear it. Yeah, so these are the 3 different exams. And I won't recommend CBAP for someone who have 0 experience. I won't recommend CCB also. It's very expensive and you have to like get trained, and if you don't have time, please don't do this. You can directly go for ECBA. But when, from a value perspective, they know, industry knows, if you have done CBAP means you have invested considerable amount of time and you have cleared this exam. So if you add in your resume that you are CBAP certified, they know that you have done some kind of work. Okay, now like you can ask me questions on these 3 certifications. Do you have any questions?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
I have experience 2.5 years in IT. So can I do this certification or go with my internal certification or Coursera and all?
Yeah. So from a value perspective, I mean, these have higher value over Coursera courses. But one thing you have to, like, there are three things you have to keep in mind, right? One is like, do I have the money? It's going to take 50,000 rupees, right? Do I have the money and do I have the time? So you can go for ACBA and CCBA since you said you have 2+. We can go for CCBA also. We can provide references, but whether you have funding or whether you have time, because I told you this is not very easy to clear. So every day, at least 2 hours, you have to spend, at least an hour and a half you have to spend for 2 months in order for you to get used to these exam patterns and everything. Coursera and all is like online, right? So it's not by some, this is like in International Institute of Business Analyst, like the highest standards of BA right now. We have no other institute compared to IIBA who can provide like this kind of standard exams, and they know they don't take any kind of nonsense. For example, you do something wrong in their audit, then your application will be denied. You do something fraud, that's you can never take their exams. So you have to be very careful on what you're saying in the application, what kind of references you are giving, and they can revoke your certification too. So for example, they think that if somebody else is taking that certification for you, or somehow you're clearing the certification, if they come to know in the audit, they can revoke your certification too. So it's not that you're certified from them, it means like forever you're certified, no, right? So everything is monitored. Even if you're taking it from home through online, it's proctored, right? So someone is monitoring you. Even exam center also, someone is monitoring you. So you have to be well prepared. But Coursera is not like that. It can take it any time from home and nobody's monitoring. It's not proctored.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Any other questions?
Hi,
Yes, good
Pratibha.
morning.
Sonali here. Hello.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for this session, Pratibha. So I have a question regarding the referral. So do I have to like give the details of my current managers, and also do I have to submit work experience as such, because I do not have BA experience. I want to transition my career into BA. Like I have
No, they
investment
don't
banking.
ask any kind of like documents or anything. All they ask is like, are you currently working, from which date to which date? So you can give your, if you're working currently, you can give that employer name and everything. And that reference is right. They're asking either email ID or phone number. So in case if your application is going for audit, I don't know what's algorithm for audit. Okay. In case if it's going for audit, they'll send an email to that reference, and that reference has to say, yes, Swapna has these like 3,750 hours of B experience. That can be through email or phone. So it's not mandatory. Phone is not mandatory. So with only you can give one reference, their name and email ID too. And if they get it, if you're getting into audit, not all the applications are into audit, right? But if you're out of luck and your application is taken for audit, then they are going to like send an email to that reference, whatever you're providing, and that particular person has to verify through their email ID that yes, this person worked from this date to this date as BA in our organization.
Okay, and what about like if I'm not working right now, like I'm planning to take break, and in that, do I have to like give the this referral details from my previous organization if I'm not working?
Yeah. So when did you graduate? Which year?
Graduated like 8, 9 years back. I'm currently working, and like right now I'm on my notice period, and I'm thinking to give the exam in couple of months.
Correct. So
So
someone
at
has,
the time,
you can give your current employer, okay, because right now you are working in you can I mean your application can be approved within 2 days also. That's not at all a problem. Can someone like refer? I mean, if suppose you are getting into audit, you need to have a valid email ID from those two references. Do you have those two people?
yeah,
Nobody's
yeah,
going to call
I
your HR. Nobody's going to do that.
okay.
Nobody's going to
Okay,
do that. They
understood.
don't have money and resources to do that. Okay, they have their one organization for the whole universe. They're doing it. Okay, so they don't call your HR. They don't ask for your experience certificate. No, they're going to email that email ID that you're providing them
Mm-hmm.
for those
Okay, understood.
yeah, it can be from your colleagues or it can be your, it can be anybody. But if suppose you get into audit, your application is picked in the audit, and an email is sent to that particular person, they have to just press or email saying that, I don't know whether it's an icon or something, yes or no, but they have to say that yes, Swapna has worked as a BA from this day to this day. That's all. That's the only thing IABA is looking for.
Yeah, understood. Thanks. I have actually one more question. So, in 7-8 months back, I have done this training, CCBA, IIBA approved from a one Mumbai-based training organization. From there, I have done the training, and I have 35 PDOs. But I'm not sure if this training institute is there in the IIBA list,
Okay, let me
approved
check.
list.
Okay, you didn't check
Yeah.
that when you paid the money?
I didn't check that. I was not aware
Okay, what's
of
their name?
this list. Train Smart.
Train Smart. Okay. Is this right? Is the spelling right?
I guess so. Yeah.
This one, Trains per Academy. Yes, they are.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
are. They
It's
are
there.
approved. Yes.
Okay. And what is the validity of this PDOs? Like I have received 35 PDOs. I have completed.
When did you finish
So
that?
it's in I've done it in February this
February.
year.
Feb.
Yeah.
I think it should have. So let me check. I don't want to give you wrong information. See, I know the application. Once the application is approved, you have to take the exam within 1 year. That's there. But I think they are not going to look for like when you completed the training with that vendor, right? But let me confirm. Give me a second. But if you apply for that exam and your application is approved, you have 1 year to take that exam.
Mm-hmm.
Did they say you anything?
No, not sure. I'm not sure. Actually, they did not mention anything about the validity. It just came to my mind right now when I was listening to you. So I just thought of asking you, like, is there any validity as such for this videos?
Expression. Okay, give me a second because mostly people are going to take in a year, right? Okay. Let me check screen. So they have not mentioned anywhere that see it is 12 months from the day IABA received an exam or so after the application is approved, right? It is 12 months.
This is for application. Yeah.
Yeah. So they have not anywhere listed here.
Okay.
Let me take. Otherwise, they would have listed here. No, I don't think so. There is any kind of timeline that you have to like take the exam within certain date. But I would recommend you to take within like February.
Okay, before February next year. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Because we don't know about these vendors, right? Sometimes they can even close and leave. So how much did you invest on the training?
I invested around 40,000.
40?
40,000, yeah. So actually I did agile training also. So around 40,000 I invested.
Oh, that's too much, I think, for this
Yeah.
exam. Okay. So yeah. So my recommendation is like, do you know how Yes, Swapna. So, see, my recommendation, you're going to go for CCBA or CBAP?
Actually, I'm planning for CCBA.
Okay. So, yeah, if you're going to go for CCBA, okay, let me stop the recording because I don't want this to be in internet floating around.
I want to.
Okay, let me add it in the chat. Okay, I've added in the chat. So
Yeah, thanks.
okay, so anybody has any other questions regarding this IIB exams?
Yes, I do. Good morning. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. I really appreciate your time as well. So I'm new into business analyst. I took a boot camp and I really wanted to get some kind of certification to enhance my resume. So from what I learned today, it will be appropriate for me to do the ECBA, correct?
So you, I mean, from which country you're from? I mean,
I'm in here in New Jersey.
New Jersey. Okay.
Yes.
So, I mean, you can try CCBA, but the problem is, do you have any references?
Yes, I do.
If someone can verify for you those hours.
Okay. Yeah, the places that I worked.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, someone. I mean, it not always your application is going to go for audit, right? I'm telling that again and again. Sometimes within like 2 minutes, your application can be approved.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the application usually asks like, what is your start date, end date? What are the hours? For example, if you're going to take CCBA, it's going to ask for 3,750 hours. And then it's going to ask for your current employer name and then 2 references.
Okay.
And then, and you have to take additional training from one of their vendors. That's a mandatory thing.
Okay. So I can go for the CCBA, correct?
Yeah, provided you have all that money and you should take, I told you, for those professional, you have to take training from one of their vendors.
Yes, got it.
So I can give you the link where you can find their vendors, right? See here. So find endorsed vendors. So here, if you search, let's say in New Jersey, nothing is there. So maybe you want online or classroom, however you want. Okay, I'll give you the.
Yeah, I can do online as well.
Yeah, so I'll put the link in the chat so that you can, whichever provider is like comfortable for you, you can choose one. And also see the prices will differ very, I mean, like one will charge 40, I mean, like $200, one will charge maybe $150, one can charge even $1,500. So you have to be very careful.
Got you.
Okay. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah. So I will lean towards, because I know you were talking about the differences and the way they both carried. So, yeah. So,
and if you are able to clear it, I think for 2 to 3 years, the exam pattern is 130 questions, 3 hours exam. So it's not going to be difficult like CBAP, but it's not very easy as ECB also. It will have some kind of difficulty, but you'll be able to, I think you'll be able to pass.
Okay, awesome. Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is there anybody else who has any questions on these certifications? Okay. I will go to the next one. Next one is.
Ma'am, can you share that vendor link also in chat?
Yeah, I've added in the chat.
Okay.
Okay. So the next one is like very domain specific business analyst certifications, right? So we have two certifications. One is Salesforce and one is Pega based business analyst certifications. So the difference, I'll tell you what is the difference. Difference is these are pretty generic. IIBA doesn't have any industry, something like this is only for IT or this is only for like healthcare, or this is only for banking, something like that. No, it's a very generic institute where you can be even from like any kind of, let's say you're working for a mining company, you are a business analyst for a mining company, you can take this certificate. You can be working for retail, you can be working for any e-commerce company. It's not very specific to IT, right? So one thing about IABA is if you get certified from IABA, it's a very generic certification, which is today you're working in IT, tomorrow you're going to a different industry, still the certification is valid. Okay, your experience is valid as a BA, and the certification is also valid. Whereas Salesforce and Pega are IT-based certification. Okay, Salesforce, is a product, and Pega is also a coding platform. It's a product. Both are like coding products. So if you want to get into Salesforce, let me show you. This is the official Salesforce website. Okay, so I'm going to copy that and add it in the chat. Okay, so Salesforce have their business analyst certifications. If you think that your budget is, if you have very low budget and you want to do something, you cannot afford IIB, it's very expensive. Now, if you want to do something within $200 and you don't want to do any extra training and everything, then you can do Salesforce. Okay, so here all they are asking is you need to have 2+ years of business analyst experience, and you need to know basic like knowledge about Salesforce, and you don't need to get any kind of training from anybody. They provide the training modules. Okay, anybody can take this exam. For example, business analyst, consultant, business system analyst, product owner, platform manager, CRM manager, business operations. Anybody can take it. It's not very specific to only to business analysts. Anybody from this role can take it, these roles. And then one thing is, see here, 60 multiple choice questions. And it's 105 minutes. 105 means it will be around 2 hours, right? Something around 2 hours. Yes. And passing score is 72%. And it's only like $200. And you don't need to take any kind of training. They provide the training materials. So training materials will be like, so Trailhead is their official like name. Salesforce name is Trailhead. So they have all the modules. Okay. So if you go to their website, right, you can just sign up and everything, all this is free. Okay. So you'll be learning about like how to collaborate with stakeholders, what is business process mapping, how to review requirements, how to like refresh your user story skills, acceptance criteria. It's pretty much basic. It's about 35 minutes. You'll be able to complete all these modules. Next is, let me close. Yeah. So once you finish that training, they also have some materials. So materials are, what is that? Yeah. So if you see here, right, they have some materials. Okay, so module, essential business analyst skills. Then all the different modules are there. You have to be able to finish that. And they're giving an idea of how this exam will be. Okay. So there are some practice questions. You can use that. But my candidates who have taken this exam has provided me feedback that these materials are not enough, right? They're going to ask about 70% business analysis questions. And then maybe 30% is Salesforce material. If you see here, this is the exam pattern. So collaboration with stakeholders, business process mapping, requirements, how do you gather requirements, how do you write user stories, and all this, how do you write acceptance criteria. So one other candidate actually told me he saw my videos, that 10-hour videos, and some other, like I've already done few videos on all these topics, right? Like how to gather requirements and also he said like those techniques were all useful. And for this also, I recommend people getting the previous 12 months question paper and then I mean, I don't guarantee you'll get the same exact questions or not, but the pattern is going to be the same. Okay, so you will know if this is the question, you'll be able to rule out the options and you'll be able to pick the correct one. So this is for people who want to specifically get into Salesforce. And or if you think that no, I don't want to get into Salesforce, I want to do something very generic, then save your money, then you can take IABA. But if you think that I want to get a job within like 2 months, 3 months, I want to add some value to my resume, or I want to get into Salesforce, very specifically as Salesforce business analyst, then please, you can take this exam. It's going to be very easy compared to IABA, CCB, and CPAP. This is easy, very straightforward. But you can get the training materials from their website itself. And also please get the previous 12 months question papers, prepare it, and then you can take the exam. This one you can also take it online, or you can go for a test center too. It's up to you. Okay, any doubts on Salesforce exam? Anybody interested in taking Salesforce?
Yeah, I'll be interested since I'm coming into the field. So yeah, I'll be interested in taking it.
Yeah, but see, you're basically non-IT, right?
I have some IT in healthcare. I work as implementation analyst.
Okay.
So I have some kind of background knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, so it's up to you if you want to get into IABA. But see, mostly people, what you have to do is, my recommendation is please research on what are the certifications that are like the job description, right? They want you to have. Okay, well, whenever like take few JDs and see what are the certifications they're asking for. Mostly they'll be asking from IABA only. Okay, this is for people who want to specifically get into Salesforce. This is a coding platform. Okay, so there will be Salesforce developers, admins. There are different kind of roles, and so in that case, you want to get into very specifically as a Salesforce business analyst. Then you should be able to take this exam. If you're like pretty much generic about you can get into any kind of industry, then I prefer you to do IABA only.
I've been hearing the buzz about Salesforce, so you know, it's already sparked my interest that it will be one of the companies I would like to get into.
Okay, so yeah, in that case, you should be able to crack this, but also don't do it like, see, people have excitement about all the certifications and all that, right? And then they'll be like paying for the exam and all, and then they'll fail. I've seen multiple people doing that. So to take your own time. That's why don't apply now and immediately after a week don't take that exam.
Right.
Okay, so you have to like take it slowly, and every day you have to train your brain. Okay, because for exams you need to have a different kind of mindset.
Right.
Okay, it's not like interview. For exams, it's like it's a timed thing. Right? So please have this study planner. Something like this. Then time all your questions. How long you're taking like for every question. When did you start, finish? What is the total time? Take notes. And you have to practice that every day for your brain to get used to it. This exam patterns and everything. Do not take the very expensive exams. I don't want you to lose money. So take your time and take the exam. Okay. So tomorrow I will teach you about PEGA certification and also about like whether some other I mean, I have a few tricks, but I cannot show it in YouTube. So if you want to join, you can join tomorrow's class. I feel personally like whether you have to get into PEGA or not, because I feel PEGA has a lot of scope. But if you want to get into PEGA, then you have to join tomorrow's class, because I'll edit some of the versions. I don't want to put everything in YouTube because someone can report also, right? These are very expensive exams. They are all very certified, approved providers. So I don't want someone to report saying like, okay, someone is giving training on this without the knowledge. And also this is just for educational purposes. So if you want to take the exam, take it. And my recommendation is like, please don't take it within a week or something after you get some training from the vendor. Please take your time. You need to have at least 2 months of like practice. Every day, 1 hour for 2 months, you have to practice, and then please take the training. Do not go for proxies. Don't do any kind of fraud. Your certifications will be revoked. Okay, please keep that in mind. Okay, thank you everyone for joining. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
BA is a liaison between stakeholders and software development team, developers and testers. And a BA is a person who is a connecting bridge. When we say liaison, it's nothing but a connecting bridge between the business owners and the development team. So for example, like we have a development team, developers and testers, and we have client, right? The stakeholders, I mean, business owners. So when they come and give you requirements, you as a business analyst, you are a liaison, or you are a bridge, or you are a connector between your project team, development team, and the business owner. So you are in between both. Okay, of course you are part of development team, but you are acting as a bridge or a connector or a liaison between the software development team and the business owner. So that's the right definition. So as a BA, what are your roles and responsibilities? So roles and responsibilities in the sense, first you are expected to communicate very well with all your stakeholders, and you are expected to understand all the expectations from the stakeholders, and you're expected to document all the expectations. So for example, when they give you any kind of requirements, you are expected to document that. First of all, you have to clearly understand all the requirements. That's the first thing. Next is you are making sure you're documenting all the requirements. So understanding the requirements and documenting the requirements, in that is the primary roles and responsibility of a BA. So you are expected to do this, whether it is any kind of company, whether it is project-based company, or whether it is a consulting company. You are what you will do from day one is you will understand, you have to gather requirements and document them. That will be the primary responsibility of any BA. And documentation in the sense, like it depends upon agile methodology or waterfall. If you are working in an agile project, the documentation will be different, and if you're working in a waterfall method, the documentation will be different. But primarily a business analyst is expected to understand all the requirements that is provided by the business owner, and you should document them. That's the responsibility of a business analyst in any environment or in any project. So some of the skills that they're expecting is, first of all, is like top communication skills. You are expected to communicate very well with the business owners and also the development team. Second is like people management skills. So you have to, like, you'll be dealing with a lot of people, lot of stakeholders, and also you'll be scheduling a lot of meetings. So you need to have excellent people management skills. Also you need to be very patient. If there is any problem coming, you should have this critical thinking and problem solving skills as well. So when you are put in a tough spot, and you have to solve the issue when there is a conflict between the different stakeholders, then you are expected to take a lead and solve the issue. So that is one of the primary skill any interviewer will be expecting you. So first is communication, next is people management, and third is critical thinking and problem solving. It can be a technical solutioning, or it can be any kind of situational problems too. Okay, whatever is the problem, you are expected to resolve the problem. Next is you have to face the clients properly. So that most of the times the requirements whatever we get from the business owners, sometimes there will be changes, sometimes they want to continuously change the requirements. So how are you going to face the clients who's giving you a very tough time? How are you going to constantly, if the requirements are being changed, how are you going to handle that? So you have to be client oriented, of course, and you have to make sure that all the requirements are documented and they are done. But you should also have the capability to drive those changes in a very professional manner. So for example, they are giving you a requirement and they're changing the requirement after 10 days. How are you going to make sure that that particular requirement can be done without upsetting anybody in the team? Okay, so those are the skills that you have to acquire in order to become a business analyst. These are the top 5 skills that you need to have. Next is what are the different tools that are used for a business analysis. So mostly we need to understand about all this Microsoft products, or Microsoft PowerPoint, Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Outlook, Microsoft Project, Microsoft Visio, all these Microsoft projects, products you need to be well versed of. So you, of course, in Microsoft Outlook, you will be sending a lot of emails, but you will also be scheduling a lot of team meetings, and also you have, if you're working virtually, right? If you're working remote or if you're working virtually, then you'll be using a lot of Microsoft Outlook. And for documentation, of course, Microsoft Word and Excel, PowerPoint for showing all your demos, and you can always show any kind of prototyping, everything with PowerPoint, and JIRA and Confluence for documentation. So JIRA for creating user stories, and Confluence for documenting all your requirements. Okay, so for example, if it's a brand new project, what are the different what is this project about, who are the essential stakeholders, and what's the timeline, what is the overall data flow diagram for this project. All that will be documented in Confluence. I have made a separate video on Jira and Confluence, so if you want, you can go and watch those videos. Microsoft Visio is like same like Paint, but it will be more advanced. So if you want to create any diagrams, then you are going to use Microsoft Visio. So these are the top tools that will be used by the business analyst. So next is what is the difference between business requirement and need? So you need to understand, this is one of the questions that is being asked by for junior BA interview, right? They're asking this question: what is the difference between business requirement and need? So requirement is nothing but it is a condition or a capability that is required by a stakeholder to solve a problem or to achieve an objective, whereas need is very, very high level representation of a requirement. So in plain terms, if I say that I need a house, I want to build a house, then that is a need. Okay, the requirement is I want a house to be facing north, I want 4 bedrooms, I want a living room to be in a certain way, I need 3 bathrooms. All that is a requirement. So when we take in from an IT perspective, if a need is nothing but a banking client is coming to you and saying that I need a web application for my organization, then that is a need. But requirements is exactly how that application should work. Okay, the application should have a login page, the application should have display all the bank details, the application must be able to provide latest updates about how to create an account and all. That's very specific requirements are considered as requirements, whereas a need is like a very, very high level representation of a requirement. So I need a banking website, or I need a banking application, or I need a house, or I need a healthcare application, I need a mobile application. All that is very, very high level is called a need. But as a requirement is like very specifically, like they want to achieve any objective and they're giving you like very specific requirements. Okay, it's a specific condition or a capability that a stakeholder wants to solve any issue. That is called a requirement. So you can always say that need is very, very high level representation of a requirement, and requirement is nothing but very specific condition. So next question is, what is define SDLC, and can you tell me the life cycle? So SDLC is nothing but software development life cycle. There are about 6 stages. The first one is planning and requirement gathering stage, and then you are defining all the requirements and documenting those. And then third one is like technical design and solutioning. So for that you need all your developers and architects help. And fourth is like once the design phase is complete, then your development team is coding it. And fifth is they're testing the requirements. Once everything, all the UAT testing, everything is completed, then you are deploying the code to production. So this is a software development life cycle. So always remember, you are during the planning phase, you will be required. So you'll be the primary lead who will be like gathering all the requirements. You will be the one who will be defining the requirements. And for designing, you'll take help of architects or developers, and you will document everything here. And
coding is, of course, is done by developers and testing is done by testing team. And once all the testing is complete during deployment, our developers or engineers, they will take care, but you will also coordinate. Sometimes B also needs to coordinate during the deployment phases. So you'll be part of like every single phase. So it's not that your work is done and complete and it's over. So every single phase, a BA is required, BA's input is required, and a developer may ask you any specific questions regarding the requirement, and you are required to answer. So this is software development life cycle. So next question is define scope. What is scope?
So the next question is define scope. Scope is a clear understanding of why we are doing this project, and we are going to define its key goals. Let's take an example. Now you have a requirement from a hospital to create a mobile application where the patient's information, their medical information, the diagnosis, the prescription drugs, everything can be monitored and tracked. Okay. Now what is in scope and out of scope for this particular requirement? In scope can be online video consultations, appointments, easy login and in-app payments, and patient's database.
Application, they can see the doctor's team's information or patient's database, notifications, reminders, calendars, or real-time chats with the nurse and everything. So all that can be done using mobile application. So that is in scope. So when you are given a project, and if the business owners are telling that this is the in scope, now we have to understand that all this is only in English. So mobile application is completely only in English, and everything, the language that we are supporting is only English. So what about other languages? So we are not supporting other languages. Okay, so it's only in English. We are not supporting Spanish, or we are not supporting French, or we are not supporting any other languages. So we can say that the in scope for this particular mobile application is, for this particular hospital is, it's only in English. Okay, so out of scope is all the other languages are out of scope. That's how you define very clearly. You say it in the requirements that these are the features that we are going to do for this particular application, and we are going to do only in English, whereas other languages it's out of scope. Okay, so scope is nothing but what is the common goals that our development team and the business owners, like, we agree upon. Okay, all that is scope. Out of scope is something that we cannot do for that particular project. Okay, that is out of scope. So next is, what is scope creep? So scope creep is something that, for example, the business owners, they give you requirements, but you're not able to deliver that. Also, for example, they're asking for more, but your development team cannot deliver it. So there is a communication gap. Okay, so for example, they are giving you project requirements, but you did not document that as expected. So they are asking you for a particular feature, but you misunderstood and you documented differently. So scope creep, if they ask in the interview what is scope creep is usually like functionalities that a development team who doesn't deliver, or it could be like they're asking for something that you cannot deliver, or they asked you something and you didn't deliver. Okay, so they asked you for something special features, but your team was not able to deliver. Okay, so mainly scope creep is nothing but misunderstanding between the business owners and the development team regarding project requirements. So either it is not communicated properly, or it is not documented very well. So that is scope creep. And next question is how to avoid this scope creep. So whenever we in any project needs to be documented. So also if they keep on changing the requirements. Okay, so yesterday in a meeting they're saying particular requirements, and today they're saying something different, they're changing the requirements. We need every single change in the project requirements to be documented. So any additional features that they're asking needs to be documented.
If it's going to be a small change, there is no budget issue and all that, we have to make sure that can be accommodated. But if it's going to be a very big change, or the overall design is going to be changed, all that, then we need to like, communicate with the entire all the stakeholders, with our development team, testers, and also all the essential stakeholders, how this change can be added without disturbing the existing development. So that's how you avoid scope creep. You have to communicate properly with all the stakeholders, make sure all the new requirements are documented properly, and if there is any change in the requirements, we need to tell them clearly whether this can be added or cannot be added. And if any extra features needs to be added, we need to make sure that existing development is not affected. So that is scope creep. Then the 8th question is, what are the skills that a business analyst must have? So a business analyst, like in any domain, it can be banking or healthcare or retail, or in any domain, must definitely have these following skills. Okay, so technical skills, we need to have knowledge of a database, what is software development life cycle, or any kind of domain knowledge. Okay, banking, healthcare, retail, or anything like travel, whatever is the domain, we need to have that knowledge. And also all the MS Microsoft products like Office, and any kind of MS products, okay, MS Visio, MS Outlook, or any kind of Microsoft products, we need to have knowledge. So fundamental skills is like I've already told you, you need to have communication skills, you need to have people management skills, you need to do enough research before getting into a project, and also problem solving. So you'll be dealing with a lot of people and you'll have conflicts. So you need to solve most of the problems without embarrassment, and you need to like take the project in a very smooth manner, so that in future if you're working with those stakeholders, they should be happy to work with you. Okay, so these are the very fundamental skills a business analyst should possess. And regarding elucidation techniques and documentation, so we'll see those regarding elucidation techniques in our next chapter. So how to gather requirements, what are the techniques to gather requirements, how to document these requirements, and how to like make sure there is no how to do gap analysis, and how to make sure that you don't have any problems during documentation. So these are the few. So the next question is, what is gap analysis and how do you fix it? Gap analysis is the difference between reality and the actual target for your organization. Let's say you have an airlines client and their current growth rate is 8% per year, and they want to increase their growth rate by 30%. So they want to increase their growth rate, and you need to find out what is the gap and what does the customers want and how to improve or enhance your products. So there are some 5 questions as a BA you have to ask. First is, why are customers so difficult to work with? What are the troubles that they are facing? And how to make sure that the customer is satisfied using your end products. And do we have to build any new products, or we have to only enhance the existing products are up to mark? So you can always use surveys, interviews, get feedback from the customers, and make sure their feedback is addressed. So gap analysis is usually like the difference what we have in the existing product and what is the customer's request, and whether you're trying to create a new product or you're enhancing the existing product. So that's the analysis you do, and you give feedback to your essential stakeholders regarding what's the gap the end users have and how to fix that issue. And the last question is, what is a good quality requirement? How to measure it? So a quality requirement is usually measured using SMART rule. SMART is specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. It means the requirement needs to be specific, it needs to be documented very well, and measurable means every requirement needs to be tested very well, and attainable means it should be within our scope. Relevant is nothing but it should be within our business case and user stories or use cases. It should be relevant within our line. And timely is it needs to be communicated early in the project life cycle. It should not be a change or something. It should be told before even we create a BRD. So that is timely. So this is one rule that we can follow and make sure that particular requirement is of good quality.
So it's a very common interview question. They're going to give you scenarios, or they may be asking what are the techniques you use to gather the requirements. So whenever you're gathering requirements, you need to always have the following questions in your mind, like how, where, when, who, what, and why. So how is, in the sense, like what is the functionality that they want? How are they going to use this application? And how could this particular application satisfy the need of this business? Let's take an example. So if you have a client coming to you and asking for a mobile application, now you may be asking, you need, as a business analyst, you wants to know, okay, how the end user wants to use this particular functionality and how we can satisfy the need for this particular business users. So always you have to keep in mind all these how questions. Next one is where. Where is this process taking off? Where would this feature get to the user? So when we say like exactly how the user will be using it, where it is taking off, whether it's a mobile application, the user has to go to App Store and download the application, or it's going to be a web application where you'll provide the link and the end user has to click the link and open the web application. However, like how is this process going to take off? How is this, the whole application is going to get started? So, and also how would this feature get to the user? So there are, like for today, for example, there are multiple ways a application can be downloaded or it can be accessed through different means, right? So where would this feature get to the user? So that is the where question. And then we have when question. When will they use this feature? Okay, so when, if they're going to log in, or if they're going to register, or they're going to access the database, or they're going to submit some claims, or it depends upon the application. When is this particular feature an end user will use it? Okay, so and when they use the particular application, how are you going to know it? For example, what is the prime time this application will be used? So let's say there is a web application for a hospital, and there are so many users accessing the web application. They're submitting their claims, they're accessing the patient information, the doctor is prescribing drugs. There are so much is happening in that web portal. So what is a prime time that most of this activity will happen, whether it is weekend or weekdays, or if there is any particular timing from 8 to 5 or 9 to 6? So what's the time that this, the most of the features in this application will be used? So you need to know when. Depending upon that, you can actually increase the capacity or the performance of that particular application too. And you will know when there'll be a downtime and why there are so many bugs, or why there are so many performance issues during that particular time. The next is who. So who is going to use that feature, whether it's going to be an internal application or external application, whether that is used only by certain number of people, or it will be used by a larger group, whether the access has to be limited. So for example, there is a web portal application, okay, for the hospital. Not everybody will have access to the same information. The nurse will have access only to their department, doctors will have access only to their department, and patients can see only their claims and information regarding their medical diagnosis or everything, right? So even though it's one common application, one web portal, we are always deciding like who has to see which features. Okay, that we have to control the access and limit the number of information that a particular user can see. So if it's going to be admin logging in, then they can view different information. Whether if it's going to be one single user, then they can view only like certain number of information. So depending upon whether they are admins, or they are database administrators, or they are end users, or developers, depending upon the access level, you can control the information how much they can see.
So that is who is be using that particular feature, who will be having the features outputs, and what do I know of that particular feature, whether I should have any assumptions or what needs to be done with that feature. So if let's say you have a hospital application and then you are having a login feature for the doctors. Okay, so there are 3 login features, one for the doctor, one for the patient, and one for nurses. Okay, so there are 3 login features. So what do I know of that feature? So the feature can be different for different people. For doctor, they have to maybe give um, their account ID, or they have to give their employee ID, whatever, and they have to log in. For nurses too, okay, their access level will be different and their login will be different. Whereas for the patient, it could be using my email ID or it could be using username and ID. So the login information can be different for different people. Or if they're going to have the same login features, for example, everybody has to log in using their user ID and password. How are we going to do, and what kind of assumptions that we are going to have that for that particular feature? However, the business users wants us to develop that particular login functionality, we have to like understand or assume accordingly. Okay, so whatever assumptions you are having, you have to make sure that that is fine with the business users. And what needs to be done with that feature? Okay, so for example, you have a registration uh, page, then uh, how that feature can be used by different people. Okay, so whether minors can do registration or if it's only by an adult, and for children, can we have a separate login, or if it's going to be a separate link, or can parents access children's information? For example, if they are below 18 and children, there are some certain sensitive diagnoses that a parent should not see. Okay, so in US we have like sensitive diagnosis, so a minor below 18 can go for a doctor checkup, but they don't want the parent to know that they have certain diagnosis. um, the parent will not be told. Okay, for those diagnoses, they'll not be informed. Okay, so certain login features, a parent will have access and they can view the diagnosis, but for certain sensitive diagnosis, parent will not have the ability to view that diagnosis. It will be very personal only to the patient. Okay, so we have to make sure whenever you're developing any kind of application for hospital or claims related or anything like very sensitive application, we have to make sure that who will be accessing that feature and what needs to be done with that feature. And the last one is why question. Is there any other way we can develop this application? Easy way that this can be done? Does this function satisfy the company's needs? And solve the question, is happy with our product, right? So how can that be done? So these are the 6 questions that you have to ask: how, where, when, who, what, and why. And the next question is, what are the elucidation techniques that you have used in the past? So there are so many techniques, but I have listed the top 7 techniques. First is interview. Interview in the sense you are actually calling the stakeholder, the essential stakeholder, and you are actually throwing them on certain standard questions and you're getting the answers. That is interview. Or it can be group interview too. You are like calling like 3 to 4 essential stakeholders, and then you are having certain set of predefined questions and you're asking. So these questions are not very like random. You have already like defined these questions in a well documented way, and then you are asking them. Okay, so that is interview. Next is document analysis. So document analysis is like you are already going through the existing documents that you have, and you're taking notes of the existing documents. Or if it's going to be a brand new project, then you are um, asking your senior BAs or people from other teams that is there any reference you have, any documents or existing notices that you have for this particular project, and you're doing analysis. Third one is brainstorming. Brainstorming is you're calling a few people and asking, like, this is like random. So you're asking their everybody's opinions and their ideas, and finally you're solutioning. Okay, so brainstorming is different from Interviews, you know the questions and you are asking them the certain questions, but in brainstorming it's not like that. Brainstorming is allowing the people to talk whatever they have in mind, and then you are solutioning at the end of the call. Okay, that is brainstorming. The next one is survey in the sense you are already defining what are the questions you're going to have, and you're going to give it to large number of people, and then you're going to get their feedback. And prototyping is like nothing but a miniature, creating a miniature or a demo of that particular product even before the product gets done. So for example, you are developing a software, a miniature of that application, and then you're actually observing them, like what are they doing, and how they're using the application. And or you can observe the senior BAs too, how they are navigating this particular application, how they are using the existing application, and you are gathering requirements. Or this mostly observation is for enhancing the existing project. And the seventh one is workshops. So workshop in the sense it's like having a group of people and having some specific topic, and you are talking about that specific topic and gathering requirements. That is workshop. Group of people. So you can always say that, yes, I have used surveys to gather requirements from large group of people. So when we say surveys, it is with specific questions, and so it can be through paper, or you can send a survey link, or you can create a Google form and share it with the stakeholders and get the feedback. So usually, like when you are required to gather requirements from large group of people, it is better to send through a survey link, okay, so that it's very easy for the people to navigate and submit the feedback. So you can compile the results, and you can actually gather the requirements. So the fourth question is, how can you make sure that whatever you gathered is accurate and complete? So whenever you're gathering requirements, in order to make sure that it is accurate and it's complete, you have to make sure that, first of all, you need to have a clear and concise understanding of the requirements. So as a BA, you have to be very clear on the project scope and what you're trying to achieve and what is in scope and out of scope. Okay, if you are not having a very clear understanding, then you can always go back to the stakeholders, make sure like whatever doubts that you have, it's cleared, and you need to be very, very clear on the requirements, what we are trying to achieve. Okay. And if you have any technical problems, or if you've been doing solutioning, you have any doubts, you can always like consult with the subject matter experts to get a better understanding of the problem domain. So we can't be 100% accurate all the time, right? So you have to consult with the subject matter experts. It could be architects or developers or testers, anybody within your team or external team, however you're trying to get help. It's better you get the help and understand the problem. And always go whenever you're gathering requirements, right, you have to make sure that you're using this elucidation techniques. So it can be interviews, focus groups, or workshops. So don't just schedule the call and then call a bunch of people and then you don't know what to ask them. It's very, very unprofessional, and people are not going to attend your calls if you are you're wasting their time. So you have to be very professional, and whatever questions that you're going to ask them, right, you need to have thorough knowledge on whatever questions that you're asking and how to document it, and what kind of technique that you're going to use, whether you're going to go for workshops, you're going to go for focus groups, or you're going to go for interviews, or if it's going to be just surveys. So whatever technique that you're going to use, you need to be well prepared of that particular technique. And you have to, before you schedule any call or you invite the stakeholders, you need to be very well aware of that particular technique. And once you get the requirements from the stakeholders, make sure you thoroughly understand it, ask them to read it properly, and ask them to provide the sign off. So you have to always get a sign off when you get the requirements, when you document the requirements. Make sure you get the sign off from the essential stakeholders stating that all the requirements are accurate and complete. This is how you make sure that
whatever requirements that you are getting are accurate and complete. Fifth question is, what are the common mistakes that happen during requirements gathering? So the common mistakes are, first of all, not inviting the right people. Okay, so not involving enough stakeholders in the process. That is the most common mistake. You invite one or two people and they don't know about the domain or the data flow. So that is where the problem starts. So not involving the right stakeholders is the very first problem. And also overlooking and undervaluing the importance of requirement gathering. People think that every project is the same. Every application is going to have the same data flow. So that is you will be amazed how every requirement is going to be different, how every application is going to be very unique, and every project is going to be a different journey for you. So do not overlook or undervalue your requirement gathering sessions. And third one is not taking the time to understand the problem. So you know that this particular project, like stakeholders are not, they themselves don't know what's the data flow. They themselves don't know how to begin this process, how the end user wants it. They themselves don't know. So in that case, you have to understand exactly what is the problem that these essential stakeholders are facing, and how you have opportunity to fix that problem. Okay. And fourth one is, this is very, very important, not documenting the scope of the project. Okay, so as a BA, you have to like document everything. If you don't have enough documentation skills, or you don't know how to document, and you don't know to write down the scope of the project, then you are in trouble. Because tomorrow the document will speak, and nobody is going to everything. If there is any problem, you need to have proof. Okay, so for that, documentation is very, very, very important. Next is trying to gather too much information. So you're calling a lot of people, 50, 60 people in a call, and everybody's opinion you're getting, and you don't know where to go, lead from there. And there are multiple teams that needs to be involved in this project, and everybody is having dependency on the other application. And you are getting too much information too soon in the very first or second call. That is also a problem. You take one step at a time, and then be clear on during the requirement gathering sessions. And sixth one is not maintaining a distance between high level and detailed. um, I mean, Sixth one is not maintaining a balance between high level and detailed information. So you need to understand what are the, from a business perspective, you need to understand like what are the high level information, and from a developer or a tester perspective, you need to understand what are the detailed information. So you need to try to maintain a balance between the high level requirements and detailed information. Also, not validating the requirements with the stakeholders. As I discussed earlier, you always need to validate the requirements with the stakeholders and get the sign off from the stakeholders. Can we avoid these mistakes? So whenever you are gathering requirements and you are making mistakes, how can we avoid those mistakes? So first is, you have to define the scope very well, and you need to get the sign off from all the stakeholders. So when you start creating any user stories or use cases, you need to be very, very clear of the requirements. That's the first thing you have to do. As a BA, you have to first have a clear understanding of the scope of the project. Also, when you create user stories or use cases for those requirements, you have to clearly define the requirements. And the third one is, you always have to like document in a professional way. So you can always use requirement management tool like JIRA, like Confluence. There are so many requirement management tools. So use one of these tools, and you need to capture all the requirements, track all the requirements, and manage all the requirements. Don't miss any requirements, any particular feature, don't miss it. So you will be like, when you start your career, it would be easy for you to track all the requirements. But over the period of like 1 or 2 years, if you're working with the same team, you would have gathered a lot of requirements and features. So it's better that you have an application to track all these tools. Usually, like in very, very big companies, they provide you these management tools like JIRA and Confluence, they give you access. So I would recommend you to create the requirements using this tool instead of Word and Excel, because it is always there and it's forever and everybody will have access to it. So please use the requirement management tools. Next is you have to regularly review the requirements with the stakeholders. So don't gather the requirements and then don't forget them. You have to regularly review the requirements with the stakeholders, make sure they are valid and nothing has changed, because some projects may take about 6 months or 8 months. So in that case, we have to make sure the initial requirements are still valid and nothing has changed. This is how we avoid the mistakes during requirement gathering. And question is, name some of the tools that is used for elucidation. So the first one is data flow maps, and then you have mind maps, and then you have user stories, use case diagrams, as is and to be diagrams, and also you have different applications called JIRA and Confluence. I will make specific videos in future in module 3 and 4. I will be showing about how to create data flow diagrams, how to create mind maps and all that. But I have also done videos on user stories and as-is and to-be diagrams. So you can go to my YouTube channel and you can search for these videos. There are very specific videos on how to create user stories and as-is and to-be diagrams. So you need to document all the requirements using these flow diagrams and mind maps. And also if it is agile, then you create user stories. If it's waterfall methodology, then you create these use case diagrams. And you can always document all your requirements in applications called JIRA and Confluence. So these are some of the tools that you need to know. The next question is how to perform document analysis. So whenever you're going to a project, if it's a new project or existing project, it can be anything. How do you perform document analysis? So you have to review all the existing BRDs, handbooks, or it can be any journals, or it can be any Confluence pages or any training materials. If it's going to be any government-based project, then you will be having any kind of government policies and procedures information. All those documentations will be there. So you have to list, first of all, you have to list all your resources, and then you have to decide on how to organize the information. So write down all the resources that you actually have, and then you need to organize the information. And then you have to make a copy for yourself. You can have it a Word document, you can have a Confluence page, whatever is easy for you to create copies. You can always have copies. And then you need to have all the existing information, whatever is there, right? You need to organize those information, have a folder for yourself, and then you have to make sure that these are the right information. Do not use very old information. For example, there is a new policy procedure from last month. You have to use the updated information, don't for the old policy and procedure. Okay, so what was the latest version, what is the updated document that you have to use. You have to ensure there is authenticity in your document, in reviewing those documents. And then you have to ask questions about whether these are the right information, how do I organize this. Anybody who's reading your document should be understanding whatever you're documenting, right? So you need to actually decide on how to organize. That is a very important skill. You can have multiple documents, but from that, how to gather information from multiple documents and have a a journal for yourself, a copy for yourself. So that's a skill that you need to develop. And next question is, what are the challenges that a business analyst might face during elucidation? So challenges in the sense first is stakeholders may give their opinions and they may not know exactly what's going on in the project. They may be new, or sometimes they're not technically aware of how it will be in the back end. And so you need to make sure that you are involving all the stakeholders. So that's one thing. So don't just go with one or two people. Make sure that you're involving all the stakeholders. And you have to, if they're having conflicts between themselves, so if one person is saying a requirement, another person is not agreeing with them, we need to be very patient in handling those situations. And you need to identify which is the correct requirement. Okay, so that is a skill that a business analyst should develop. And when you are processing large amounts of data, when there are like so much data given to you and you don't know what to do, you need to like um, analyze and organize those large amount of data. That's why a problem like a business analyst may have is going to be a huge project and integration with multiple systems. You don't know how every system is going to interact with another system. So that time you may face any issue. And constantly, if they're changing requirements, this is a very common problem that a business analyst will face. Okay, they are giving you requirements, after a month they want to change the requirements and they don't follow up with you too, and after 3 months they're changing the requirements again. So these are some of the challenges that a business analyst may face. So how can we follow some best practices in during requirement gathering sessions? So first is like documenting everything in a clear way in a spreadsheet or any requirement management tool. That is very important. Next is prioritizing the requirements. So based upon the business need, which is the feature that first we are going to develop and test. So prioritizing requirements. So prioritizing requirements is very important. First, so after documenting, after getting sign off, you have to prioritize the requirements. Make sure your developers understand the business needs and which feature needs to be developed first. Okay, so that is very important. You have to give that information to the developers, and then once all the requirements are done and set, you have to get the final sign off before the development is started. And do not start the project without the sign off, because if they're continuously changing the requirements, then you can actually show the document. You can say you can show the BRDs, you can show the user stories. You can always say that this is what was documented, that is what we are doing. What are you telling has not been documented, so we cannot proceed that new feature. So document all the requirements, and you need to prioritize all the requirements and get the sign off from the stakeholders. These are very, very, very important. In this video, we are going to talk about a scenario where a customer wants to build an e-commerce application for a hotel. When they want to build an e-commerce application for a hotel, as a BA, you need to first of all identify the stakeholders and make sure you are gathering the right information. Let's take an example of Disney Resort. When you log into Disney application, you can see different features here. So you can see parks and destinations. You can see what are the different vacation offers they have, or different Disney theme parks. So if you can see, there is a theme park in Florida, there is one in California. Also, you can see information about their destinations across the globe, like Shanghai, Hong Kong, Paris, and then Tokyo. So you can see this. I'm going to click on Tokyo now. So it takes to a different page. So when I go to Tokyo Disney Resort, you can see it has information about Disneyland. It has information about what are the events that is happening, or what are the how to get tickets. Also, it has information about how to get online reservations for their hotel. So I'm going into their online reservations for hotel, and I'm going to see or check like how their navigation is. Okay, so when I go to their hotels, I'm going to search by date and price. So I'm going to give a date, and then for 2 nights, for 2 people, for adults and 2 kids, and then I'm going to search for Tokyo Disney Hotel. So it is loading and it is giving me information about in Tokyo Disney Resort whether we have a vacancy. Okay, so you can see the navigation, right? So even though Disney has one UI, one front end,
if you click on Tokyo, it is going to a different page here. You can see here reserve.tokyo Disney Resort. Okay, that's the page it's going. So similarly, the navigation for California is going to be different. For Florida, it's going to be different. For all their websites, it's going to be different. So when you gather requirements for an e-commerce application, especially for a hotel, you need to identify first of all how that navigation should be, whether this client is a international client or they're going to do only for one specific location, or what are the features they want. So they're going to do bookings only for a hotel, or they're having any kind of resort, or they're going to do a airport pickup and drop, or so what are the features that they're going to provide for the customers, and accordingly you need to develop the product. Okay, so that's how you like gather requirements. First of all, overall, like you need to understand whether there's an international brand or it's going to be a local brand, or what kind of, whether they're going to incorporate resorts, or they're going to do only hotels, or they're going to give some packages like including car and everything. So that kind of information you need to gather, and then you have to like using the any kind of requirement gathering techniques like BPM, role modeling, or user journeys. You can always like gather the requirements, make sure all the requirements are documented. Once the requirements are documented, then you need to prioritize the requirements and create a product roadmap. So what is meant by product roadmap? So we need to understand like how the development needs to start, from where it needs to start. Okay, suppose you have like 5 different teams for this particular project. You need to coordinate with 5 different teams and make sure that this product is being developed in a certain way, right? For example, when the user wants to click on that particular link, first of all it needs to show a brand new page. From there, how that navigation goes to a different website. Like I said, in Disney there is only like one common page where all the countries information is there, and when you click on Tokyo, it goes to a different page. So that's like navigation of that particular web application, right? Similarly, you have to create a product roadmap of how that navigation is happening, how the data flow is happening, what kind of features we give, and accordingly we need to create features. And to complete this overall project, how long it's going to take, how much budget is going to cost, that one as a BA we don't have like so much control over. So you have to consult with your project manager and make sure like how much of resources we have available for this particular project, and like what will be our level of effort and budgeting for this particular project. So for that you need help of your project manager, but you will also be involved on this getting this estimations and how long it will take. For example, a project like this will definitely take about 3 months or 4 months, and if you're particularly working on some agile methodology, then how are we going to create user stories and make sure some part of development is complete, and how are we going to test this, and how to create the test data for each feature. So all that you have to prepare well, very well in advance. Okay, so that you can like make sure this is not like extend, the project is not getting extended for a very long period of time. And the fifth one is like how do you support customer care? So for usually like hotel bookings application, we have to make sure that that duplication is not happening. That is one constraint we will be having. Users should be if they're going to book a room, or we are going to block a ticket, we have to make sure that duplication is not happening concurrently through online. Okay, that's one major you can always see that usually that will be a issue, like duplicate hotel bookings or duplicate flight bookings, because the application somehow like it is allowing you to book it through online. So we have to make sure that is not happening, and if that happens, how the customer can handle it, and how to get feedback from the customers, and how we have to make sure the customer is happy and they don't throw a negative impact because of this application. So as a BA, whenever you are developing an e-commerce application for a hotel or any kind of this application for a resort or any travel related applications, we need to make sure that duplication doesn't happen, and you have a alternate method for it. Okay, if suppose this happens, what a customer care person should do, that also as a BA you need to think out of the box. First of all, it should not happen, but if it happens, like what should a customer care representative must do?
Okay, so we have to make sure that all the customers provide good feedback and reviews while using this application. The application needs to be user friendly. The application needs to be the application should not allow duplicate bookings. So once you're aware of all these requirements, then you can create user stories and make sure you are starting the development. So this is how you create a e-commerce application. I hope this video is helpful. Thank you for watching.
Okay, let's get started. So in today's session, we are going to learn about like how to clear business analyst interview. Okay, so there are like a few types of questions that the interviewer is going to ask you, right? So let's say you have an interview for 1 hour, or maybe like maximum it's going to be like 2 hours. So it can be like in person, or they're going to do something like Zoom call, right? These are the options, or it can be phone call too. So for example, companies like service-based companies, they usually have 2 to 3 levels of interviews. So for example, TCS and or Deloitte or Virtus or some companies like that, right? Initially, they have uh, a call with their engineers or their BAs, and then like the second or the third round will be usually with the client. Okay, so service-based companies, they have a different like type of questions, and then their expectation is different. Whereas product-based, they're going to have, for example, you're applying for Amazon, you're applying for Microsoft, or you're applying for Google. So their process is a little bit different. So they are not going to ask you like theory-based questions. They're going to throw you a bunch of scenarios. They may be asking you to do some kind of like they can give you case studies and ask you to solve it. So their style of interview is different. But most service-based companies, usually you will have a phone call, then you're going to have a Zoom call, then you're going to have an in-person interview, then you're going to have maybe a client interview, right? So these are levels. So let's say you are going to have like about like 2 to 3 rounds of interviews. So the very first interview, they're going to check your like the core BA skills, like do you actually know BA? So that is the first point they want to check, right? So for that, they're going to ask you is like, tell me about yourself. Like for the first 10 minutes, the expectation is when they ask you like tell me about yourself. So they are not asking about like where are you from, what is your graduation, or do you have family. They are not interested about that. When they say tell me about yourself, it means like tell me about your BA experience. So for example, I'm Pradeepa. I have about like 15 to 16 years of experience. I'm a senior BA. So those kind of, you have to start like that. Okay. Don't tell that, for example, I am from this city, from that city. That's not like, they don't want to know that, right? So when they say, can you tell me about yourself? You're going to say only from a professional perspective, that like how many years you have got experience, and currently what is your project, and how long you have been being a BA, and what is your roles and responsibilities, and what kind of methodology that you have worked on, whether you have worked on waterfall or agile or hybrid, and how many years of IT experience you have got. So that's the first thing they want to know about you. And you also have to remember that this question is very crucial, because whatever you're going to tell them, from that only they're going to like ask further questions. If you say that I know everything, okay, and you added a bunch of things in your resume, and then you say that, yeah, I have worked on this, and they'll be like, okay, you have acknowledged that you know all these. So I'm going to ask you more in-depth questions. So you have to be very careful, and do not like give like one line statements like, I am, for example, I'm John, I have about like 8 years of experience. That's all. If you leave in like one single statement, then you're giving them a chance to ask like more questions, right? So what if you have 1 hour interview, and you know that how many people, because usually like people will tell you how many people are joining in that call. So you have like 2 to 3 people in the call, and they are all having real-time experience, and you have, and for you may or may not have IT, and you have to convince that group, right? So for you, like you have to really impress them in the first very 15 minutes. And remember, they are sitting as a panel, and you are not the only candidate. So you have to think from their perspective. If they are interviewing 10 people today, and you are one among them, so how are you going to stand out? So from their side, you are another candidate. That's all. Okay. Tell me about yourself. So if you're in that, and your luck is also there, right? So if you are on the like you get a slot on the morning and you are the very first candidate, then they are going to ask you like at least they'll be interested. So whatever you're trying to tell them, but you are you got a slot during like afternoon break, or you're getting a slot like where they have another call. You're getting a slot at the end of the day, then mostly like they're also tired from morning. They're taking multiple interviews and they are seeing like all these like fake candidates. They're also tired and they want to just wrap up the call, right? So it's very crucial when the HR or someone is asking you what is your time slot, can you tell me when are you available. It's very crucial for you to pick up the very first like time slots, because that's when actually the interviewer is actually open to whatever you are answering. That will go into their brain and they'll be like, okay, yeah, this person is like, okay. So if they've already interviewed like 5 to 6 people and you are the sixth candidate, so they are lacking interest, and also they are hungry. They are like they're watching their phone, or like they don't have their body language will tell you they're almost not interested. Maybe they have already selected the candidate also. So since they already give you a slot, they are like talking with you, right? So very crucial for you to give the time slots, because the HR will ask you, when are you available, can you give me a time slot. Do not tell them that I am available all day and you can just choose my time slot. Don't give that. So give something in the morning, where I mean like you are prepared, you don't have any disturbances. If it's a phone call, make sure that nobody is surrounded by you and you don't have kids with you, or you make sure that you are well prepared, right? And they're calling you today and then they're saying like tomorrow morning, you have to like tell them if there is a chance for you to like maybe like postpone the interview maybe the next day, because you don't want to go unprepared, right? So getting a call itself nowadays in the market, getting the interview call itself is a very big thing, because it's end of the year and you have budget freeze and everything. So like people usually like actually now they don't hire. Actually for the next 3 months it's very hard for you to get hired. But in case if you get a call, you have to make first thing is time slot. Please make sure that whenever you're comfortable, and if you know that they're hiring a lot of people, they're interviewing like too many people, and so you have to be very careful. Just go for maybe the morning slot where you are having a very good voice, and you are also like energetic, and you don't feel like sad, or you don't feel like upset, right? Because that is also, your mood is also very important. That's when like you feel confident also. So time slots, how you are going to handle them, and then how you are prepared, all these are very very important. Next is like the first 15 minutes is very very crucial, because depending upon this only they'll be like, okay, this person has some real experience. From morning till now I've seen like 10 candidates who are faking their experience. At least this one is like faking experience, but like actually smart enough to answer all my questions. So they know in the market people are faking experience, people are adding like so many years of experience in their resume. They actually don't have experience. They're from non-IT. From your bachelor's degree they will know, from your previous projects they will know whether do you actually have IT experience or not. So next one is they're going to ask you about like, tell me about your current role. And if you are already working in an IT company and you're like transitioning between like one role to another role, so let's say that you are working in an IT company, but not actually in IT, maybe in a different um, non-IT role, and you want to go into IT department, then they would like immediately like see your name in Teams and all that. So don't be stupid to um, like for these internal transitions, right? Please don't like, let's say like you're working for CTS and you're working for CTS in a different like team, and you're not from an IT department and you're applying something internal, you're going to do internal transition. Do not tell them that I'm currently working in IT. They'll be able to search in your Microsoft Teams, like which department you're working on, who is your team leader. They'll be able to do that. So don't do that. For your current role, just say that I'm working in a non-IT one, whichever they cannot verify. That only you have to say it as, I worked in, maybe in my previous companies, I worked in an IT role and I worked as a BA, and now in CTS, I got something better opportunity, and my during COVID, I have to do the transition. There was massive layoff. So you have to give them like something like answers why currently you are not in IT. Why you don't have a bachelor's in IT, you don't have a bachelor's in computer science, and you don't have any experience. Currently, you are not in IT field also, then why do you want to get into IT? So you're going to like convince them, right? That those questions are very, very crucial. Tell me about your current role. If you're currently working as a BA, you're already having a backup for your background check and everything, then you're good. Nobody is going to like say, you can always add how many ever experience you what you can add it. You are able to clear the background check. You have the references. Then in that case, it's fine. But you are working in a non-IT role, and now you want to transition. Let's say you're working for something like a bank, like ICICI Bank. Now you as a manager, now you want to like get into IT stuff, right? Then in that case, they're going to question you, like, why should I hire you? You don't have any experience. Why should I hire you? So what you're going to add in your current role, tell me about your current role. That is also like depends upon whether you want to like join in a junior level or a senior BA, and also what company you are applying and how did you get that JD. So those are also very crucial. But if you are currently working in an IT team, maybe as a tester or maybe a product owner or a scrum master, or if you want to get into BA, then it's easy for you to tell that, yeah, I have experience as a BA. And give me a second. So IT versus non-IT, right? It's very crucial for you. So, and especially if you are on site, you have done your MS here and you are in your OPT, and you're just waiting for some kind of job search, and your consultancy is asking you to add some 8 years of experience in your resume. You are H4 EAD visa, and then you are like you have maybe a career gap of like 10 years. Now you got your work permit, you're going to add those 10 years in your resume. People, you can add how many ever you want. Okay, the consultancy that who is representing you should clear the background check. They should give you references, and they should be able to take care of like all this clearing your background check, right? So in that case, that's fine. You can add that 8 years in your resume, and you can add projects because your consultancy is going to clear it. For EAD people, if you are trying on for EAD, green card and American citizenship, if these three people are trying on your own, and you don't have like consultancy to clear your background check, please do not add any fake experience. You will get caught in the background because let's say that I don't have any experience. I just got my green card, and then I 10 years I don't have any experience. Now I'm going to like apply for a senior BA. So there in the interview, like you're saying, like I have 10 years of experience, they're going to ask you. In the US, the background check is like you have to submit your W-2s, you have to submit your pay slips. These two are very, very important, right? So pay slips and W-2s, they're going to ask you. Without this, you're not going to get hired. Whatever company you're getting, even for CTS, TCS also, I'm saying service-based or any kind of like direct, if you're going to become a full-time employee for the client, let's say you're going for Walmart, I'm saying from an IT perspective, you're going to Walmart or Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, whatever it is, or any healthcare MNCs, they're going to ask you for, if you put 8 years, they're going to ask you W-2s. W-2 means tax statements for all the 8 years, and also pay slips. And they won't ask you offer letter or that is not mandatory here in the US, but they're going to ask you pay slips. Similarly, in India, if you're going to add any experience, and please make sure that because by country it depends from country to country, right? Background check differs from country to country and from like company to company. So you have to research on like the background check before you whatever you put in your resume and whatever you're going to tell in the interview. If in the interview you say that I'm currently working in this company, make sure that you have a reference, or somehow you have to have an offer letter, or like someone has to clear the background, right? You have to be careful if you are from non-IT. If you're IT, and let's say you're working for Accenture, you're working in a non-IT role, but you want to go to BA, in that case you can say, because an offer letter it will be like you're working for Accenture only, so it will not, it's okay, you'll clear it. If you actually working in any sort of IT company and your offer letter is going to say something, not your offer letter, maybe your experience letter, right? Say something like very generic like business associate, something like business, not analyst, maybe business specialist. So those kind of words are very important. If you have that, then you can tell, in my current role, I worked as a BA. Okay, so they currently, if you're working for Accenture and your relieving letter will tell you that you worked as a business specialist, business process associate, something like that, then you can say for the whole like 8 years, 10 years, you worked as a BA. So you will clear the background check. But something it's totally different. You worked in admin, you worked in finance, you worked in sales, then you cannot give that. Okay, so in those times you have to actually like tell the real thing, right? I don't have any experience. Then I'm actually like trying to become a BA, trying to transition, and I did some certifications. So, but I'm very aware of all this BA terminologies. Somehow you have to tell them. So when you tell about your current role, I see a lot of resumes like faking the experience, but you have to make sure that you have that someone to clear the background check for you. Next is, tell me about your day-to-day responsibilities. So let's say that you are adding 6+ years in your resume as a BA. So what is expectation from the interviewer? He want you to tell that you did core BA skills. Like for example, the words he's expecting is like how to gather requirements. So I'm responsible for gathering requirements. I'm responsible for documenting requirements. I'm responsible for writing user stories, epics, defects, and I'm responsible for like coordinating with all my stakeholders. I'm responsible for doing the UAT testing. I'm responsible for, give me a second, hearing noise. Sorry about that. So yeah, so tell me about your day-to-day responsibilities. The expectation is like you're going to say that I was responsible. Don't say we. Most people say we were responsible, but you have to say I was responsible for. So you're going to say all this. Okay, so I was responsible for, first of all, for gathering requirements. So for example, you in other terms like elucidation, right? Elucidation sessions. So I'm responsible for conducting it, for documenting all the requirements, for creating user stories, and then, for example, for creating BRDs, FRDs, UML documents, UML diagrams, user acceptance testing, test plans, and then test scenarios. And then I was responsible for all these, and I worked in agile methodology. So I'm responsible for coordinating with all my developers and testers, and like completing the UAT and getting the sign off. So getting those approvals, right? That is also important. And also change control process. So if there is any change in requirements, what should we do? What's the process we follow? We follow a process called change control process. So any additional like out of scope requirements, or if there is any scope creep, we'll make sure that those user stories are added here or those requirements are added here. And we follow the change control process and make sure that whether we will say that whether we'll be able to accommodate those changes or not. Then once everything like after UAT is completed, right? We have to go through the go live process. Deployment means we are moving the code to production. So what's the deployment process? What are the tickets we have to like create for deployment process? When do you go live? And then once we go live, what kind of validation we do? And then during that 1 month warranty period after we go live. After that, after we go live, there is 1 month warranty period. So in that 1 month, what is the support I give for my business owner? So these are like completely responsibilities you're going to say. Okay, so as a BA, as a lead BA, I'm responsible for all these things. So, and then not only you're going to say it as like these kind of words, you're going to take some project, some like sample case study, and then you're going to say, for example, this is one requirement, and for this requirement, this is how I documented. This is the user story. This is one business requirement. I converted that into multiple user stories. And how did you create BRD? What is the layout for a BRD? Difference between BRD, FRDs. And then user stories means like what is acceptance criteria? All these you're going to like explain. So not only you're going to say I was responsible and then say a bunch of words, you have to tell them like practically, like in your project that you've added in your resume, like how did you do that. So because that's what they want to hear. They don't want to hear theory stuff. They want to hear something like from a practical perspective. If you actually worked in a project, you'll be able to say all these, right? So they're going to ask you that. Then tell me about your project. So you're going to explain your project. If you add some 1 or 2 projects in your resume, you're going to explain that, right? So you're going to say, for example, I work for a healthcare client, I work for a banking client, I work for maybe an US a bank or something, whatever it is you're going to add in the resume, you're going to explain that product, the application in detail. So when it comes to application data flow, you're going to say especially like what is that application that you worked on, what is the coding language, what's the data flow, how the data is stored in the system, and then like what are in scope versus out of scope for that particular application. So you're going to tell about your projects. That is also very important. Next is this Babok related question. So in some of the my candidates who are doing my private training, right, they are saying that they are getting like this. Recently, they have been getting all these like Babok questions. So Babok is nothing but this is a book that is given by IIBA, International Institute of Business Analysis. So we have like about like 6 knowledge areas here. If you see the knowledge areas, you'll be able to see we have business planning and monitoring, elucidation and collaboration, requirements lifecycle management, strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, solution evaluation. These are the 6 knowledge areas. So they're getting questions from this book. If you say that I have completed my certification, right, they're going to ask you like, okay, tell me how do you conduct elucidation, how do you validate your requirements, how do you prioritize your requirements, how do you approve your requirements, tell me about like how do you. So they're going to like from this book they're actually like asking you questions. So if you don't know about Babok, I have done like 10 videos on Babok. On every chapter, I have done like videos about Babok. So you can go through those videos and then learn all these chapter wise. And then this is all theory, so you should be able to, these are plain English, so you should be able to learn it. This is nothing complicated. But if they ask you, do you know Babok, have you done any kind of certification, so you can always say that I'm preparing for ECBA or CCBA. Just like preparing, or maybe I will pass maybe in like take the exam maybe in 3 months, 4 months. Do not say that I don't know what is IIBA, I don't know what is ECBA and all. This is a very core important like a bible for business analysis. So if you say I don't know Babok, then they'll be like, okay, this person doesn't have real knowledge what is happening in the industry and what is happening in the market. So Babok is nothing but an official book for business analysis that is given by an institute called IIBA. Okay, so it's easy, you can learn this in maybe in like in a week. So please go through all this book. You have this PDF also, it's free in the if internet, if you search for Babok guide, you'll get this free, like the whole book, you'll get it as PDF. So please go through this one by one. And if you don't know like exactly what they are talking about, it's a very very dry subject, very dry book. So if you think like, oh, I cannot even like learn one chapter, then I have my videos. 10 videos are there. For every chapter I've made a video, so you can go through those one by one and then you can complete this book. So please prepare Babok also, because nowadays what my candidates are telling us, they're asking these questions also. So that's that. The next one is about agile questions. So in agile questions, right, if you say I worked for agile methodology, the expectation is like you should answer all the scrum based questions. So what is sprint, what is story points, what is story point estimation, for example. So these and also like sprint review, sprint planning, sprint retrospective. How do you document the lessons learned sessions? So all this they're going to ask you, right? If you say them like, what is the length of your sprint? How do you handle each sprint, and what do you do? What are the ceremonies? What are the meetings you attend? For example, do you have daily stand-up calls? And okay, so all these questions they're going to ask you, and they're going to ask you if you have experience writing user stories, tell me an example. Tell me an example for acceptance criteria, and how do you give actually story points, depending what are the factors. You say that this story is an 8-pointer or a 13-pointer or a 5-pointer or a 3-pointer, right? So based upon what criteria. So they're going to ask you such questions too. So whatever project that you are adding in your resume, from that only you have to give an example. Don't give some login example. Don't give something very basic. They'll be like, okay, this person only knows theory. This person doesn't know how, like practical stuff, right? So based upon whatever examples you're giving, they will know that that's how they decide whether this person has actual experience or not. Okay, because most of the candidates are very well trained on all this like theory topics, right? They'll be able to answer. They're watching multiple like content on YouTube, they're getting trained. So they'll be able to like answer all this like theory stuff. Where they get caught in is the actual like project based questions. So all the scenario based questions. Tell me about the data flow, tell me about the an actual user story. That's where they get caught. So whatever example like you're going to give, make sure that it's from your project, and you write the acceptance criteria for that project. Explain in detail, okay, what this is how we get the data, this is how it's getting processed, this is how it's loaded into the system, and if it's going to be how are you going to manage in scope and out of scope scenarios. So all that you're going to explain in detail. So agile based questions are a must, because most of the companies want you to know that about all these scrum ceremonies and everything. Next is like scenario based questions. So in scenario based questions, that's where like things go very like technically, right? So this and technical questions go hand in hand. So in technical questions, they're going to ask you about SQL, Tableau. Do you have reporting skills? Do you know about any of the coding platform? Do you know about Java, .NET, or do you know about Pega, Salesforce? Or if you know Excel, do you know advanced Excel? They're going to ask this. So these are some of the technical questions that they may be asking you, but also they want to like incorporate this technical questions in your scenario based questions. So in scenario based questions, they're going to ask you like, explain like how did you use SQL in your project? Explain what kind of reporting tools you used in your project. Give me a scenario where you used your Tableau, or explain like if you say that I know advanced Excel, so tell me scenarios where you have used advanced Excel. Or if they say that I have documented, like I know how to draw diagrams, I know how to draw high level data flow diagrams. So they're going to ask you like, okay, tell me what are the different diagrams, what is UML diagrams, data flow diagrams, activity diagrams, sequence diagrams. So they're not going to like simply say ask you about what is that diagram out. They're going to ask from a project perspective, right? If you say I have drawn data flow diagrams, okay, tell me about that project, whatever diagram you have drawn. And sometimes they are going to ask you to show the BRDs. So recently one of my candidate was asked to actually show the actual BR itself from his present project. They said like, please remove all the keywords or the very sensitive keywords and show me the BRI that you have worked on. I want to see like whether actually a document or not. So they to that level now people are asking, they're asking you to show the diagrams, they're asking you to show the work that you have done, they're asking you to show some test cases or test plans that you've created. So that is also possible. So you have to make, or they may be giving you a case study. When it comes to scenario based, right, they may be giving you a case study, then they will give you maybe 10 to 13 questions, and they'll ask you to finish that case study maybe in 1 hour. And they'll be like, yeah, I'm sitting here, please finish it, and after 1 hour we can review it. Or before the interview starts on that day, they will send you, they will email you that questions. And in the interview, by that time, like by 2 hours or 3 hours, they're asking you to like solve all this case studies, maybe 10 case studies. For every case study, you're going to write down user story, you're going to write down the acceptance criteria, and you're going to like, as a BA, your thinking process, they're going to like, maybe it's a multiple choice question. So either they may be asking you to give examples or share the documents, or they can give you a case studies multiple case studies, and they may ask you to solve those questions. Yeah. So what expectation from this scenario based questions is like, what their expectation is, whether you're able to think like a BA, whether you're able to like, do you have that capacity of like thinking from multiple perspectives, or you're just stuck to your opinion, or if there is like, some of the questions can be very tough for you to solve. If they say that, for example, one of my candidate got one question like, if your manager is coming and telling you like, in the afternoon I have a meeting, please prepare a PPT for me, will you do that? Or if there is a production incident, one of the members, like current application that you're working on is not working, so you had a production incident, whether you'll prioritize that, or whether you're going to have like maybe 10 people are getting impacted, so you're going to like prioritize that. So this was his question, right? So you are a BA, you get like 3 important scenarios now. One is you're actually your manager, whom are you reporting, is coming and telling you that I have an important meeting. So that what is there in the case study, right? I have an important meeting and I need a presentation for the application that we are working on. Can you give me those documents by this afternoon, 1 p.m.? And you have another scenario where one of the users is actually like their username and password is locked and there's a production incident. So you, as a BA, you're going to solve that incident. And then the third one is like multiple users are getting impacted. What will you do as a BA? So you have like 3 scenarios here. The question is like, which one is essential? Which scenario is the most important according to you as a BA? They're asking. So my candidate was like, I don't know, my manager is asking me the most important thing in the afternoon, I'll go for that. No, actually, from a business perspective, if 10 or more people are affected in production, then actually that will be escalated to your manager only. He himself is going to like cancel that afternoon meeting. So that's what I told him. So what did you select in that? I said like manager's call is very important, so I have to prepare the PPT. That's what I told them. I said no. See, when 10 or more people are actually impacted in production, that will actually go to your manager. So he is actually going to cancel the call. There is no afternoon meeting that's going to happen. So your priority will be always like when multiple people are being impacted in the production area, right? That's where like everybody as a team, you have to go and solve it. Otherwise, it will get escalated to your manager. From manager, it's going to get escalated to your VP. And the meeting can actually be like rescheduled, whereas production incident is something like you have to like solve immediately, right? So they will trick you into such kind of questions and you don't know what you do. So when the words like important, urgent, as soon as possible, emergency, those kind of keywords are there, your brain is like more drawn to that answer. Oh, is something important here, more urgent, it's an emergency, so I have to solve this problem first, and you take that answer, right? But you have to think like which is actually more important, which is from an IT perspective, which scenario is actually more important. That is the one I have to solve first. So why they want you to think like that is, if stakeholders are giving you multiple requirements, which one you think which is crucial, how do you make sure which one is a prioritized one, which one is essential, right? So whether you have that capability, that's what is the point of that solving that case study. They won't tell you, they'll get the answers and then they'll say you're rejected. They won't actually give you feedback also, what is the answer. So you have to be very careful. And in the US, yes, definitely if you're like trying for very, very highly paid like ADP or let's say like, for example, like government projects for for any kind of state projects, you're going to try. The process is they'll give you a case study. They'll give you like a sheet of like 10 questions, especially government-based projects. If you're trying to get into any kind of government-based projects, first is like they'll give you some case studies. You have to solve it. Only then they're going to have the actual call itself. So you have to like try solving all these like simple case studies in the US, especially if you're in the US. Please make sure you solve like all these case studies, and your brain is used to all this like competitive questions, right? So solve all that and practice. So the next one is like technical questions. So for this, you have to like learn topics, even though if you're from non-IT, you have a background from non-IT background, please learn SQL, Tableau, about at least basics of Pega or Salesforce and Excel. No, please learn at least basics of Excel, not uh, like at least to some level, at least advanced Excel is good, but you should know at least basics of Excel. Okay, that's very, very crucial. Next is the last one is like behavioral questions. So behavioral questions is like, how do you handle negative stakeholders? How do you handle conflicts? If there are something like issues in your with your peers, how do you handle it? Or if there is like, I'm asking you to work in the weekends, I'm asking you to work after 7 p.m. What do you do? How do you handle that work pressure? So, and then like what are your strengths and weaknesses? Those kinds of questions. Why do you want to join our company? What do you know about our company? And then so you have to do before you apply for any company, or you say okay to any interview. Please research on that company. You may have zero knowledge about that company, what they are doing, and then what is this project about. You don't have any knowledge, right? You're directly going for the interview. So if someone is referring you, they know about like what team they are going to hire and all, please get ask research and ask that person, whoever is referring you, like ask them like, what is this project about? Tell me if this is going to be a claims project. Then you're going to make sure that you know more details about claims. Let's say this is about a banking client, a US banking client. So you're going to learn about in US what are the banking rules and regulations, business rules. So or if it's going, let's say it's going to be an European bank, then in Europe, in that particular country, what are the rules? So it's very important for you to, or the HR also, you can ask actually the HR, like, do you know what is this project about? And the JD says like, or everything is simple, like plain English, like BA skills. But do you actually know which team I'll be getting hired? Do you have any idea? You can ask them. So that by that way you will understand that you can say, why do you want to join your company? If they ask me, they can say, I want to join your company because I know Bank of America is the leading bank in the US. I just want to be a part of the team, and then so that like I can share my knowledge and also gain knowledge by just observing all my peers, right? So you need to know something. Or if you don't know, you have zero knowledge about that company, then you have to like somehow, if they say like, why do you want to join our company? You have to give something like a good answer. So maybe like, for my career transition, my current role, it's not very challenging. So very. Okay, so we have 5 more minutes. Let me finish with these 2 questions. So why do you want to join our company? You have to give them a valid reason. Okay, so you say that you do enough research about the company, the team. You have to impress them, like saying, oh, even I don't know these details. So so you have to like tell them something like that. And what is your career goal? So don't say that, do not say that I need more challenging work, because then they'll be like, okay, this person needs something extraordinary. So maybe we cannot provide it. And this person will actually switch, right? So maybe after 6 months, this person will actually like switch this job. So don't give them an idea that you need more input on these challenges and all. Just say that I want to become a lead BA and my current role, I'm fine. I'm actually very comfortable, but I'm just looking for my career growth. I want to transition into something like, maybe I want to learn about US healthcare. I want to learn about maybe other domains. So that's why I want to change, something like that. You have to say, what is your career goal is like? I'm going to become a senior BA in maybe in like next 3 to 4 years. Or then I'm going to become like something like maybe executive advisor, or something like that, right? So in BA only you're going to say, you're not going to say I'm going to become a project manager. Then you have to make sure that you don't something, you have to have like that realistic career goals. Don't tell to them I'll be like, I want to become maybe a project manager in 5 years, in 3 years. Then they'll be like, okay, this person has like too much ambitious, so we cannot, this person may actually change their career, right? Maybe like jump to a new job, maybe in a year or two. So whenever I say, what is your career goal? They say something in BA itself. Okay, so I want to become a senior BA. I want to learn Pega. I want to learn healthcare, or I want to get into banking, or I want to learn Salesforce, something like technical stuff. And then you have to say that you want to become a senior BA. So tomorrow I will tell you about like actual, like maybe I can tell you like completely, right, in the interview from starting to finish, how you need to actually like say it in a flow. So that I can tell tomorrow. But for today, we just went through all these different types of questions. I hope this was helpful. Any questions? I have only 2 minutes. I have another my private training starting at 8. So if you have any questions, you can ask now.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Can you share that Babak guide with us?
You want this Babak? Give me, I will add it in the chat actually. Yes, I have added in the chat. I think you should be able to download from there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Pratibha. This is Madhuri. First of all, thanks a lot, Pratibha. This session was really an eye-opener for me. Okay. Just a quick, I'm also planning to transition from operations to, I'm looking for IB because I have experience into IB. So is that okay? Like, if I have a 10 years of experience where I could show 7-8 years of experience into operations and within the same organization, like I transitions to a B role, so that we can though I'm not doing it a lot, but yeah, one of the project I'm working. So is that okay? Like I can show
So
7
there
8
is no
years.
background check, right? You're just going to transition to that internally.
No, not internally. I'm planning to look for outside.
Outside means what your relieving letter will show.
It will show it's a generic whether I'm into IT or operations. The whatever the associate and all this, it's the same.
Same thing,
It's a
right? Yeah,
generic.
that's
Yeah,
good.
it's
You're
a-
lucky to get that your relieving letter. Yeah, in that case, yes, you can add experience.
Yeah, but that's absolutely fine. Instead of showing 8 to 10 years of experience as a BA, I can show that, like, 7-8 years of experience I have into operations, and then I did an internal switch to a BA role, and then
Yeah, you
2 to
can tell that. See, you can tell, but the expectation if you add 8+, right, what are the questions they're going to ask. So they want you to be very confident. They want you to answer all these lead BA questions that's there. And also once you clear the interview, background check, you're not going to have any issue, right? So it's good. You can add 8 years, but prepare very well. And if in the relieving letter you don't have any problem that whatever designation is added is going to be very generic, then you should be able to clear the background check. Then I don't see any issue there. The thing is, like, you have to be well prepared for how many ever years you're going to say to them. You're going to be well prepared for that.
Okay. No, my question was like I can show it 8 years of experience into operations, whatever is the actual, and only 2 years I will show as a BA.
So in 2 years means, according to 2 years means the opening needs to be 2 years. In the JD, if they say they want 6+, then they're not going to hire you.
Okay. So
You got
again,
it?
I have to.
Correct.
Yeah, I
correct.
got it.
Whatever. So in the JD, they say expectation as 2 years is just 2 years as a beginner, then that's fine. They should be able to hire you. The JD, if they say they want 8 years, then they won't hire you.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining. I'll see you guys tomorrow.